Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to King's Resort for the final day of the EPF 1 million main event powered by Dutch Classics. We had a hell of a day 3 yesterday, and now we are down to the final 10 players. And let's take a look at our feature table. We only need to lose one guy, one player, to get to the final table. So this is right away the final table bubble. Number 1, Care with 15 mil, 39 big blinds. Victor Vegas, 26 bigs, over 10 million. Mr. 2, 8.5 mil. M. Fisher, 8 million, 100,000 and 50,000 in fourth place. And Yevgen Kosovan with 14 bigs. I can tell you that we actually have bigger stacks at the outer table. And you are very likely to see them very, very quickly. We have only 10 players remaining. Everybody already has locked up that all-important package. And we are here to see who will bust out, who will miss out on being on our final table, the top 9. Only thing we need is one player to be out. And Yevgen is the short stack at this feature table. We, of course, will try to get you some updates from the other one, but you will know right away once somebody busts that they are joining the feature table. And if you missed on the action yesterday, we started with over 80 players. And today, we are only down to 10. And the players are relatively deep. Take a look at this, 39 bigs. Care is not even the chip leader. We have a player with over 30 million chips on the outer table. And it went really, really fast. A lot of players were busting. A lot of players went really aggressive. And that's why we have the final 10. But it can take actually a while. We might be here for a long time because all the players are relatively deep. And we might have only 10 of them, but a lot of them have a lot of poker to be played ahead of them right there. And let us know, guys, have you been watching yesterday? Who are your favorites? Of course, Victor Vegas, he put up a hell of a show. He is not one of your robots that keeps playing the same every single time. He's been mixing in leads. He made a massive call with trips on the river against Care yesterday. And he is the most actiony player, the player that plays the most pots, that is the most unpredictable. Care, he is from Sweden, and he is making Sweden proud. He's been aggressive all over the place, big bluffs, big plays, and it still earned him a decent chunk of change with over 15 million chips. These are the 2 most active players from our last session yesterday, if you guys were here. So we are up for a hell of a show. Of course, if you are Dutch, you are wondering, hey, is there anyone from Netherlands? Yes, there is. He's on the outer table and he's got a decent stack. So chances are you will be able to see him once we lose a single player. So that is the name of the game. 10 remaining. 9 make it to the final table, and only one player will be gone, and you will be seeing that final table. So hopefully we have all the watchers from yesterday right here in the chat. Let us know on YouTube, let us know on Twitch. There we go. We joke that this man looks like Agent Smith from The Matrix. And Victor Vegas kinda looks like one of famous wrestlers. And there we go. Victor Vegas ready for it. And here we go, right into the action. Kerr, a little bit loosey-goosey here with the Jack-9. With the Jack-9 offsuit, Kerr is a little bit loosey-goosey. And Victor Vegas, of course, continues with his strategy of playing a lot of pots. But now he hits this flop, but of course Kerr loves that c-bet, loves to be aggressive when he can. And Victor continues right here where he left off, raising with the top pair, no kicker. It's no surprise if you've seen him play. He is very unorthodox. You can never know what you can expect from this man. And he draws first blood, takes down the first pot of our featured table. That in all likelihood will be expanded. We only need to lose one player and we will be down to that final table. And Michal Klian, hello guys. I am in the chat on YouTube. Let's go Rudy. Rudy, let's go. Yevgen Toprek from Chernivtsi. The Shark with stacks in second table. Well, let me tell you, Artur Lukashevich, we only need to lose one player and you will see literally everybody in this tournament. So don't worry. It doesn't matter who's at this table because when we hit final 9, we will merge everybody and you will be able to see them. See your hero. So if they really are crushers, listen, if the crushers are really crushing, they will not bust and they will get to that final table momentarily. Michal Kilian, welcome to the chat. And don't worry guys, I know Rudy, as he calls himself, Ginger Rudy actually. He does have a decent stack. Third place, 21 million I believe. He's very likely to make an appearance at the final table. So unless something crazy happens, you will see him indeed. Jake. He changed his nickname, by the way, yesterday. He did play as Yevgen, I think, and today we have a new nickname for him. That is the possibility here at King's Resort. You can use nicknames if you so wish. And Mr. 2 on the cutoff. Not interested in this pot. Well, Victor Vegas, look at this. You never know what you can expect when Victor is involved. He likes to raise to really big sizes, but he also likes to limp. And this time he actually does it with a very legitimate, strong hand. Yesterday, Victor has been mostly limping with weaker holdings, but look at this. M. Fisher thinks that he can come along in the small blind. Well, 10-6 offsuit, it can get you into trouble. Then you have 17 bigs against someone as unpredictable as Victor or Kerr. And look at this, respect from Kerr. Did not go with that big race. Well, Victor is still ahead, technically, but Mr. Fisher here has a gutter. And in the small blind, he is the arguably most likely to be hitting a board like this one, along with Care. There we go. We're checking it through. And that is very good news for Fischer. There we go. He's betting for value and protection. If somebody has one diamond, they are very likely to call. Carry's getting out of the way. Well, Victor, you never know what happens, but yeah, Victor got some rest and plays small ball right now. Just a reminder, guys, we are in top 10 out of 3,141 players. Obviously, a big deal. And Michal says, I like Victor too. Mr. 2. With a bit of a speculative hand. But reminder, we are short-handed here, of course. 5-handed we started today, so even though it says under the gun, it actually is middle position at a 6-handed table. Well, M. Fischer on the button. I think he is just posturing, showing us his acting skills, and he will get out of the way. Jake has very much a hand that can defend. He's staring down Mr. 2. If he found some sort of weakness, he could potentially just go all in, but he decides to just call here in the big blind. Well, for Mr. 2, this is a really, really strong board. It might look like it, but any spade gives him a backdoor flush draw. And a 9 an open-ender. He can still hit the jack or an 8. So in Mr. 2's shoes, this should be a c-bet pretty much every time. If you got raised, you don't really lose much. So if you get into this situation, having that plan of betting the flop, and then if you improve to one of your extra outs, you continue betting. If you hit the 8, you put control. And for Jake, well, this is an awkward situation. 5 million behind, but we have those 2 overs. We are removing the possibility of Jack 10 and King 10, but yeah, you want to preserve the chip stack. We are on the final table bubble. You want to get into that top 9. And Jake definitely had a hand that could decide to defend, but because of all this pressure, he decides to just let it go. And wow, unbelievable. I can't believe this. Michal says somehow we only have half an hour delay. It seems pretty unlikely that the tournament would finish in half an hour. But Michal in chat on YouTube is saying that he's from the future. Rudy won and Victor was second. Well, if that really happened in half an hour, including the move to that final table, well, that would be nothing short of a miracle, Michal. And Kerr on the button decides to call with his force. It's not the best hand to play for set mining, of course, against M. Fischer, because he only has 7.7 million, quote unquote. So you do need to win not just by hitting your sets. You need to try to get to showdown or sometimes turn your hand into a bluff. And Kerr, of course, with his very aggressive play style, is very confident about being able to do all those things. Now he decides to check back, and M. Fischer actually is a very, very strong hand here. And Zofia Zielenska with the payouts. You guys can check them out. We are playing for over 100,000 euros up top. This is the final table bubble right off the bat. And take a look at this. M. Fischer with that straight on the river. Will he try to set a trap for Kerr? But the thing is, we have been relatively passive so far. Can we really expect Kerr to bet? There we go. Fischer looked at his chips. 500k. Small value sizing, but Kerr does not bite. And we are still looking for that 10th player to go away, to leave us with top 9 and the final table. There is a lot of pressure on all these gentlemen to try and make it. And once that pressure will be relieved, we can expect a little bit more aggressive plays here. Just a reminder, you are watching one of the 2 tables. The other 5 players are at the outer tables, and actually the biggest stacks are right over there. Arthur says, "What a play with the force." Well, I think this is the thing. Yeah, on one hand, you maybe want to go ahead and just fold the force if you're not willing to put in some bets post flop. But once you are on the flop, I understand it. It is a little bit suspicious that that flop was checked. The pre-flop raiser should be hitting it a reasonable amount of the time, and even if he does check it, then he can put in the delay c-bet with a high frequency. So I don't blame him. I think if this was yesterday when we had 80 players left, he might have bet the turn for protection. Potentially think about turning the hand into a bluff, but again, in this high pressure situation, you don't really want to be losing chips. And Jay goes for that c-bet, but Victor does have a gutter there. Of course, very disguised hand if he does actually hit it. Well, now he has a pair, and suddenly Victor is ahead. There was a very speculative call in the big blind, but we know how Victor likes to play. And look at this. Jake's not giving up. He's putting pressure on Victor, and Victor just lets it go. Very nice barrel there. Even though he hit that pair, he knows that even if Jake doesn't have anything, there's a good chance another bet might be coming. And this is the danger, guys. I know when you're used to be playing a lot of hands pre-flop, there is that problem. When you get to a situation like this one, 10 players left, one of the biggest pressures on you during a tournament, and you get to the flop with weak holdings, and then suddenly you realize, hey, well, I can't really risk any chips here. I don't want to risk chips at all. Suddenly you find yourself in spots where you probably should be just folding before the flop, because you don't have that space to maneuver post-flop. And even when you hit that pair on the turn and you still have the gut shot, you have to let it go. You might have just a fold before the flop. And Jake, let's take a look at him. He decided that, hey, I'm going to start putting on pressure. We had that turn barrel. Now he decides, hey, cut off, ace-8 off, good enough. Ronald in the chat again, long day, good luck. Thank you so much, Ronald. We have only 10 players at the start of the day, but we are relatively deep. 15 million is the average stack, with 400k in the big one and the ante. And look at this, Victor definitely had the option to re-raise. He could have easily gone all in, but that is not his style usually. So we are heading to the flop with Victor dominating Jake. Well, nobody hits anything, but Jake does have that pre-flop lead. He can keep telling the story of I have that ace-king, I have king-queen, king-jack, all those beautiful hands. But no, he does not decide to go for it. And it will be really difficult for him to go ahead and bluff, especially when Victor decides to go for 600k here. A small bet. Well, in Jake's shoes, he must be thinking, would really Victor be betting ace highs here? So he might think when the board pairs that my ace high is still good here. There we go. Little does he know, Victor is getting some value out of him. There's a check mark. We will likely see a check back from Jake as well. No real draws completed. There we go. And Victor, nice little value bet there on the turn. Gets a little bit of revenge against Jake. It should be 9, I believe.
I was thinking about raising.
Oh, he was thinking about raising, he says. Very interesting.
Raising would be okay. Raising would be okay. You call?
Put all in if you
Really?
It's my style. No.
Immediately. Insta-pass.
Mr. 2 with 6-5. And Fischer calling with the 4 deuce after we had that limp. So Victor is kind of breaking the meta game right here. He decides to be limping the buttons, and Kerr has had enough. He says that king queen off is a strong enough hand. And look at this, he actually folded, wow. Now M. Fischer, I don't think there's much he can do here. He's probably just trying to save face a bit. And here we go. So still we are waiting for that extra player to bust. Lazar Kostić, high to all. And Victor goes for that raise now. Mixing it up, 3.3 big blinds. That's a massive raise, by the way, especially for this stage of the tournament. Well, Karen, the small blind. He must be thinking, oh my god, I'm facing a 1.3 million raise. But I do have King Jack suited. He actually lets it go because of the big sizing. See, Victor has been limping. So it really looks like that Victor is only raising strong hands to a big size. And only we know now that that is not the case. So Victor has actually bamboozled Kerr here. And they are not onto him. And Fischer, he will posture a little bit and then let it go. And Jake, look at this. He says, I came to play, and he is all in with the King 6 off. Wow. Well, he knows that Kerr likes to play, that he's pretty loose. And Kerr, I think he can't do anything about this. Jake just went YOLO and it worked out. There we go. Jake takes it down. And Kerr, I take it he will open this time again. There we go. Raisy daisy for Kerr. Lazar Kostić says gamble, yep. Jake likes to gamble. Let's see if he will continue with that trend, with the Jack 10 off on the button. He does like to be aggressive though, rather than calling. And Victor folds, and there we go. Kerr chipping up a little bit, and of course, guys, this is very tense. Besides Jake that likes to gamble, we should be playing very, very tight as we try to get to that final table. Let's take a look at the chip count right here. So Kerr, 13 million, Victor Vegas, 11.9, M. Fisher, 9 mil, Mr. 2, 7.7, and Jake, 6.4 million and 16 big blinds. I can tell you that the big stacks are at the outer table. You will see them relatively shortly. Once we lose that one player. But besides Jake, who somehow, he's the short stack who should be waiting. He's the man who's putting on the aggressive moves. Nobody seems to be wanting to just bust. And Mr. 2, look at this. He's been waiting for this for a while, but ace queen offsuit obviously good enough. And Victor Vegas, oh my god. Victor doesn't care. ICM stands for ice cream machine in his eyes, most likely. This man came to play poker. And he calls Jack 8 offsuit in the small blind against Mr. 2. And somehow we are heading to the flop with ace queen against Jack 8 offsuit. Let's see if Victor Vegas can work his magic yet again. Well, looks like he can. Look at this. Absolutely speculative call before the flop from Victor, as we are used to from him, and he gets rewarded with that middle pair. And Mr. 2 has no reason to think that Victor would hit his board. So c-bet it is, and when you're betting the ace queens, you can consider betting some checks on the turn. 10 is not a great barreling card, unfortunately, for Mr. 2, because it kind of connects with what Victor can have, but let's see what transpires on the turn. A6, and that is a really bad card for Mr. 2 to barrel. I think that unless he's thinking, hey, Victor's calling so loose that he has a lot of hands that can fold, he should be just waving the white flag here, hoping to hit that river. There we go. There's that check, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see if he can hit the ace or queen. No, he cannot. And Victor, as we are used to from him, he likes those small bets, those block bets. He likes to bet when he has something. Never makes it easy on you. 900K is the price to see the river. The problem here is 5-6 has a pair now, 9-10 has a straight. You basically are hoping that Victor floated the hands like 10 jack offsuit. And you might be calling, and Victor's very much capable of betting some of those weaker pairs. So against other players, you might consider the hero call. I don't think we should be making it now. Oi, 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 oi. Victor, with his loose ranges and unpredictable plays, gets paid yet again. This man is dangerous.
Sorry, for now it's okay, but for me the time was out. The clock. Oh no.
Ah, okay.
And look at this man. Extremely unpredictable. Very, very tough to know what he is doing. But that's the thing. Even when he has a loose range, when you think about it, a lot of those hands that he can be betting, he likes to bet these weaker pairs. A lot of the draws that he can be floating on the flop, they actually should have some sort of a weak pair. So this is very, very dangerous to be making a call like this one. Re-raised Chili Dog, hello and welcome. You missed out a lot of carnage last night. We were all the way down to 10 players. And looks like we have some trouble with the clock. We want to make sure that the clock is fair to everybody, that it's working as it is intended. Michal, give us Rudy. Well, I can tell you, Michal, we have 10 players remaining. Top 9 make it to the final table. And if they are still at the outer tables, they should be doing well. Oh, re-raised Chili Dog, I did not miss anything. I watched this morning. Yeah, guys, by the way, yesterday, if you missed it, if you want to hear from one of the players that went extremely deep, Max Bruns was here for the last couple hours, last about 3 hours. We had him in the booth. So the top 20 finisher at this very tournament was giving us some info about the players that you can see here. He's been playing with us. So when we finish today and you want to be entertained and you missed out because we were going deep into the night until 3 a.m., you can rewatch yesterday's stream and you have the Dutch YouTuber Max Bruns who gave us his analysis and told us how it felt like to go in the top 20 of this massive 3,000 plus strong field. And we have G-Not in the Twitch chat as well. M. Fisher outflops Kerr, but both have a pair. You know, M. Fisher does not like to go nuts. He does not like to go crazy with hands like these. So Kerr does not have too many reasons to play back, especially in a tense situation like this one. He takes one down. The man that does look like Agent Smith from The Matrix. I think we can all agree. And by the way, guys, if you want to see the top 10, if you're not sure who the top 10 are, you can go to the Instagram of the King's Resort. We actually recorded a short clip with all of the top 10 players. You can see that now. So if you are wondering who is at the outer table, head to Instagram. Go to King's Resort Official and you will be able to see the faces of all the top 10 players. And only one of them has to bust for us to have that official final table, the official top 9 that will play for over 100,000 up top. Mr. 2 all in with the Ace King. Well, Victor Vegas, I mean, on the cutoff. In any other spot, you might think about it, but we just know that Mr. 2 is not loose here. This is very unlikely to be hands like deuces, even though we are 5-handed, so there we go. What are the payouts? You can use the command, exclamation point payouts for our beautiful bot, David. So you will see the complete payouts. And Jake, he obviously came to play, but I take it he will not be as crazy in this spot. And Mr. 2 takes it down. I don't think he will mind. There you go. There are the payouts, guys. All these 10 players, the ticket bubble bust yesterday. All of these players did get 3,000 worth of tickets. for the Kings Million European Poker Championship. We'll be here in fall. And if you want to see all of these players, make sure that you book your stay. Look at the dates, pick those tournaments, because every single one of these players, as long as they can make it in those dates, has tickets for 4 different tournaments during that festival. And you will be able to meet all your heroes, like Ginger Rudy. I know you guys from Poland are big fans. So if you want to see him, if you want to see him play for a lot of money, or you want to see him and play in those side events, make sure you go to the big Kings Million, where he is very likely to participate in. Truman Thriller, we need some high stakes poker with Leon and company. See, that's the thing. Actually, in poker now, there is a massive saturation of cash game streams. If you even look 5 years ago, right? 5 years ago, you could almost never see people playing for millions in cash games. So every time there would be a big cash game, there would be high stakes poker. Everybody was excited. Everyone wanted to see it. It had hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views on YouTube. Every single time these big cash games came around, it was worth it to put the production on because it was such a novel thing. But now, you know, with the big cash games, there is a certain thing as cash game fatigue. You have so many streams where people play for big money that it stopped being a big event actually. So I kind of agree with you that it would be nice to have maybe once per year, Truman Thriller, once per year, have a big cash game where we play 100, 200 and we show you those big guys. But you know, the problem is you have all these hustlers, you have all these cash games during those big series. That's even high stakes poker itself that has been remade again. It doesn't have the viewership that it used to have, nowhere near it.
26 millions, 20 millions. Definitely, yeah.
We're waiting for the big boys. We have a nice place here.
Listen, just one more all-in and not so big.
You heard it, guys. We're waiting for the big boys. Everybody's waiting for the outer table. So yeah, it's absolutely true. This table has the smaller stacks actually. The outer table has those big boys, has those people with a lot of chips. There's somebody with 40 million chips actually, and 37 million chips. Those are the guys that are at the outer tables. So yeah, I kind of understand where these guys are coming from. They just said, hey, none of us want to bust. We want to play tight. We want to wait for the big boys to put pressure on at the other table. So let's see if that strategy will work out for these guys. And by the way, if you go to Instagram, Ginger Rudy actually called himself Ginger Rudy. I couldn't believe it. He actually said it. I asked him his name and he said, I'm Ginger Rudy, but uh-oh, look at this. Mr. 2 somehow has ace king yet again. He goes all in, no messing around. And he's going all in right now. And for Jake, this is close to impossible to get away from. Oh my goodness, Jake has been very, very loose here. Ace-Jack with 9.9 big blinds remaining. He did free bet. He will still be alive. There are the big stacks behind him. He's been very aggressive. Well, Kerr will let this go. There's no universe where he should be stacking off. And this will be a very tough fold to make for Jake. Can he actually make it? We are at the final table bubble, ladies and gents. The odds are great. Mr. 2 should not be jamming here. Very light. He doesn't have too many chips here to go nuts. If this was any other time during a tournament, it might be different, but this is such a pain for Jake. What is he going to do? I cannot tell you what is right here, guys. Honestly, we are on the final table bubble. This happens once in a lifetime that you are in this situation when someone called 4 bets against you and you don't have too many chips and there's 10 left out of 3,000 people. There's no even point of studying this spot. And yeah, There we go. He actually makes that call here with the ace-jack. He felt like he was committed. He was hoping that he's running into 10s, 9s. Or ace-5 suited, for example. Whether Mr. 2 would have them is a big question. But Mr. 2 is a big favorite to double up here. And Jake would be all but eliminated with only 1 million remaining if he loses this. Can we get that jack on the flop turn or the river for Jake? It's an ace. Can it be a jack as well? No, it cannot so far. There are some backdoor gutters that we can hit here. It is a 9. A jack and a jack only will send us to the final table and eliminate Mr. 2. It's not meant to be. Mr. 2 doubles up through Jake, and Jake is only left with 1 million chips. It tells you a lot about how many entries we've had today and over the last about 10 days. When 1 million is only 2.5 big blinds, but this is a sad time for Jake. I cannot tell you if the call was correct. You will find yourself in a situation like this probably once or twice in your poker career. Now we want to make sure the chips are correct. David says too many drama queens in poker, covering their mouth, stalling. Victor Vegas makes watching poker more fun. No nonsense. Yeah, obviously. You want to see a mix of characters, and take a look at this. Jake, 1 million, roughly 3 big blinds actually, the overlay tells us. Well, it is 2.5 unfortunately for him. 400k is the big. And Victor Vegas is still up there. But guys, these are not the big boys, as the chat correctly said. Valentin Dumitra is the big man with over 40 million chips. Kaizen has 37 million on the outer table. So these two guys are the big chip leaders. We do not see them, but we have to just lose one player and you will see that final table. And Jake, unfortunately for him, is the favorite to be the odd man out. Well, the 10th player, I don't think the 10th player has to be too unhappy. They already locked up that all-important 3K package. They will be coming back here to King's Resort for the King's Million European Poker Championship. I will be there, by the way. Definitely for the last 2 days. I might show up for more as well. So all these guys that you see here, in all likelihood, you will be seeing them at King's Million. So if you enjoyed the show, even if these guys bust, and you want to see them, you want to play against them, you want to say, hey, thank you for the show, all you have to do is book your stay, look at the dates, pick the tournaments, try to play the same ones that are in the package that these guys are getting, and you will be able to say hello and potentially play against them. And Jake, oh my goodness, this is very unlucky on the cutoff with Jack 9 suited. He says, hey, it's go time. And now the vultures are swarming around Jake. Look at this. They very much realize that, hey, this is the final table bubble. It's not collusion, but it's not playing against each other either. In a lot of those situations where you want to ladder up, you want to get to that final table, you will see these guys just calling and try to basically gang up on Jake. Oi, 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 oi. This seems almost unfair. Everybody is in. Now the question, Care, what he wants to do. He can actually shove here and try to pick up the dead money, or he can just call. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, he's doing it. Everybody wants to get to that final table. And it's 3 against 1. This is not a fair fight, but all of these guys, they know what they want to do. The only reason why we are in this spot is everybody wants to get rid of Jake. They want to head to that break and go to that all-important final table. Come on, Jake. I'm going to be biased here. I want Jake to catch up. Yes, there we go. It's a flush draw, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? The man who can more than quadruple up is up against 3 players who were ganging up on him. But now he has a really good chance of staying right in the action. It's a king on the turn. Mr. 2 hits that king, so less outs for Jake, but he still does have that flush draw. And these vultures that are swarming all over his stack, can they be punished? And it is an all-in, guys. Can Jake pull a miracle? Can he hit that flush on the river, or are we heading into that final table of the EPF 1 million guaranteed main event? Can he hit that hard? Go on, Jake. I'm going to be biased here. You have to root for the underdog, for the guy that everybody was trying to knock out. Can he get there on the river, or is this it for Jake? Only one card between us and the final table. Is this the heart? No, it is not. The team of vultures has taken out Jake, who is the odd man out. He does have that important package, though. If you want to see him, come to King's Million. But now we have ourselves a break, and we will be heading to that final table. And this is not very indicative. I can tell you guys, the two big boys, the two big stacks, will be joining us from the outer table. And they are the big favorites to take it down. Mr. 2 and Victor Vegas still in the game. I'll see you in about 15 minutes for the thrilling conclusion and the top 9 of the EPF 1 million guaranteed main event. Don't go anywhere. This is just getting started.
Hey man, this is like such a good disguise.
But imagine when I'll be 40, I will look still like 25 or 30.
You are like that guy who is like doing this longevity.
Oh yeah, I saw those videos, yeah.
You are his son?
No.
I think he's talking about Brian Johnson, the entrepreneur.
not yet.
Of course.
Banich in the hijack here. Jack 10 off, lets it go.
Second hand of the day. Embarrassment
Vlad,
departure.
ace 6 off, sooner than cutoff.
Embarrassment exit. Departure. But it's better to have it quickly without the
Probably still want to let this one go or jam. It's 10 big blinds, basically. 10, 11 big blinds. Does let it go. Karoo on the bottom with 9 deuce off. It's not Glitzendorfer, so we won't be playing this one. Ace King suited for Pristina.
Two things, floorman, WSOP rule 74-6. Not possible to cover the face. Daniel Negreanu approves. Right, Daniel?
Somewhere Daniel Negreanu is
Not
surely
like
watching
that.
this.
Very
You know?
ambitious call.
Oh, yeah.
This is like, I call this very ambitious call. I think if I go all in, he would fold. My opinion.
All right. Both players having hearts.
Blind versus blind action. Cabral versus
Dead
Vlad.
hand. With a dead hand. Dead
5,
man hand.
king, 8. Top pair for Pustina. Cabral, middle, I mean, bottom pair, sorry.
It's early. It's okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
We'll be fine.
Sorry, it's still warming up the tongues. Second hand of the day. Option on Blas.
Yeah, I imagine Vlas just bets like 1 to 1.5 big blinds here.
Is it allowed?
50k. Is it allowed?
I think it's too much.
Where's Martin going?
Nobody
Where is the
knows.
floor? We have floor here somewhere. Can you call the floor, please?
It's here, look.
Can you call the floor? Please. Can you call the floor, man? I'm asking you. Please call the floor, man. I'm asking you. Mister, you understand English?
We will call floor, we are in the middle of the camp.
Yeah, it's important. Please call the floor.
Floor man.
Thank you.
Oh, 5 on the turn. Wow.
To more vocal and do that.
Here we go.
Turns the
Is it
5,
possible that
trips
he
for
covers the
Cabral.
whole match with
Flash.
face and,
Top, top.
Top,
I
top.
think it's too much.
And so it begins.
I don't know. I don't recognize him. I don't recognize him. But thank you for your service, sir. Awesome. Alex, what are you drinking? Oh, very surprising. What are you drinking? Alex, show me.
Protein shake.
Huh?
Protein shake.
It's not good, man. It's not good. Is my time already?
Martin's probably going to go for a bet here, around 150.
Don't pressure me. 225.
Oh, he goes big. He goes over pot.
And just stares at Vlass.
Do I need to put it? I think it's for nothing.
Oh my
For little
gosh.
tank fold.
Martin hoping he got the quick fold there so he didn't have to move his chips.
One little tank
I don't think he was hoping for a fold.
I hope I'm not giving any tells. I hope I'm not giving up any tells. One little tank fold in the forest.
Vlass is going to find himself in a world of pain here.
Not like that! Houston, we have a problem. Sit
Houston, we
open,
have a
TV
problem
tables,
indeed.
Position
670 in the pot.
One out. That's not it. Oh boy, Bobby.
That's too much of a safe card as well. Wow, look,
670k in the middle.
Vlass is playing this hand very well though. He's letting Martin bluff, but the thing is,
Martin's not bluffing.
Martin's not bluffing.
One last chance. If you put the glasses and
What's the size and care from Cabral?
Probably I check. 3, 2, 1.
850. Over bet for sure.
Wow, what a poker face. He's not even smiling. I would even smile in that position when I see Alex, 17-year-old kid. 760.
Bet is 700.
Oh, 760. Big bet.
Not like that!
Insta-call.
Casino! Royale!
Show now, please.
Oh, poor
Can he
Vlass.
show the hand, please?
Cabral up to just
Please.
around 6 million in chips
Martin,
now.
the hand.
What a start.
He has to show.
2 for 2.
Indeed.
I need to
9-6 of diamonds for good.
Get
Lay
the
it
lead
down.
a bit more.
Action on Asham with the ace-queen offsuit.
Okay. First we bust last time, then we can play.
Okay.
Asham's going to open up here for sure.
And does. 80k now. Shoko passes, as will Banich. Vlad gonna fold as well. Off to Carew. 8-3 offsuit.
That hand's a lot more complicated than you think, chat. Trust me.
Lets it go.
Player profiles.
But
Lasta gonna fold.
King Queen.
Last act in the big blind. Martin Cabral, King Queen offsuit. 40k to call.
You don't know?
Something like that.
9 behind, yeah?
1.
5 seconds.
He's just going to call.
Makes the call. Heads up to the flop we go.
Heads up.
8-6-10. 2 spades.
This will be more of a case of who dares wins because Cabral is very likely to check.
Mm.
Might go for some small leads. Does check. The one finger side of the table check. Did you see his check?
It did.
But because of his stack being so big, the dealer was like looking around like, did you check? Goes check, check. Well, this is a spicy turn card because Ashhelm now has the nut flush draw and Cabral has the queen high flush draw.
H check.
Check from Cabral. I think Ashhelm has to start putting some money in now.
Checks back.
What if it comes spade? It's going to be scary. Oh, it comes the king of spades. That means Martin has the second nuts and Ashhelm has the nuts. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Oh dear. Indeed.
Oh, dear, indeed, yeah. Wow. There goes a bet from Cabral. $295, I believe. Yes.
This is going to be a wild spot. He's just going to be all in, right? He only has 9-10 behind. It's going to be a big pot. Oh, just going to raise.
I know.
Like 745 maybe? 775?
How much?
Oh.
715?
750K now. 420 to call from Martin.
715 is very close. Whew.
1.2 million in the middle already.
Bluff? Le bluff?
Not le bluff at all, Martin.
Call.
It does call.
Does call.
Hard to fold the second nuts, to be honest.
7?
Not the full double up, but close to it for Ashhelm. 1.84 for him. Cabral's still at 5.6 million, essentially.
Very nice
Yeah.
bluff.
Back to the action. Lule Hu. Queen 6 off, under the gun. Out of there. Bastian Galitzendorfer with ace king. Going for the 110 open. Good with jack 5 off. No good. De Persio. I wasn't even trying. De Persio with ace 5 off. Let's it go. Ace 7 off of Pedroso on the button. Maybe he's played a little bit with Galitzendorfer throughout this tournament. I'm not sure. Should pitch though. I don't really want to play this hand. Just want to fold.
Does let it go.
Yeah. Yartnan in the small blind with Doyle. Oh, and Yuhan Wang
Oh, wow.
in the big blind with pocket queens. And these guys are pretty deep. Over 50 big blinds deep. $400 from Wang from the big blind versus +1. Range is super tight here. Might just make it 1 million. You're gonna use a time bank first. $950 or 1 million?
El Clasico incoming.
Here it comes. 910?
1,010,000.
Ah, 1,010,000. Yeah.
Our first 4 bet of the day.
Yeah, this isn't a particularly great spot for Wang, though. When +1 opens and you 3-bet from the big blind, he's just going to go for it.
He's going for it all in, and this is going to be
cannoli. This is a big
back
one.
to Glitzendorfer, 1.625 million to call.
Okay.
He does only have 1.76 million.
I understand that Glitzendorfer is asking for a count, but I'll be honest with you. Once you
Doesn't matter. You have
once
to call,
you 4-bet this
correct.
spot, you aren't folding.
Yeah,
You are praying that they have queens.
correct.
Look at Lule Hu's face.
One more. I have 110. Sorry.
Sorry. So 30.
How much?
2.635.
Well, the time bank's going to get used now for sure. This is a monster
Approved.
pot.
Approved.
APK, this is going to be over 100 big blind pot. This is going to be one of the most crucial pots of the tournament with 28 players remaining. I understand Glitzendorfer is having some reservations about this spot, but you should not 4-bet if you ain't calling the 5-bet, mate, you know?
Keep in mind, through 2 other aces were folded.
He doesn't know that.
No, but we do.
This would be a wild fold. Like, it would actually just be like a super minus EV fold, for sure. Even like ICM-wise.
Look at Lule Hu.
He is laughing. Look at him. Love Lule, he's the best.
There he
Here
goes.
Yeah. Massive, massive
El
flip.
Clasico incoming. Queens versus Ace King. Lule Hu enjoying he's just sitting back enjoying it. But Yuhan Wang all in and at risk of being eliminated in 28th place unless his queens can hold.
I feel like Lule's going to go and sit on the rail and watch this one.
Look. 5.3 million chips in the middle. Ooh,
No way.
10-7 ace. Only
Don't
one
celebrate too early, Glitzendorfer.
only one queen in the deck now. Deuce
on the
of
turn.
spades.
Surely Wang cannot hit another one outer. Oh, I mean, I
Close.
saw it was red as well. So, wow, Yuhan Wang has been eliminated in 28th place. That is so crazy.
That was the last ace in the deck as well, but wouldn't have even mattered. You hit the king on the river as well.
Yeah, that is honestly so crazy because it's such a big flip. Pudin passes 6-3 off. Jonas Lauk in the cutoff with ace queen off. Opens up to 200k. Karlik in the small blind. Queen 10 off. Oh, Speranzoni in the big blind with pocket kings. Jonas Lau, this is the first hand, APK. It's the
Yeah.
first hand back.
I know that.
No, I'm just saying, look at the fireworks in the first hand back.
It's a great way to start the half.
Yeah. Speranzoni is all in for 23 big blinds. Jonas Lau is going to have a think about this. It's not a snap call. Cut-off versus big blind ranges are going to be wider.
How many blinks do you think he's going to have? Thinking how many blinks?
I think he'll use at least one time bank.
Okay.
2.5.
The location in Cyprus for the next event, that is going to be at the Merit. The Merit Royal Diamond.
That's right.
Yeah, and we will be there from the 14th to the 21st, myself and APK.
That's right, at the Diamond Club.
We'll be there for the whole thing. Yeah, ace queen spot is definitely not an easy spot, to be honest with you. It's actually quite a large proportion of Jonas Lauk's stack.
Just under half.
Yeah.
So here we go. Kings.
Well,
I was going to say Kings all in and at risk, but not quite so much at risk.
yeah, it's really
Flopping top set.
Oh,
Okay. Maybe at risk. 3 outs.
oh my God, are you serious?
Lucky boy indeed.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Speranzoni eliminated with pocket kings. Flop top set. Jonas Laukvo's runner.
It's time for the final table of the European Poker Festival 1 million guaranteed main event, powered by Dutch Classics. This is what we have been waiting for over the past nearly 10 days. And we have our final 9 players. I told you the big boys were at the outer table. Let's see what happened. Actually, Valentin Dumitra, absolute domination. He did not come in to the final day with this many chips. I'm not sure what happened at the outer table, but he is now the chip leader with 41 million chips, not 1,000 million chips, 103 big blinds. Kaizen right behind him, who had the most chips at the start of the day. We have Mr. 2, Victor Vega, Stefan Dilker, Marcin Matula is there as well, a.k.a. Rudy with 9.3 million, M. Fisher and Joram Simon. Nobody is a clear short stack. Everyone has at least 19 big blinds. And take a look at the payouts, 100,000 euro and 600 up top. And everybody already has in their pocket that ticket package for the Kings Million, the most important one. So 100k up top, 9k already in the bag, and that ticket package. So even if you bust right now, you will not be going home empty-handed. You will be coming back to the Kings Resort, but I can't wait to get started. Andrei says Dumitra is the big boss. I have no idea what happened. Dumitra did not have the most chips at the start of the day. Obviously, throughout the first 17 hands, something must have happened where Dumitra decided, I'm going to run over everybody, and he is the chip leader. Rudy still in there. We have a lot of Rudy fans in the chat, and Twitch chat is in here as well. Let me know, guys, who do you want to win? Who deserves it? Is it the Polish Ginger Demon, as he calls himself? Is it Victor Vegas, who's been putting up a hell of a show for us? Or will it be the Romanian with the chip lead? And Marcin decides to open it up in the cutoff. Uh-oh, M. Fisher, ace-king. This could spell disaster for Marcin. If they get it in, and M. Fisher manages to catch the ace or the king, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have that time bank. Nobody wants to be the first man out at the final table. But in M. Fisher's shoes, I think there's only one way to go, and that is to put more chips in the middle. There we go. There is that all-in. And Marcin, what are you going to do in the cutoff? That is a big chunk from your stack if you actually lose this. You want to risk so many chips. Look at this. He knows this will be a tough decision. Ginger Rudy, as he calls himself, with all those chips right there. He lost a lot of chips today. I can tell you that he came into the day with more chips than he has right now. And he lets it go. No flipping for him. And M. Fisher, he will be very, very, very happy. This is exactly what you want to happen a decent amount of the time with ace-king. You don't want to flip. You want to take it down. Blocking those aces, blocking those kings. Having decent equity against everything else. And a lot of the power of the hand comes from making other players fold. And he makes a better hand fold right now. Thing B, Belgium, there we go. We have one Belgian fan in the chat. And Valentin, you can see that total live earnings, 99k. So he would more than double his live intake if he actually wins this tournament. Now he is the favorite with the big chip lead. He has been dominating the outer table. We did not see what happened there, but something must have happened. Because this Romanian phenom took a lot of chips from everybody, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Mr. 2 here with the pocket rockets and a lot of chips to play with. Can he get some action? We have a lot of Polish fans in the chat. I can't believe it. Belgian open raising. And Stefan, the last Dutch hope. Let's it go here. Mr. 2, unfortunately for him, he does not get any action with those American Airlines. Rirish Chili Dog says 7 deuce. It wasn't 7 deuce, it was aces, okay? No disinformation. Alex Boss Bass says rooting for my Dutchie. Obviously it's European Poker Festival, but Mr. Pokerize himself is running this series alongside with King's Resort. It is powered by Dutch Classics, so obviously a lot of Dutch players have been here. The second player was Max, who busted in 20th place. We had him in the booth for quite a long time at the end of the day yesterday, and we have only one Dutch player remaining. Pan Láska says Polska Górą. Iolu says ace-5 suited folded 43 big blinds. Wow, how did he make the final table? Hey, listen. There were 3,141 entries, okay? I know we are playing for life-changing money. For vast majority of people, this is way more than a yearly salary, in Europe at least, especially in these countries, to win 103K and 600 technically, including the package. But guys, this tournament started with 299 euro, all right? The probability that you will have only pros at the final table is close to 0. So when you see plays that are not solver approved, that those nerds that sit in a basement for 16 hours per day and grind and study poker, they would never do, you will see those plays, all right, that are very out of line, that you might be surprised by. And it's not surprising at all, because vast majority of these players, vast majority of the 3,000 plus entries came to King's Resort to have a great time, to play some poker, and it's always a bonus when you make it this incredibly deep, let me tell you. And Kerr is raising, wow. With that diamond draw. Kaizen. The one's chip leader today. Now second in chips. He has a lot to play with. He does have that gut shot. He does have the backdoor diamond draw as well. But he gives Kerr credit. There we go. Kerr continues with his aggression. The Swedish prodigy keeps putting on the pressure. We have seen some insane bluffs from Kerr yesterday. If you missed it, it was late, I know, but Kerr actually went ahead and donked shaft all in on the river with a missed flush draw on a paired board. This man can be completely crazy. And time again, he shows us that he can bluff the other players with ease if he wants to. Romanian. I'm not sure what that means. Try to stick to English so I can understand. I also was saying in Twitch chat, what a flop. And of course, is that Romanian or Belgium? Am I getting it wrong, guys, here? No, Valentin is from Romania, okay, and Mr. 2 is from Belgium. We are getting it correctly. Don't try to mess with my head. You know, the flags are it's very tough. A lot of flags tend to be similar, and we swap a lot of players. And I have made one big mistake that almost started an international conflict. We actually had one player from Tunisia, right? So we have a player from Tunisia. Oh, look at this. Hold that thought. Joram went for the free bet with ace-9 offsuit. We have been seeing that yesterday quite a bit, those big blind free bets with these offsuit aces. But I don't think this time it will be successful. M. Fisher with the jacks now. On the cutoff with 21 bigs. We are at the final table now. We already have that package in our pocket. ICM pressure is lower with every bust out. Lower and lower. I don't think he should be letting this go. There we go. There is that all in. Kara will have to let it go, and Joram does get punished. For trying to be cute, trying to be aggressive. And he has to let it go. And M. Fisher, nice, fearless with the jacks. The hand nobody wants to play. But in tournament poker, when we are as shallow as this, it is a very strong hand. And M. Fisher showed us he has no fear. Pan Laska says, even year of Romania. Yeah, guys, I want to make it clear. The Romanians, there is a gang of Romanians here in Rozvadov. They know each other. A lot of them are young players. They have some young veterans among them. And they are one of the most skilled groups that operate at King's Resort. And in the last roughly a year or so, they have been absolutely dominating. Almost every single final table has at least one Romanian. We had the Pirates Poker Treasure that was won after a deal, but he took it down by a Romanian. It's really the year of Romania, and right now the Romanians are actually favorites to take down yet another tournament. But the Polish fans are saying, hey, I get it. It's year of Romania, but nobody can stop the Ginger Demon from Poland, Ginger Rudy, the fun favorite. The chat says that he'll be the one who will not allow Romania to keep their domination. Oh, take a look at this. Wow, Joram with that very, very tricky limp. And Mr. 2, he has a very big stack. The reason why we limped here is because Mr. 2 from Belgium, he has a lot of ammunition and he can try to put on the pressure. And oh my goodness, Joram's trap is working out. I take it we will go for the check shove, or are we going to continue this ruse, this big trap with the absolute monster, with the cowboys? Blind against blind, it's super tough to have strong hands. But the problem is with the kings, you don't want that ace to roll off when you just limp and a call. There we go, there is that re-raise. We are leaving a few chips behind. Unfortunately for him, Mr. 2 was putting on the pressure against the shorter stack with his 15 plus million, and Joram picks up a nice spot after deciding to trap those kings blind against blind. David says group. Yes, of course I am exaggerating. They're a bunch of friends, and the thing is about the Romanian guys here, they are all very, very friendly. You know, a lot of the times when you have a lot of grinders, regulars, they just put on the headphones, never talk to anybody. But the Romanian players, they are some of the nicest regulars here at King's Resort. They talk to people. Very few of them are wearing sunglasses and hoodies. So yeah, of course, I am exaggerating. They are very, very friendly, and we love to have them here in Rozvadov. So no offense intended by saying Romanian gang. I say that in terms of poker skill, but they are one of the nicest groups. And by the way, guys, if you ever get into a position that you are a professional, and unless you are playing with 100K plus buy-ins, this is exactly how you want to be. Realize that, hey, you're playing against a lot of players that came here to King's Resort to have a great time, to have a great week, enjoy the weekend. We are even adding a couple paddle courses, so it's really going to be a resort you can spend a lot of time in. And the Romanian players, they understand that they have to be nice to everybody. They come here to grind, but they come here to also to help the others to have a great time. And that's exactly how it should be, I think. And what is this? We have another pair of jacks here, this time in Mr. Two's shoes. Lucky for him, he's against a player who doesn't like to fold. Victor Vegas, very unlikely to just let go of ace deuce. He has not been free betting much, so... Wow, look at this! Victor, somehow, did he read something into Mr. Two's body language? Ace deuce should never be a fold in theory in the big blind, but maybe he saw something we didn't. Letting go of ace deuce against the jacks. Did he really read something in Mr. Two's eyes? Something in his hands? Did he somehow get that that was a monster? Or was it just random fold that he didn't want to call against the big raise? But wow, this is very strange. And you do have to be careful, guys. These players have been playing each other for hours and hours and hours. We had about 14 hours yesterday of action. They've been playing for ages as well. We had super, super long levels. 70-minute levels in days 1A and B. That's a lot of playtime. So if these players were at the same table, they are very likely to have a good idea of how the other guys play. So that fold with the ace deuce, maybe he realized that there was something in the body language of his opponent. Hypex says, just call it. Check and then let the big blind continue to bluff or hit a 9 and commit to the pot. Yeah, I think it makes sense if you go ahead and trap the kings. The problem is that you just don't want the ace to roll off. That's the problem. You don't want the ace to roll off when you have such a strong hand and you're already bluffed. Or already trapped your opponent. That's the main thought process that people take. And take a look at this, what's going on here. So Valentin is open raising. Kerr actually decided that with ace-10 off, which is not the best hand to be just calling in the hijack, decided to call, which allows Victor Vegas to come along with 5-3 offsuit in the small blind and Marcin suddenly with the ace-10. I think he has a very, very nice all-in here. Marcin, Ginger Rudy as he called himself, can he find that squeeze? Looks like he can. Wow, absolute clinic. I am in love with this. Even though he's behind, Valentin does not have the easiest spot right now. There was a race, 2 callers, and he goes all in right now. And no, the Polish players don't like to see it. I actually like this. I must say, the big stack opens, he should be pretty loose. When Marcin goes all in, he will pick up a lot of potential dead money. Now the question is, will Valentin punish him with the ace-queen of diamonds? Will he try to knock Marcin out of the tournament? Will he be our first casualty? And the thing is, oh my god, he's folding! He actually folded. He did not expect all these players to call these garbage hands, but because Kerr started this massive chain reaction, Kerr with the ace-10 offsuit, he did not decide to free bet or fold. He decided to go ahead and just call like this. He started a chain of events that led all the way to ace-queen of diamonds somehow folding. And the Polish ginger demon, Marcin Macula, a.k.a. Rudy, made a monster, almost a monster to fold right now. Wow. I told you, I loved it. I was in love with that. It didn't seem like it at first glance, but really, the man who sealed the deal for the chip leader is this guy, Kerr. You just never expect 9 left. The ICM pressure is still there. Every single player busts. It gets lower, lower and lower. And oh my god, Kerr actually decides to call. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. We just saw ace-queen of diamonds fold and ace-10 offsuit. Call it against the ace-10 of clubs. And somehow we are here with exactly the same hand, but Marcin has an upgrade. He's got those 2 clubs. Wow, crazy, crazy, crazy. So Dimitra, he must be kicking himself, of course. Well, there is that backdoor clubs. Backdoor clubs here for Marcin. Can we hit that club on the turn, or will we simply chop this spot? Oh, it's the nuts, finally! Congratulations to Poland and Sweden. Both of these players have the nuts. But they actually chop it. Yeah, of course, you don't expect hands like these to be here. You don't expect 5-3 offsuit to go ahead and call in the small blind. Ace-10 off to call in the small blind. In a hand like, you know, in the hijack, I mean, that's a very loose call there. You always expect hands like Ace-10 to free bet or fold. So our Romanian chip leader is scratching his head now. He's wondering what the hell just happened. Well, in the end, guys, in the end, both of those ace-10s would have taken down the ace-queen and they would win against it. But you still are not happy. But look at it. Look at his face. He's just puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Aolu says, excellent shove. Yeah, I love the shove. I love the shove. Great play, Rudy. I like the call with the ace-10 offsuit. I mean, yeah, they have been playing together for a long time, Karen and Rudy. Yesterday, during a couple sessions, so he understood that the game can be as loose. But the funny thing is, the chip leader, he has not played with them as much. Only today, basically, I believe. There we go. Kaizen, still 90 big blinds. That is a lot of chips. One of the two big stacks. David says ace-queen was not a good fold, however, it was a lucky one. Yeah, that's the thing. You think, oh, I made a mistake and I could have been against ace-10 and knock out two players, potentially, if the ace-10 would call anyway. But then the poker gods, they make you realize that, hey, we actually wanted you to lose. I do think with ace-queen, ace-jack, you might consider ace-queen probably you might have to go with. Because when you have such a big stack, everybody will expect you to be really, really loose, as you should be, right? At the final table like this, he can open his range really, really wide. He can open raise hands like ace-6 offsuit from that position. So I don't think Rudy expected him to fold ace-queen suited. It's not designed to do that squeeze. And now Valentin, another ace-queen. Let's see if he will play it more aggressively this time. There we go. There's that free bet. 12 million. That's a lot. It's basically an all-in, yeah. More or less an all-in. And Kerr, yet again with ace-10, he called it off last time. Against the smaller stack. Does he want to fight against Valentin yet again? No, he does not. Valentin takes it down. Antur Kashevic. Yeah, the ace-10 was a speculative call. That's the thing, guys. These guys have played each other for a long time. I don't think Valentin has. I don't think Valentin played too many hands with these guys. Maybe he doesn't know how loose these players are. But yeah, that's the thing. You never expect the ace-10 to just call pre-flop to your ace. When you are at the final table, you just start it. You never expect 5-3 offsuit to call, right? So he misread the strength of the ranges of the other players, who in theory should have been much tighter. But still, I think when you have so many chips, you just get so many chips, right? And the shove wasn't massive or anything. I think with the ace-queen, you might actually have a call here. Okay, Stefan. The last Dutch hope remaining. European Poker Festival is powered by Dutch Classics. Maciej, ace-queen good fold, he would lose. That's the thing. Do you believe in strategy or do you believe in fate? That's the question. And, oh my God, what is going on here? We have strong hand after strong hand after strong hand. Victor Vegas likes to bump it up to a big amount when he has the queens. Now he goes to 1.8 million. That is a lot of chips. 4.5 big blinds with the queens. Victor does this time and time again, and it will basically price out everybody. Well, Kaizen might be one of those guys that might consider calling here. Nope, he calls. He folds actually. There we go. And Victor. At some point, Victor, you have to realize that the guys kind of know that you're really strong when you open to four bigs plus. Surely, at some point, he will actually realize that. Yeah, I think ace-10 suited in that position, if you look at theory, it probably is a good squeeze. But it's just an excellent squeeze when you know who your opponents are. You know Victor Vegas loves to call a lot looser than the other players. And you know Kerr also likes to be a little bit looser than the charts, than the robots. So once you know that the chip leader should be open raising very wide, and you have two players that are looser than quote-unquote optimal, the ace-10 of clubs. I told you, I love the shove, even though he was dominated. I always, how did these be? Okay, so I'm going to talk about Victor Vegas. So Victor Vegas goes ahead, open raises to 4.8 big blinds with queens. Now he min raises with 6-5 of clubs. The thing is, he is extremely unpredictable. He will do this, and then he will limp hands like ace-jack. So the way he made the final table is that the other players, they just couldn't read him. They couldn't. He mixes it so much, he plays so chaotically that none of the players has figured him out. Valentin, there we go. And that's the problem. I'm a little bit worried for Victor, because when he mixes in the different race sizes, now is the final table. This is the end of the tournament, right? And these players all have been playing with him decent amount of the time. So now when you open race big and then you open race small, the more time passes, the more they see you play, the more likely they are to realize that, hey, if I raise smaller, I have actually weaker hands. But the reason why Victor is at the final table, they could not figure him out yesterday. Let me tell you, people bluffed against him. He picked it off. He value bet really thinly with medium hands, and everyone paid him off. That's how he's at the final table. But now, Valentin, it looks like with that free bet, ace-10 off, obviously a fine free betting hand, might have found a way to figure him out. There we go. Well, Victor Vegas does have some backdoors here. Valentin going out flopped, and yeah, he folds. Yeah, and this is the thing. I spoke to a lot of high stakes players. You heard Phil Ivey say it. Mario Mosbok told me this. If you are not a professional, if you think you are absolutely outclassed, right? If you are against really strong players that can hand read, especially that have studied a lot of solvers, they studied a lot of charts. They, for example, they're friends from Romania that are very likely studying players that understand the game. You should not play straightforward. If you feel like you are an amateur and you don't study poker much, don't make it too easy on your opponents. And that's exactly why Victor Vegas is at the final table. He plays so chaotically, you can never tell what he's actually doing, and they couldn't see through him. And he got a lot of chips in a lot of pots where the other players just couldn't figure out what the hell he's doing and what he's up to. And he got paid off when he shouldn't. He made some bluff catches against bluffs that were absolutely crazy against him. And that's just what happens. With hindsight, we all expect. Yeah, exactly. Florian, you can't think about, I don't think that he was expecting ace queen of diamonds to fold. You don't expect ace queen of diamonds to fold there, but the big chip leader should have a lot of hands that are folding, right? So when you go ahead and you go all in and squeeze with ace-10 of clubs, you don't mind if an ace queen of diamonds actually calls you. Even if it does, it's not a mistake to go ahead and go all in with a hand like that, you know. Vluga says, come on, Stefan Dill. David says, Victor may need his brake checked. The nerves are beginning to play for the more amateur players. Yeah, of course, there are nerves as well, guys. You have to realize that when you are away from the feature table, we had our guest. We had a guest yesterday. If you missed the stream for the last 3 hours, we had Max Bruns, who finished 20th in this tournament, and he pointed out a really good thing. When you don't play on the stream table, you maybe play completely differently than when you have these lights, when you have all these obviously professionals in the chat, right? I take it all of you guys are high-stakes players. David, iExpress, Iolus, all you guys are very good, right? As all chat pros are. So when you get under the lights and you are at the final table, it's a lot of nerves, you know. You have these bright lights, you have hundreds of people watching you, thousands will be watching in the replay. So yeah, a lot of guys start making mistakes that you wouldn't expect. Oh, Fainby, okay. So actually, guys, breaking news, this just in. On Twitch chat, it was confirmed now that everybody in the chat is a Triton player. Okay, well, I am really honored. All of you guys in the chat are Triton players. Fainby just confirmed. That makes the King's Resort stream chat the most skilled anywhere. Romain says, go, Nicolas. Guardino. Yoram under the gun. Well, he's got 12 big blinds for him. The name of the game is try to go all in. Try to double up. Marcin. Folding right here. Stacks for Freedom says easy table for Dumitra. Payouts, please. You can actually use the command if you guys want to see the payouts. There's two ways how to do it. You can use the command payouts. Or you can go to the King's Resort app, download it. As long as you've been to King's Resort or King's Casino in Prague at least once, you will be able to see it. But here we go. We are playing for 100,000 and 600 euro up top. All of these players already have locked themselves 3,000 euros worth of King's Million European Poker Championship tickets. And by the way, guys, this is the beauty of this. We used to have the World Series of Poker Europe, the 10K package up top, but now we are playing for that 3K, 4 different tickets. So if you want to see these players, come to the King's Million, the big one, and you will be able to play against them. Oh, take a look at this Valentin with the Kings, with those Cowboys. The biggest stack up against the second biggest stack, who lets it go with King 9. Valentin Dumitra, I am not sure what happened. In only 17 hands, he went from second or third in the chips. He went to the chip leader, and pretty big one. So obviously today is his day. We have not seen any of those big hands that he's won, but he has been crushing on the outer table before we joined everybody here in the final 9. Kasper says, fingers crossed for Rudy. Greetings for Kasper the writer. Hello, Kasper the writer. And Yoram makes that call with 6-9. 6-9 in the big blind. 9.1 bigs only remaining. Only 4.5 million. Can he actually hit? Oi, oi, oi. He does hit, but it is a middle pair. And Valentin has the top set. Now in Valentin's shoes, you want to bet small here. You want to give your opponent the chance to, for example, go all in with a 1 spade hand. But for Yoram, this is actually a tough spot. You might find a fold here because on any spade you have to let it go. You cannot really stand up too much aggression. But he decides, hey, I want to see the turn. I want to see a blank turn. Potentially continue there. Little does he know, Valentin is also hoping for that. Well, there is the blank. You see the 100% for Dumitra. The chip leader is about to get richer. Only question is, by how much? Out for Yoram. This is UTG plus 3. I think it's possible to find a fold here, but let's see what he does. There we go. He lets it go, and Valentin, I think he got the max as much as he could get. You don't really want to check on the turn. There's so many pair plus draws, pair plus flush draw hands that can actually call you here. That the kings are not a slow play, and the rich get richer here in Rozvadov. Belast says, I think the first and maybe second time you get on TV table, you have a little bit of nerves, but after that it goes away. Actually, I'm not sure. Honestly, I have been at stream tables, but it's been mostly cash games. There's so many players, guys. Over 3,000 entries. Unless you play day in, day out, the likelihood that you will make this spot a featured table with 3,000 plus players and you are in the top 9, the likelihood is so small. It will happen only a couple times in your poker career. For many players, it just never happens. It's very tough to actually have experience. So time and time again, we see a lot of blow-ups. We see people being both under the lights, but also under so much pressure with such a big payout. I mean, you came in for a nice weekend to King's Resort, to our lovely town here in Czech Republic. You only played with 299 euros, right? It's 300 euros buy-in. Instead of a holiday somewhere else, you have a holiday here, and suddenly from 300 euros to 99, you're playing for over 100k. That can make or break your year, basically. So obviously, there will be pressure on everybody besides the most experienced of the players. Fan B says, does Valentin miss flops when he opens? I don't think so. I don't think so. Remember, guys, this guy was nowhere near the chip leader when we started the day, and that was only 31 hands ago. And somehow Valentin, even though he would miss the flop with the ace queen of diamonds if he actually stacked off, tried to bust those two players, he would miss the ace queen of diamonds. But when he doesn't fold, he seems to hit. So the year of Romania so far is spilling over to our table, and it continues. And of course, the last big tournament with a big guarantee I've commented on here was also won by a Romanian. Oh, look at this, guys. Belastin says, last year I got 4 or 5 times on this TV table. Well, you are a hero. There we go. Quats, welcome to the chat. Quats 2026. My favorite, of course. Mikhail says, repair my ginger friend. Go, go, Rudy. I think this is pretty funny. All right, so the story is, guys, Rudy is, of course, our Polish hero, but everybody calls him Ginger. The funny thing is, he actually shaved his head, so he doesn't have hair anymore, but they still call him Ginger. And, he calls himself that as well. So I think it's pretty funny. And we need to repair, we're saying. Okay, Mr. 2 blind against Mr. Vegas. Actually, in Victor Vegas' shoes, we know that he really likes to mix it up. You guys were asking, how the hell did Victor make the final table? Exactly like this. He's very unpredictable. You never know what he does. And everybody would basically be raising ace-6 of clubs, but he decides to just check behind, and suddenly he has a lot stronger hand than you would expect. A lot stronger range, and he takes it down just like this. Rudy actually means Ginger. Oh, Rudy! Oh my God! Not Rudy, right? Is that Rudy? Now I get it. Now I get it. So it's the Polish pronunciation. And Bella says, I've played with Valentin and Kaizen. So our 2 big chip leaders. He was playing with steady players, yes. Florian says today will be a Belgian victory, so we have the fans from Belgium in here as well. And iExpress says it never is the same prize money on the final table. If you play for 1 million after you played 20 final tables, this one will make you feel like the first one. Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's the thing, guys. Every final table is different, right? The payouts are different. The stack sizes are different as well. And that's the beauty of tournament poker. I know when you play cash games, for example, the cash game players, I will say it, are 100% more skilled when it comes to deep stack poker, right? When it comes to river spots, when it comes to those big, complicated poker trees. If you play deep poker all the time and you play cash games, they are 100% more skilled, and tournament players have no chance against them. But the difference is in cash games, it's always the same. Same situations that you can drill over and over and over. But in tournaments, the payouts tend to be different. The stack sizes are different every single time. The dynamics are different, different players. So it's extremely tough to, even if you do have experience, to just autopilot. You have to think on your feet when you are this deep in such a massive field. Yeah, David, don't ask me. So Rudy, it means ginger in Polish. He used to be ginger, I take it. Now he's actually bald. I'm not sure how that works, but it is still his nickname. Oh, take a look at this, Mr. 2. Is correctly figuring out that Kerr has been out of line. He goes for the free bet with the ace-7 of clubs. I absolutely love it. I know a lot of people have been actually just calling here, but Kerr really has been the aggressor. He likes to be loose pre-flop, loose post-flop as well. Does not want to fold though. Look at this. Kerr is counting down the chips. He's not the man to just bow out. Oh, he's putting them in the middle. Nah, he put them back. He is from Sweden. I know the Swedish guys, they hate folding. If you see something here, ace-5 offsuit, even offsuit, you block some strong hands of your opponent. Well, Kerr lets it go in the end. He really wanted to play back. You can feel it. You can just feel it in the air. Kerr was ready to fight back, but the ace-5 off is just a little bit too weak here. Re-raise Chili Dog is listening in the background. Sound is on. Fantastic. Jack Troll says Dumitra will roll over this table. Well, if he keeps hitting, he probably will. Quats last time, he actually predicted it correctly. Kovacic against Lucky Kovacic winner. So today it will be Valentin against Mr. 2 or Kaizen. It's not fair. You can't say the two biggest stacks, okay? You can't predict two biggest stacks to be in the final heads-up. That's a little bit of cheating, I think, right? Because right now, obviously, the odds are that the two biggest stacks will be there. Bert, howdy, poker addicted folk says in the Twitch chat. Hello. And Kaizen with that race. Well, Stefan, we haven't seen too much from him. The sole Dutch hope. Let's it go. Very disciplined fold here. What will Kerr do? We know that Kerr likes to play whenever he can. Yet again, ace-3 off is a little bit too weak to play back at his opponent. Oh, Kovacic was short. Oh, you said it early. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, Quats, I agree with you. Last time that prediction was much bolder than the new one. Stacks for Freedom says it's not about hitting. He's the most experienced player. Check results. Easy field. Yeah, so we expect Dumitra to do well. Well, Valentin is one of the typical guys that are grinding in Rozvadov. You know, one of the really nice guys. And he's grinding and grinding and grinding. Actually, 2026, oh my god, oh my goodness. When you look at Valentin's score sheet, in 2026, he has 14 cashes already. So Valentin Dumitra has 14 cashes from King's Resort only this year, guys. 14 cashes, 14 separate cashes for him just this year at King's Resort. I see what you are saying now. He doesn't have a massive score, so if you take a look at his Hamden mob, he has below $100,000 in earnings. But with so many cashes this year, of course, he knows what he's doing, and he has a lot of recent experience exactly in the same situation as he is right now. And Marcin, ace-jack. Only raises, I'm quite surprised with the ace-jack of clubs. You can simply rip it, go all in. Maybe Kaizen will read into that. Oh my god, yes, Marcin just by min-raising induced that all-in by Kaizen. Maybe Kaizen thought that Marcin's range will be a little bit weaker when he only min-raises. And now, can we make that call? There is that call, and Marcin Matula. Poland has Germany dominated right now. All he has to do is dodge that 24% chance of Kaizen knocking him out. Okay, guys, everybody from Poland, you have to send some love Marcin's way. Who wants the ace-jack of spades to hold? Let us know. And it is ace-jack against king-jack of suit. That min-raise paid off for him. Kaizen was the big chip leader coming into the day. Can he continue that trend? So far, so good. We do have some chopping outs as well. Can we dodge that king? And king only. One was folded. Only two kings are remaining in the deck. That is a free. So far, so good. For the Ginger Demon. Can we dodge that king on the river? Yes, we can. And Marcin Matsula, Ginger Rudy, doubles through Kaizen. To the delight of our Polish fans in the chats. There we go. It is a double up. The chat is going absolutely crazy. Micha, Lazar, Andrzej, Maciej is here. Ola, Roman, E7, Dharma Books. We have so many players from Poland, so many fans from Poland right here. David is saying, well done, Ginge. So even though this man has no hair, they call him Ginger or Rudy, which means red in Polish. And he doubles up. Quad says, I base my game mostly on body language. He's very, very hard to read player. That plus talent equals danger. And take a look at this, guys. After all this carnage, Joram Simon down there with 8 big blinds. He is the very clear short stack in the danger zone. Everybody else has at least 19 big blinds. And we have a very clear chip leader right now. Valentin Dumitra continues his absolute tear today. He was not the chip leader coming into the day, but now he has 29% of all chips right there. And our Polish hero doubled up, so he's in the middle of the pack. Only one player is truly at risk. That is our hero from Israel. Bird says, honestly, everybody who's made it through over 3,000 players has some poker skills, even if the main skill is luck. Well, that's the thing, guys. You know how many hours you have to play? This tournament, a lot of players came to this tournament. Yesterday we had Max, who was top 20. He flew in for day 1 AB just because we had 70-minute levels. 70-minute levels in a €299 buy-in. This is unheard of. This might be the only one in Europe that had such long levels as well for such a low buy-in. Players just came in to play this, but it's a lot of poker. It's a lot of hours. Not only you have to have some skill, you have to have luck, but a tournament like this with super long structure that even here at Kings we don't do that frequently. You have to have endurance to play for so many hours, not make any crazy plays, not just give up, not try to fall asleep at points. It's very tough. So I know you just came into the stream, you think that, hey, they're playing today, but these guys, a lot of them didn't sleep. I actually asked our Polish hero, how many hours did you actually sleep? He said 0. The Ginger Demon from Poland had 0 hours of sleep, so no sleep. He came in yesterday, top 10, no sleep at all, and he's right here. So endurance is a big deal for these players. It's not just about skill and luck. There we go. So we have a check. Mr. 2 is ahead. I don't think Mr. Fischer, though, is a guy to go ahead and be aggressive. Stacks for freedom, pure gold for good players. Yeah, I'm telling you, there were people they just flew in just so they can play the day ones with the 70-minute levels. They simply flew in to Rozvadov because they want to play poker all day. But obviously the flip side is if you do play these 70-minute levels, you need to have endurance. It becomes a slugfest. It becomes about reading your opponents and not making mistakes. Moholive, is this a circuit ring event? No, it's not a circuit ring event. Mr. 2 takes it down. Mr. Fischer, not the aggressive guy. I know it seems crazy, but here at Kings Resort, you play for $299 and we have 1 million guaranteed, and it's not even for a ring, right? It's a European Poker Festival powered by Dutch Classic, so a lot of Dutch players came in, and it just happens, guys. Yeah, a lot of people come here, they have a great time, and Stacks for Freedom says pure gold for good players, so much value. Yeah, exactly. And you don't see this anymore. You almost never see this. 70-minute levels in a $299 buy-in. I mean, that really is unheard of. I must say, for me, it's very tough. It's very tough. I would say for 90% of players, 95% of players going deep when the levels are 70 minutes, that's a lot of poker. And then when you get to the top 9, so much poker that you've played, so many hours that you put in, it's really difficult to schedule well, to force some sleep. I mean, you look at this guy, Marcin. He actually told us he had 0 hours of sleep. He couldn't even sleep, you know. It's too much excitement. So never underestimate how much good rest and having that endurance, being reasonably fit is important in deep structures like this. Yeah, the 5 million guys, by the way, the one time, if you're thinking about, you're looking at the Rozvadov and you're thinking, hey, I should try it. The Kings Million European Poker Championship in fall, that's the event you want to go to. Every single one of these players, they have a 3K worth of tickets, 4 different events they'll be playing. So if you want to experience Kings Resorts, you want to have massive money for small buy-ins, that's the time to be here. Take a look at this. M. Fischer in the small blind just limps here. Stefan with that raise. And M. Fischer, very solid player, very straightforward. You actually do have the option to call a hand like this blind against blind, but we've seen him to be very disciplined. He likes to preserve energy. You will see a lot of players like this. When you play for 14 hours in a day, a lot of the guys, they will decide, hey, I cannot be on 100%. Every single hand, I can't be playing loose. That's why you see a lot of players just play tighter. When it's close, they just let it go, they fold. And part of that is also preserving your energy a little bit. Stacks for Freedom, it's hard for recreational players. Yeah, obviously, a structure like this, it favors the players that can focus for long periods, the players that don't get tilted if something goes wrong. That's why the long levels like we have here, they are better for you if, not necessarily if you're not a professional, but you know, professionals are more likely to be able to focus for very long periods of time. I'm pretty sure this is actually this might be longer than WSOP. I'm not sure. We had the main event, the Europe one. I'm not sure what the levels were. Of course, the main event. And Max Burns yesterday, who finished 20th, who was here in the booth with us, he told us it's very hard to get long levels like this unless you're playing the World Series of Poker main event. Main event is very known for very long levels. So that's why so many people actually came here just for this tournament. M. Fisher. Open raising here. Well, Kerr, you know that this guy doesn't like folding. And King 6. Yeah, it's one of those hands that he will call. It's on the looser side, of course. But Kerr, if he can, he wants to go for it. Well, that's not good for him. 13%, as you can see. M. Fisher, well, he has a good reason to check back. I would actually expect him to do it. Yeah, World Series is longer. Miha, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very tough to get a long tournament unless you're playing the World Series main event. World Series of Poker main event, that one is known for being a slugfest. You have a lot of poker, so we are nowhere near that, of course. Those 2-hour levels, but yeah, it's very, very difficult, especially now. Now the trend is to make the levels faster, more turbos, more flip and goes. So this is a very, very unique tournament, even for us here at Kings. David says, I won a 14-hour tourney in Barcelona. I was exhausted but couldn't sleep that night. Let me tell you, my very first tournament at Kings Resort, it was over 2 years ago. It was the Slovenian Poker Tour, and I registered from level 1. I wanted to play poker. I wanted to get the full experience. So I jump in on level 1, and I was playing from, I believe it was 12 until about 3 a.m. So it was good 15 hours without breaks. Okay, if you add breaks, it was good 12 hours of poker, and I managed to bubble it. So my very first tournament at Kings Resort, I went in on level 1 and I managed to bubble. And let me tell you, I could not sleep that night. Back then, I actually stayed in one of the furthest hotels here in Rozvadov, which is, it's 10-minute walk. Nothing is really far here. Oh, hang on. We have a big race, 6.5 big blinds, basically putting him all in. And Yoram, I think you kind of have to call against Kerr. You sort of have a call. No, he's letting it go. Oi, 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 oi. We're not flipping, not willing to go for it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, BBB Boech says, I got the full tournament experience. Yeah, exactly. I got the full tournament experience. And the thing is, I was ahead. I had 70-30. Twice in a row, I was all in with 70-30. I lost both of them. And then it was off. It was away from me into the night. And back then, it was in March. There was fog everywhere. So I busted after 2 bad beats. And that was my first experience here at Kings Resort when I was actually playing poker. I'm surprised I ever came back after this. Mikhail says they let ginger people play. Well, to be fair, Rudy actually has shaved his head, okay? So maybe we allow him to play because his head is actually shaved. So we allowed it, you know. Yeah, I can't wait. Honestly, the Kings Million, that will be massive. 5 million guaranteed. It's probably going to go over that, let's face it. And the chances are, because every single one of these players will be playing not just that event, but they have 3 more side events that they have tickets to. That if you come here to Rozvadov, you'll get to meet them. All these guys that you see. And by the way, it might be a double-edged sword, you know. Some of you guys are asking, oh, how did they make it to the final table? So if you come here to Rozvadov during the Kings Million, You can actually ask him, hey, how did you make it to the final table? And they will tell you in person, okay? So if you guys feel like you are keyboard warriors and you feel like talking to these players in person, you will be able to do that in all likelihood when the Big Kings Million rolls around. Re-Race Chili Dog says, my first live event was in Spa, in Casino. I won a satellite for main event, survived one day, day one. Final day, 120 players with 72 in the money. I bubbled. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it was a great experience. I have to say, it was first time I saw this King's Buffet. I never managed to lose that weight, FYI. Oh, look at this. Queen Jack actually folded. They don't want to fight with Valentin, of course. Yeah, so if you bubble a tournament, you can't complain. You got a full experience, and then you have a free day the next day. You don't have to wake up early. So silver linings, of course. If you bubble here at King's Resort, you can take your time and sleep until 3, 4 p.m. You don't have to come back very soon. So I should actually be grateful. You are absolutely correct. So that was the luckiest outcome possible for me. Bird is here making fun of me. Whisper your bad beat stories tonight, bot. Yeah, there you go, guys. Mr. 2 in the small blind. Is he actually considering playing this? Looks like he is. Okay, we have an issue, guys. I think he wanted to raise, right? Yeah, there we go. So the raise is really small. This actually might have been a mistake, guys. I actually think he was meant to raise bigger, so it's a mint free bet right now. What's going on here? So Mr. 2, this looks like a misclick. I'm pretty sure he misclicked. He wanted to make it bigger or fold. I'm not sure what was happening. King 6 obviously is not a hand that you should be playing, but he clicked it back most likely by accident with the King 6 offsuit, and this is a very bizarre hand. Very, very bizarre hand. Mr. 2 with that mistake. Against Valentin, what's he going to do now? Yeah, now he's checking. It might have been a pure misclick. Let's see what Valentin does. I mean, this is so confusing. Okay, so he bets and Mr. 2 lets it go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a mistake. He put the chips in by accident, Mr. 2. And that's very, very unfortunate. You don't want this to happen at the final table, but as I told you guys, you play for a lot of hours. Mistakes will happen, even if you are a strong player. Re-Race Chili Dog says, I played poker for 32 hours in 3 days for 35 euros. Hey, you beat the €1 hourly, right? More than €1 per hour. A lot of microstakes players would call it a big success. And Kaizen, he should have a free bet, but look at this. We have not seen this yet. The two big stacks against each other. Some players would shy away from playing back against the fellow big stack. Kaizen actually decides to say, hey, I don't want to risk too many chips, so he just goes with that call instead of that free bet. Everybody else has less chips than him, so it makes sense that he wants to take it easy. Didn't want to fold though with a hand as strong as this. And I think this is the reason you have your run behind with only 5 bigs. You give yourself a chance of him shoving and then you calling. Where if you just free bet, you knock him out of the pot. And Victor Vegas, that is a big race or an all-in. Let's see. We didn't hear the all-in announced just yet. There we go. 7.1 big blinds. Only 12 big blinds left. You can say that he might be committed. Yep, Kaizen didn't go for it. Victor Vegas, too many big blinds for him. He's not amused. Look at this. Victor is actually tilted. He doesn't get any action. We have some ginger jokes. I guess you can make them because you are his friends, guy. So I will allow it. And he called himself Ginger Rudy. So because he did it himself, we will allow these comments in the chat. Only today, though. Don't you take it to other streams. But just because the player showed us he's fine with the ginger jokes, we will allow them. And look at this, Kaizen, Pocket Rockets, American Airlines, raising it, the second biggest stack, the once big chip leader of the day. Raising it, Stefan Dill. Letting it go, Kerr. Now this is a terrible feeling when you raise those aces and get no action. Can anybody, somebody, anybody, please give him action. Well, Valentin will be folding and Kaizen, he wins the pot, but he cannot be happy. This is one of the most disgusting feelings in poker. You are sitting there, you make the disciplined fold with ace-queen of diamonds, you finally get the aces, everybody else is behind you, you min-raise, and all these aggressive players, the loose players that have been calling all day long, they just fold against your ace. Re-raise Chili Dog. Romain is saying he won 2 free rolls for the 110 euros and 550 spa. Okay, so we have the guys playing against each other. They know the venue as well. How can you... you sold the 550. Oh my god. You sold the... Was that ticket that you won? And you sold it? It's almost unfair. Almost unfair. I really hope... guys, I'm not sure if we allow it or not. But I am strongly against the players being able to sell the ticket package. I hope that we will not allow the ticket packages to be transferred. And there is one reason for that. First of all, it used to be 10K that you got along with whatever you won, right? So that was a big chunk of change. I understand some players didn't like it, but you are winning at least 9K and the free K tickets are there, right? It's not that big of a dent to your win rate, to the price that you actually are getting. And for us that have been watching these streams all year long, we want these players to come. We want to shake their hand or make fun of them for playing badly on stream, you know, if you're one of the chat pros that have been criticizing them. So, yeah, I really hope that there will be no transfers and all these guys will come to Rozvadov when it comes to the big Kings Million. Akaret says, Mr. 2 still running nice. Had the pleasure playing against him on day 2. He's very solid. I think Mr. 2, if you look at him, very solid player. Straightforward. He does have some. He does do some crazy plays from time to time. He knows how to put on some pressure, but for the most part, he's been playing solid and he's still in. Mr. 2 didn't see the raise of Valentin. I see. So Florian explained it. And this happens to even the best players in the world, let me tell you. So he didn't see the raise of Valentin. He thought that he was raising on the button. And instead, he min free bet because he thought that he's the guy that was raising. And he tried to save face. So I didn't even notice that. So Florian, Vatio, 2025, very well spotted. Romain says, today I met Mr. 2 and we became friends from that time. That's beautiful. Accurate, I can confirm that regarding Mr. 2. A lot of fans for Mr. 2. Of course, he's from Belgium. Belgium is almost the same as Netherlands, right? Hopefully I don't get cancelled for this, but oh, look at this. Speaking of Mr. 2, he has ace-queen offsuit, and M. Fischer, who has been solid all tournament long, has the jacks, and now he does have a decision. With 21 bigs, you can actually just go straight up all in if you so choose. You can also go smaller if you want. And some people, because you have those short stacks behind you, remember guys, we're trying to ladder up. We didn't lose a player yet. There is a guy with 5 big blinds. If you really, really care about laddering up, about getting that extra prize money, you might consider even just calling. And here we go. It might look like extremely nitty play, but I guarantee you the main reason why he does this is because there is a very, very shallow short stack at the table. And we will play some poker. Unfortunately for him, ace-queen outflops him right on the flop. And M. Fischer is way behind right now. Now really it becomes, this is the thing, every final table is unique. You have to look at who's behind you, what you are risking, and against whom you are risking those chips. And it will be really, really painful to just lose in an all-in pre-flop. So that's why we're just calling. Mr. 2, of course, now he should continue betting. All the hands like 7s will call him. Hands like 8-7 will continue as well. A lot of pair and potential draws. You want to get value from those because they will call you now, but they would not call you on the river. He disagrees with me, Mr. 2. He decides to slow play. That's also one of the reasons there are a lot of cards that can be dangerous for you when you check back. Now let's see. This would be a very clutch value bet. Very, very clutch value bet. If he actually goes for it now, I love it. I love it. A lot of players would see the one straight on the board. They would just give up. And look at this. Value Town. 1 big blind. There we go. Welcome to Value Town, Mr. Fischer. Population U. On the river at least. Of course, I still would prefer if Mr. 2 went for that bet on the turn there. But here we go. Roman is saying, it's 2 different countries. I know that, of course. But it's almost the same. Alex Bosba says, those are small countries, almost the same language. There we go. Okay, so I will not get cancelled today for saying Belgium and Netherlands are almost the same. Okay, good, good, good. Some countries get very offended when you say this, by the way. Yeah, so one last time, Florian Vatio. Kudos for spotting what happened there. It was a misclick, and one of the players, if you guys remember, King 6 offsuit, he did not see that raise, and he thought he was just open raising. In fact, he was mint free betting. Victor Vegas again goes with that smaller sizing. Victor, when he has queens, he goes for 4.6 bigs. Now he goes for 2.2 when he has 9s. Let's see if the players will try to pick up on that he might be a little bit weaker when he only min raises. There we go, Victor takes it down. And speaking of which, if you are from Belgium, or Benelux in general, or Luxembourg, there will be the smallest ever buy-in by these organizers. The Benelux Classics. That one is coming on the 15th of June. 300k guaranteed from 175 buy-in. So this is literally made for Benelux. So Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, all those players should be coming in. And we have some language lessons right here. Hold that thought, Yoram. There we go. 5 big blinds. He wakes up with the ladies. It's time to go. And with a stack size like this, you are very likely to get called unless everybody has absolute garbage. Let's see what Valentin does. The man with all the chips, 46 million, by far the biggest stack. It will not hurt him almost at all. He will barely notice if he loses this. There we go, Valentin going for it. Kaizen, oi, 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 the other big stack wakes up with ace-queen. Same principle applies right now. Will he opt to just call, or is he going to re-raise? Joram must be very, very happy about this, of course. It is just that call, so we are heading to a multi-way pot right now. But this is an absolute dream scenario for Joram. You have two hands that you're doing pretty well against. You're looking at more than a triple up if you can only hold here. Kerr, he hates folding. The thing is, if you have a hand like this one, the flop's going to be really protected. Nobody can basically bluff here. The problem is, with ace-4, you might be dominated, but yeah, he's calling for one reason and one reason only. Joram is all in. Everybody will have to play extremely straightforward post-flop, and somehow, guys, we have 10 million in the pot, and Joram is playing for all of that. Wow, this will be absolutely massive. Only thing he has to do is to hold with the queens, and he will end up with over 10 mil. 67%. So far, so good. Will anybody help him and try to get rid of the other players? Kerr has a bottom pair. Look at this. Wow, insane. He thinks that there's just dead money in the pot in Joran's shoes. Absolutely crazy bet right here, and he will get the bad news. And Joram, this is the wet dream of a short stack. You are four-way, and you have your opponent absolutely dominated. You are up for more than quadrupling up. Oh my goodness, what a dream scenario. Can't care. Crush his dreams though with a river, ace or f4. No, he cannot. And Joram, oh my goodness, out of the blue, you started the hand with 5 big blinds. Suddenly he has over 10 million. 22 big blinds for Joram. Look at that big smile on his face. This is the absolute dream. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you imagine you were playing short stacks in poker, this is exactly the scenario that makes you wake up with a big smile on your face. Wow. He dodged everything, more than quadrupled up. 22 big blinds all of a sudden from only 5. Wow, 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 wow. What a dream scenario. I hope that one of these days, guys, I want this to happen to me. I played millions of hands of poker. I can't remember anything like this happening. Of course, I've been playing cash games, so you were super deep. But this is such a dream when you have almost no chips. You wait for the longest time. People think you have nothing. You wake up with the ladies, the vulnerable ladies. Everybody gangs up on you. Everybody tries to knock you out. And you take it down. I mean, I you know what, guys? I can't believe it, but I think we have our underdog story. Now we have a player to root for out of the blue. He has all the momentum in the world. If this man manages to win the tournament, that would be an absolutely insane story. Wow, 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 wow. And the Twitch chat is going crazy after that. Oh my goodness. Everyone was expecting the ace to come. What did I just see, says Luxoro. Oh, yo, 4, what a play. Accurate says he pushed the others out. Well, he didn't expect the short stack to have anything, right? Kerr now gets back some chips with the 10s. Luxoro can't believe what he just saw. Bird says, I remember having had 7 times queens on one day. Couldn't win even one time. Wait and catch. Yay, wow, wow, wow. Kapow. What a story. Take a look at this. So Joram was almost out of the tournament. Now he has 9.7 million, 20 big blinds right in the middle of the pack. There's no short stack. There's nobody who's in the danger zone. Everybody has 17 plus. Valentin Dumitra, of course, the grinder. He grinds and grinds and grinds here in Rozvadov. 16 cashes only this year in this venue. 87 bigs. Kaizen is right behind him. Mr. 2, Marcin, 40 and 30. Victor Vegas right there with them. And Joram leads the pack of the smallest stacks. But, oh my goodness, what a story this is, and what a story this would be if this man manages to take it down in the end, making it back from 5 bigs. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the queens, listen, queens and jacks, obviously, they are the most vulnerable hands in these situations. You almost expect to lose, but they held, and what a play there. Kopec is saying LOL. Can then Fischer get some action? Well, Fischer against Mr. 2. Mr. 2 is the favorite of a lot of people in the chat. A lot of the guys have met him here in Rozvadov and they became friends. Very nice guy. He's very, very friendly as well. I can definitely tell. He just calls in the big. And this is actually bad news for him. He does hit that pair, but M. Fischer has him absolutely crashed with those kings. Florian with the ace-4. I'm going to get back to that. Let's focus on this hand. M. Fischer is very, very solid. That's the thing. He's been very straightforward. So straightforward that Mr. 2, look at this. He actually finds the fold on the flop. This is such a strong play. Wow. Well done, Mr. 2. This is the hand that you never talk about. You don't go to your buddies and tell them, oh my god, I realized this player was so tight. I folded a mid pair. Then your buddies celebrate. They all hug you. It never happens. Never, never happens. But hands like these, when you realize that your opponent is very tight, when he bets 3 big blinds, it's a lot of his stack size that he's risking there. You just let it go with the mid pair. That was a really strong fold, very deceptively so. Yeah, Florian, the shove with the ace-4. See, the thing is, he basically, it's a crazy spot. You almost can, you never can bluff there. So he looks super, super strong to the other players with the ace-4, right? But the thing that you're not realizing, the shove from the short stack, you don't expect them to have queens. They can have absolutely anything, right? Any offsuit ace they can shove, any pair they can shove. They can have absolutely any Broadway. So he basically just wanted the dead money. He wanted to look strong against the other guys and pick up the dead money from the short stack. Well, unlucky for him, he ran into those queens. And look at this, speaking of queens and Kerr, he got damaged. His stack was bleeding after a fight with the ladies. Now he has them himself. Let's see the sizing. He's very likely to free bet here. If we know anything about him, this very aggressive player goes for that free bet. It's 5.4 big blinds. Well, and Valentin, you have a lot of chips here. You might consider seeing the flop right now. You might even consider going all in. Remember, guys, when you have a lot of chips, there we go, there's it all in. You want to put them to work. You don't want to just sit on them and hope for the best. So he is dominated by the queens and Kerr. We have a role reversal right now. He ran into queens. Now he has the queens. And he is the player at risk. Can his ladies hold just as they held against him a couple hands ago? Can he dodge that king? Can he dodge those hearts and double up? He's an extremely aggressive player. There we go. Can we dodge that king? Can we dodge those hearts? Oi, 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 oi. Absolutely brutal flop. Kerr and queens. Kerr and the ladies. It's not a good relationship. Wow, now even the flush draw. And it is the 5. And just like this, queens have sealed his fate. In one hand, they won against him, and now they get cracked, and Kerr, the most aggressive player at the table, is finished in the 9th place. He does take down a good chunk of change, of course. 9,000 euro. He does get that free 1,000 euro 4-ticket package, but you know what? After losing with the ladies, I wouldn't be too happy. Bine Dumitra, let's not forget. Dumitra, everything's working this way. This is the year of Romania, and it looks like it just might continue. This time, it wasn't because of skill, it was because of luck.
I would win versus the big, but I wouldn't win versus...
That's why we are playing and he's here.
Quad says go, Christy. You expecting kings or flush? Luke Shoro says sure. Check, a lot of favors in the hotel room. I have no idea what that means. Oh, Matula is extremely friendly for male friends. Oi, 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 oi. So Czech knows Matula personally. Maciej says, who didn't even lose with the ladies? Well, you saw our big short stack actually did win with the ladies. Somehow he held, but then the ladies couldn't hold up against a king. Victor Vegas with that peel in the small blind and marching now. With King Jack off, you can actually see the flop here easily. One thing that you maybe don't like is that it's a little bit bumped up. The extra 200k is in there, 2.4. But here we go. Ah, did he actually fold this? Very interesting. I think because it's 2.4x, he thought that the price is not just right. Didn't want to risk it with the offsuit hand. And let's see if Victor Vegas can get something done. He used to lead a lot on similar boards yesterday. And the sole Dutch hope here, Stefan Dill, goes for that c-bet. And Victor just shows it. You know what? He doesn't care. This man came to have a great time. Just shows his hand. Quad thinks, oh yeah, okay. I think I agree with you, yeah. When you have Vegas in the pot, it's 2.4x and you have Vegas in there. Vegas is so unpredictable. A lot of the guys were asking, how did Vegas make the final table? Because nobody can figure him out. So Kerr, GG, eliminated by Valentin, Dumitra, and Yoram is the short stack, but with 19 bigs, it's basically the same as the 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th place. All these players, they are fighting to try to ladder up. There is not a big one between 9th and 8th place. There's only 2.7k, so it's not a massive ladder up right now, so they can relatively easily go for it. But take a look at this. Valentin Dumitra, 35% of chips in play. Oh my goodness, it is the year of Romania. The last big tournament here was won by a Romanian, and Valentin Dumitra, the man with 16 cashes, only this year here at King's Resort in Rozvadov. I think he is a big favorite to take it down, and the name of the game now will be who can ladder up, number 1, number 2, who can take down the Romanian. Can anyone stand up to him, or are we destined to see another Romanian winner in 1 mil guaranteed here in Rozvadov? Maciej says he used to be a good player, but his wife just said no to his game, so he lost with the ladies. Quad says decades. I think it's in Rozvadov last couple of years, I think, right? That the Romanians, it used to be just a couple of the guys from Romania, but now there's a lot of friendly guys like this. Look at this, Valentin joking around, having a good time. And I very, very much appreciate this, guys. I appreciate this so much, that obviously Valentin is here to play. He's here to win. That is his primary goal of being at King's Resort. He plays in every single week. He's playing here. He's playing poker. But I want to just say I very much appreciate that he's not one of those guys like they are at High Stakes that put on the hoodies when they play. You can't see them. They take 20 seconds, the maximum every time they play pre-flop. They never talk to anybody. I have to say I appreciate our chip leader for laughing with the players, having a good time, and making everybody have a good time as well. That's exactly what you want. If you play in the long run in the same venue, that's how we want to do it. M. Fisher, min race with the 7s. Be graceful, be friendly if you are the best player at the table. Such is the way of poker in 2026. Oi, 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 Victor Vegas. Only calls with the 10s. Look at this, which could absolutely throw off Marcin Matua. Ginger Rudy here with the ace-queen suited. He has no reason to think that his hand is not the best right now. There we go with that free bet. I expect M. Fisher to let it go. He's playing very, very straightforward. If he doesn't have to take a risk, he doesn't take it. So he's absolutely dominated. Judging on how he's been playing, though, I think he will be able to get away from this. There we go. As expected, Victor Vegas. He will only call, I think, even though going all in would be a really power play. I would love to see him just jam it right now. But somehow, with these power hands, we are only heading to the flop here. There's 8 million already in the middle. We basically have just over pot size bet left. This flop might decide the fate of either of these players. I must say, these guys have been the chat favorites. Victor and Marcin, nobody wants to see either of these players lose. And oh my goodness, this is an absolute disaster for Marcin. Victor actually flops that set. Very disguised one. You can't expect Victor to have those 10s or jacks here when he just called pre-flop. Marcin has 2 overs and a gut shot. This is actually a hand you can even go all in with on the flop if you so decide to do. And yeah, he will be betting here. I think one saving grace might be if Victor goes all in. He likes to go all in with these sets. That might save Marcin some money. Let's see if he can do the correct play. There we go, that's the all-in. We've seen this again and again and again and again from Victor. He has a set on the flop. He just ships it. Well, for Marcin though, I'm not sure if he realizes. Did he watch the stream yesterday? If Marcin has friends who have been watching the stream, who have been telling him what hands Victor has been playing with, he must know that every time he's done this, he had 2 pair or a set. Against anybody else, you actually might consider calling here. He finds the fold, very, very nice fold. And there we go, he actually shows it. And I told you guys, that's the beauty of commenting back-to-back, not just having the final day. We know how both of these players play. And the ace-queen had a reasonable stack off there, actually, against a lot of the guys. You can find some 8-9s, and you can find some under pairs you have a lot of equity against. But Victor Vegas, we have seen this multiple times. He has the strong hand, just goes all in. And looks like Marcin did his homework. Maybe you buddies, you told him what Victor was doing. And wow, king on the turn, never mind, sleep poker. So, if you guys are wondering what the hell just happened, I can tell you that, no, this was not a surprise for us that have been watching day 3. Obviously, with the 10s, you always want to call there as default. If you play like a robot, you look at the charts, you have very, very shallow stacks. Protecting the hand doesn't make too much sense. But we know that Victor Vegas just likes to end the hand right there and then. And this was 3rd or 4th time he's done this. And it actually saved our Ginger Marcin. Guys in, let's it go. Dunduker says, come on, Stefan. We have a Stefan fan in the chat. Flo, hello all, hi all, welcome. Re-race Chili Dog. King on the turn, Juice on the river. Yeah. By the way, when you listen to my commentary, this is exactly the reason when I was playing cash games professionally, I would go, sometimes I would go a couple of years with 0 losing months. Because back in the day, back before everybody in cash games was studying solvers for 6-7 hours a day, a lot of the players had their tells. They were playing hands a certain way, and all you had to do is remember how they deviate, what crazy plays they do with what hands, and basically you could play the player easily. Unfortunately, those times are gone from online cash games, but if you want to play live, this street poker is still very much alive, and you can figure out how players are playing, try your best. And looks like we will be heading into the break with the top 8. Only 1 casualty so far in our first segment. Thanks Vegas for shoving. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it saved a lot of money. If he didn't shove, Rudy would actually think about just going all in. But hold that thought. Look at this. We actually have blind against blind spot before the break. It's Stepan free betting, but I don't think M. Fisher will be playing back. Look at this. What are you doing, my friend? Why would you free bet? There we go. Some fun banter. And that means one thing. We are heading to our break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We are playing for over 100,000 euro up top. And Valentin Dumitra is the man to beat. 52 million, 34%. But everybody still has a chance. M. Fisher still has 14 bigs. Not at risk right now. So don't go anywhere. Get some food. And I'll see you in 12 minutes as we continue to try to find a champion of the EPF 1 mil. Guaranteed.
Hijack. Jack deuce offsuit for Banich. Let's it go. Ace king offsuit now for who? In the cutoff. $180K.
Apparently it's 43K, the cash now.
Yeah, that's what I said. 43,000. Oh, it was different. It got updated. Oh, I see that now. Thank you, Richard Armand, for updating that.
Yeah.
Okay, so into the big blind. Pocket fives for DiGiacomo.
Oh, it's my glass. Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought you wanted some.
Gonna go for the re-raise, and they're gonna run it. Lou Who, standing up like usual.
1,760,000.
Makes the call. Pocket fives versus ace king.
Oh, we got ourselves a classic flippo.
Ule Who, all in and at risk of being eliminated in 22nd place. Needs an ace or king.
How do you feel about Lule Who's chances?
I like him.
Me too.
I don't
I
like
still
him
like
as
him.
much.
I still like him.
Deuce 5 queen, all clubs. Who does have the ace of clubs? 5 outs for him.
9 of clubs.
4 clubs. That'll help.
It still counts.
That'll help. Now DiGiacomo, just 7 outs for him. Needs the board to pair.
Oh no! Lule Who is gone.
Oh no!
Wow, that was sick.
Another sick run out. Yeah, someone just saying Martin won't watch the stream. He's going to cry it off a few days of silence. I guarantee you he will watch the stream.
He'll be banging on the door in 10 minutes going, guys, let me in.
Yeah, I might get a text.
Yeah.
7 days, 200.
Ooh, Pidoon, who's had always the smaller pair, has got the smaller pair again. $550, something like this. 525.
525.
Nice sizing. Kata's gone. Karlich gone. Yeah, Kata is absolutely popping. He always has so much energy every time I see him. So Pidoon is about 33 big blinds effective here. Just gonna flat. We're having a lot of fun as it is, even without Martin in the booth. I like being with APK. Oh my gosh, 7 in the window.
Followed by a 6 and 3.
God, Jonas Laux had a bad hour. Lost a few of those big all-ins. Lost one to ace-9 with the, no, what was it? Ace-8.
From
Yeah, win the pocket nines. Lost that one, ace on the river. Did win the one against kings, though, somehow, with ace-queen. And then lost the other one to Kata with the ace-king against aces. And now he's been out-flopped against Pidoon.
From Lauky boy to unlauky now.
Oh, very unlucky here, for sure.
Extremely unlauky.
450 is the bet. Nice sizing. By the way, whenever a player does that, like Pidoon did you see that? He brought all of his big chips forward with his hand.
Yep.
And then started counting them out and slicing them. And I was like, whenever a player does that, I'm like genuinely scared.
Pidoon doing a little posturing, squinting at the cards.
Yeah, Paul, I know he sucked out. Lauk's gonna have to call, but he hates it.
Here we go.
Still choptions.
Needs a king, only one left.
We've seen it so many times.
Someone for the king?
I think it's bad luck to ask, honestly.
Someone did fold a king.
It's a deuce. It's no good. That's no good.
No good as well.
Man,
So-
Laux just had such a rough run of it, man.
Down to 880K, but Pidoon up to 6.43.
Keep the hope, keep the hope.
Someone asking, how do you know that Demetrius is Jim? Well, because we went up and asked him.
And
And he said yes.
Pop's got aces.
Yes, he does.
I guarantee you, Pop is probably so tired at this point. He looks at his aces and goes, I actually might have to take my glasses off to see if that's right.
Berlin Satellite gespielt. 320. Berlin Satellite gespielt.
Raising to 320K.
Auch so lange gedauert, dass der Dealer anfing einzupennen. Da sag ich zu ihm,
English only, guys. If you're going to insult people, do it properly.
and he said, okay, let's fold to the big blind.
Uh-oh.
2 Stunden durchgefoldet. Und hat nichts mitbekommen.
They said 5 words in English and went right back to German.
He was like folding the big blind.
Chat, help us out. What are they saying?
Oh, sugar lumps. Jim is effectively all in.
We're talking cane sugar, brown sugar, what?
We're talking Jim's all in,
Ah, Jim's all in.
effectively.
And that's going to be bad news.
I think he has 500k behind or something. A million behind.
Dear.
It's enough that he says raise before Just announced aces again. Just announced.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, aces against ace-10, we might be down to 11.
Doesn't count because.
He's doing the walkaway equity increase.
Huh? Was it you who said it earlier? No. The idea.
Oh, he played a satellite earlier as well.
Now he said that he played a satellite earlier. It took so long that the dealer started sleeping.
That's quite funny.
Earlier you choked about it.
Yeah, I was,
Oh,
Oh, there's a 10.
I mean, there's still a chance.
One out in the deck.
Theka.
He looks tired. I feel bad.
Oh yeah, he is tired.
9.
Oh, choptions.
Choptions appear. 7 outs now. 6
Oh,
won't do it.
GG.
A GG to Jim.
Demetrius,
Good game.
Gajaktas. Man like Kata.
Man like Puffy.
Puffy. Catapop. I love that name.
Got a Puffy Pop.
Catapop. Pop.
Who is she in relation to Kata?
I don't know. Alina, are you a family relation? Not that I can't give you the information on a public stream.
They'd raise 400,000.
Di Giacomo.
Ooh. Pocket Kings.
Pedroso, give it the sneak. Just give it the sneak. Give it a call. Let's go, Romania.
5 seconds. 2,
Oh, he free bets.
1,050,000.
Ace King. Oh, Ace Queen for Glitzendorf.
Wow.
I mean, he's got 21 bigs. Oh my God, Glitzendorf is all in.
He's going for all of it.
Well, he's going to get called. And there's one queen gone.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Wakey to Giacomo.
I'll give you new time, it's not yours.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening there. The Giacomo opened. Pedroso, 3-bet. And Glitzendorfer has put it in for 21 big blinds with an ace and a queen.
Very accurate assessment of the situation.
Yeah. The Giacomo hashtag TV time. He's sporting an EPT top.
How
Cover
dare
that up
he?
right now. Oh, here we go. Action Jackson. Pedroso calls pocket kings against ace queen.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Bad timing for the German guy. No aces have been marked. All right, well, let's see then. I mean, we're on our feet.
We were on our feet before this.
Yes. I mean, Glitzendorfer's stack has been up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down the whole tournament.
So, Glitzendorfer all in for 3.375 million with the ace queen offsuit and at risk of busting in 10th place.
That's Simon and the boys.
That is Simon Wilson. 445 Rainbow.
Okay, he's going to need runner on a 4-4 or an ace. Or a runner on a straight.
3 aces still left in the deck. 7 of hearts. No good for Glitzendorfer so far. 3 outs, drawn once, or we will be down to the final table. No ace.
Well,
And just like that, we are down to 9 players, which means Glitzendorfer. Congratulations.
You find yourself with Queen Jack suited and small blind playing 5-10 cash game. Try to figure out what card is your opponent holding. Pocket 8s or 10-7 of diamonds. You decide to open for 35. Opponent decides to defend his big blind. Flop comes 3 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, and jack of spades. Opponent checks and we try to hide our top pair with a check back. Turn is queen of diamonds and we improve to top 2. Check back induced a bet from our opponent. He bets 55. We want to protect our 2 pair from draws and charge money now. We raise it to 175. He calls. River card is a 6 of diamonds, completing backdoor flushes. Our opponent clicks all in for 625 into a pot of 420. Does he have set of 8s? Or did he hit a flush with 10-7? Vote now in the comments. Pocket 8s. Congratulations to everyone with the right answer. Follow for more videos and come and try your luck at Kings.
It's time for the continuation of the final table of the European Poker Festival 1 million guaranteed main event, powered by Dutch Classics. If you are just joining us, we are down to that final 8, and I can't wait who will take it down right now. It is Romania who is the favorite to celebrate another victory. Valentin Dumitra, 52,600,000 chips, 105 big blinds. Now that we moved up, it's down to 88 because we're up to 250k, 500k. M. Fisher down there with 12 bigs. Marcin, 14 with our new blind level. Joran with 18, but all of these guys, they have similar chances. And then you have Mr. 2, Victor Vegas, and Kaizen right there in the middle, still hoping to take down over 100,000 euro. As you can see, 11k, 0.7 already guaranteed for every single player, and they have 4 times T. That means 4 tickets, 4 separate tickets for the Kings Million European Poker Championship. That is the big one that will be coming. You can actually see the rundown. It starts on 30th of September, and you have 4 separate tickets for that one. So all these players you will be able to see here in Rozvadov, hopefully as long as they can make it, because they have 3k worth of tickets for free. Any Dutchies still in? Yes, we have 1 Dutch player. This is powered by Dutch Classics, so of course a lot of players from the Netherlands have entered this tournament. There is 1 of them remaining. And we're jumping right into the action with our brand new blinds of 300k, 600k, 600k. Kaizen with the Doyle Brunson does not decide to honor the godfather of poker, M. Fisher. Now this is quite close. It likes to be pretty tight. Lets it go. He's been disciplined all tournament long. Why would he change now? Welcome back everybody from the break, by the way. Real Poker Fool says, enjoy to the max. Well, Stefan Dale had to fold. 6 deuce offsuit is not a hand he wants to play. And now this is of course very tense, ladies and gents. So many stacks are around that 17, 14 to 20 big blind level. A lot of pressure is on them. Every single pot matters. The name of the game for these mid stacks will be to try not to get eliminated. And the big stack, the one hero from Romania, he should be the one applying pressure, trying to punish everybody who is trying to ladder up. Marcin folding with the queen 9 offsuit. Kopit's making jokes about, oh, someone called me with queen jack offsuit, honey. Well, Valentin, exactly as we said, he should do. He acts exactly in the line that a chip leader should. Min raising with 10-8 suited and under the gun +2. And that's the problem. All the players know that he's got over 50 million chips. He has a lot of chips to spare. He can be a lot more aggressive than someone like Joram. But uh-oh, Mr. 2, look at this. Mr. 2 is good enough to play even against the big stack. And the Cowboys are about to start firing here with a free bet. And the race is in here, 2.9 mil. Well, in Valentin's shoes, Mr. 2, he still has a lot of chips behind, 14 mil, but he must know that when a stack size of right about 33 bigs decides to be aggressive against me, the chip leader, He probably has a little some. And let's hear it, chat. Who do you think will take it down? Do you think anyone has what it takes to interrupt the year of Romania? Or do you think the chip leader is just meant to win this? Valentin with ace-9 offsuit. Will he go as loose as this hand? Yes, he will. He has already 16 cashes at King's Resort here in Rozvadov this year alone. Valentin does, and now he's putting in the pressure as the big chip leader. Stefan, definitely not a hand that he can put any sort of pressure with against Valentin. Has to let it go. Well, Victor Vegas, this is the one player that has the chips, and he definitely has the gamble in him. You never know how Victor Vegas will play, and he says, let's play again. Well, nobody hits anything, which is good news for Valentin. Dumitra now. Big favorite to take this down. And Victor bows out. He's very loose, but he just doesn't go crazy when he has absolutely nothing. He likes to hit at least a little bit of a piece, then he goes aggressive, but with the 8 high, there was no reason to try to put up any resistance. Nick 2 is talking about the best taunts. Oi, oi, oi. The I word called me with Queen Jack offsuit, honey. 9 high like a boss. You know, I have my opinion. A lot of people don't like Will Kasuf. I know him personally. And I must say, he's not as crazy as you guys might think from the clips that you've seen online and on TV.
Joseph, the TV is gonna close.
So all those catchphrases like if you got it or 9 high like a boss. He can be very annoying, but I must say I quite like him as a person, especially when he plays in smaller events, even at EPTs. He's actually very nice to everybody. He doesn't take too much time either. And here we go. Valentin, open raising, Marcin. Found that call after Victor Vegas actually came along. This is very, very speculative from Marcin. Rudy, what are you doing with the 6-3 offsuit? What's going on here? And Victor Vegas has a really strong hand, but so does Valentin. Top set. Absolute monster of a hand, but Victor Vegas, as you can see, 21%. A queen would be absolutely devastating here. It is a king. And that's the thing. Valentin now, he cannot know what hand Victor has, but he should really size it up now. There are a lot of pairs plus draws. And that is 2.1 million. Very, very easy call for Victor right now. Uh-oh. Well, we know that Victor likes to raise with strong hands. Oh my god, he's letting it go! Wow, 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 wow. Somehow he finds the fold with a really strong draw. I'm not sure if he realized how strong and disguised his draw actually is. I think that with a hand like this one, you kind of have to go ahead and call. Even if you saw your opponent's hand, you would actually peel here, but he just lets it go. Well, he was well behind, let's face it. And the 9s take the pot down, but I think that with a draw like that one, when it's disguised, it's very tough for your opponent to realize that you actually hit. You should be finding those calls there. Quad says Kasuf against Cabrahel. You know what? I love Will. I know Will. I consider Will a friend, but it's not really the same weight class when it comes to poker. Objectively, Martin Cabrahel is just a lot better. He plays a lot higher. He plays against a much stronger opposition. So yeah, and Martin is a businessman who's got a lot of money. So I don't think we'll ever see that happen unless they go deep in a tournament. Quad. It's very unlikely that Martin would play Will. For the pure reason that I don't think Will would put up the whatever 500k that Martin would want to at least play for if they make it a publicized match. And he folds. And by the way, that's a really hilarious thing. If you guys don't know, Martin Cabrahel is one of the regulars here at King's Resort. He played the entire World Series of Poker Europe in King's Casino Prague at the Hilton, and obviously he's a big character, but yeah, he's definitely the stronger player. I don't think Will would disagree with me when we say that Martin is just a better poker player there. Yeah, that would be action, real poker fool, but that's the issue. They have to get in a tournament. They have to somehow sit next to each other, you know. So you have to hope for luck. But on average, Martin plays much bigger buy-ins. And the thing is, Will doesn't come to Rozvadov. I think Martin plays lower buy-ins only in Rozvadov, more or less. In here, you see him playing a lot of these events. I know he was here a couple of weeks ago for the Pirates Poker Treasure. I spoke to him. I met him. So, yeah, he plays those lower buy-ins that Will could play, but Will would really, if he wants to ever play against Martin, he would have to come here to King's Resort, and then you would have those fireworks. Yeah, Martin is from Czechia, that's right. This is his home casino. King's Rozvadov really is the most frequently played venue for Martin. Valentin decides to call, blind against blind. Well, Kaizen, look at this, two biggest stacks. Kaizen is the one guy that can really hurt Valentin. He decides to just check behind. Oh, Quads 2026. Yeah, guys, did you not hear the news? There's actually the tournament directors, the global body, is thinking about banning headphones from the tables altogether. Valentin. With a really strong hand here, but Kaizen, it's very tough to connect, and he's somewhat connected here. We see he's completely crushed, so I wouldn't blame him for trying to float the flop with that gutter, but no, he gets out of the way of Valentin Dumitra. When you are the big chip leader, you get to push people around like this. Yeah, and the reason if you watch the poker news, guys, and what's happening in the poker world, there are headphones now that Apple is developing. They're very likely to come out, the next ones. They will actually have integrated cameras. So you will have headphones with integrated cameras. I'm not sure even what the hell they're for, but obviously when you have headphones in your ears and they also can see around you, the possibility to use them for cheating, it's really big, right? Because you can hear and you can see that remotely. So yeah, there's a actual serious discussion about banning headphones, not just from the feature tables, but banning them altogether from poker. And Valentin. Wow, did Kaizen just fold there? Did I see that right? Chat, let me know. Was it actually nines? Or did I misread that hand? M. Fisher. Now, M. Fisher is in the danger zone. We increased the blinds to 300k, 600k. In the big blind, you have great odds. It's only a min raise, but yeah, M. Fisher, he's been very solid. He's waiting for his spots. He does not want to. The thing is, he's conserving his energy as well. When you call here, you have to think about the spot a lot. So he's very straightforward. Doesn't play these marginal spots almost at all. And there's no surprise that he just let it go. Quark says just ban the ones with the cameras. Yeah, it makes sense. I think at some point you will have to have, when it comes to electronics, you will have to have some sort of approved list of them, maybe get them checked before the tournament. By the way, here, I saw this before the feature table, before the final table. The players, they have to put their phones on one of the tables next to the streamed one, but they also have to take the smartwatches with signal, and they have to also get rid of them. So the watches that you see, they shouldn't be smartwatches. They should be normal watches that these guys have, because I saw a few smartwatches being taken away from the players and being stored away from the feature table. Flo, hello, welcome from Indonesia. That's fantastic. Mr. 2 against Mr. Fischer. I think in theory, Mr. Fischer is he's supposed to, basically when he has a marginal hand that could be a mix in the way the robots tell you, the solvers tell you how to play, he just opts towards that fold. And when it's a marginal call, he actually tends to fold as well. But now let's see, he's in the small blind, there's still 8 players left, he will have a lot of chances to play. It is not like him to take these marginal spots. A6 absolutely fine, by the way, to consider going all in. But I don't think he will do it. Yeah, there we go. There's that fold. And Stefan Dale, the King 9. Let's go. Nick2 says speech play makes the game really entertaining. Nobody knows Scotty Nguyen anymore, but he was fun to watch. Baby. Yeah. I don't think he was, you know, we want you to guys, now it's a big movement. When you play, we want you to gamble responsibly. Only play with what you're willing to lose. Make sure that you drink too much at the table, you know, drink and play responsibly. That's the name of the game. We want you to have a great time, but we don't want you to get yourself into actual trouble. But back in the day, let me tell you, I just listened to Doyle Brunson's autobiography. Imagine that your wife is in the hospital and she's delivering a baby, right? So Doyle Brunson's wife was in the hospital delivering the baby, but Doyle didn't have enough money to get her out. In the US, it's very, very expensive to pay for, even if your wife is giving birth and she's in the hospital, you have to pay a lot of money. Doyle Brunson couldn't be there. He actually had to send his friend to go to the hospital to make them wait, because he was playing a poker session and he needed to win the poker session to get his wife and his baby out of the hospital. He wouldn't be able to write them out unless he won that poker session, and he won a big pot. He went to the hospital, he got his wife and baby out of there. So those days are now gone. Now look at this margin. Oi, 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 oi. Ace-10 of diamonds. The ace-10 suited was good for him, but now he's at big risk. Kaizen with the ace-queen of hearts. And Yoram, look at this. The man who once had 5 big blinds has ace-check suited. He is getting out of the way. This is really bad news, though. Oi, 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 Rudy. Ginger Rudy, as he calls himself, Marcin Matula, is at risk to be eliminated in the 8th place against Kaizen. Kaizen, the once big chip leader of the day, and a lot of German fans are rooting for him, is suddenly a big favorite to take out the fanfare with Marcin. Oi, 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 there even is the backdoor hearts here for Kaizen. That's not looking good for this man. Can he catch that 10? Only 3 outs, none of the 10s were folded. That is not one of them. Send a laugh to your Polish brother in the chat. Let's see those 10s. Can he get there on the river and stay in the tournament, or is this it? No, he cannot. We lose the fan favorite. Marcin Matsula, the Ginger Demon, goes home in the 8th place. Great show. Thank you so much. And to everybody who was cheering on this man. Great place, great show. He deserves to 11,725 euros. He gets plus the 3K package for the King's Million. You will see him here in September. But now, unfortunately for him, he is out of the tournament. RIP GG. The chat is paying respects. Baby Todd. No, it wasn't Baby Todd. It was actually Doyle. His first, Doyle Brunson's first daughter was Doyle. Unfortunately, she passed away. Not many people know that he actually had her. But no, that was his first baby, and he had to win a session to get her out of the hospital. Kopet7474. We have some Czech fans in the chat. Look at this. When there's something exciting played, I have the time. I come watch. So Kopets, hello. No Skills is saying we will have to pass through an electronic sweeper eventually with how small tech is getting. Yeah, it's possible. Look at this. Yoram, the Queen 8, Mr. 2 in the big blind. This actually is a defense. Actually, this should be an all-in. All-in. There we go. Perfect play. And Yoram lets it go. Very well done. Very well executed. Mr. 2. And we have some Czech successes. Vojta Havlík says he played his first live tournament in the Rozdrojovice. In Czech Republic, guys, if you don't know, obviously we are the most famous worldwide, but there's a bunch of smaller venues. And the thing is, a lot of these players that play in smaller tournaments, then they come to Rozvadov to compete in these events, and suddenly they sit down, and a lot of these Czech tournaments, they're actually not tracked by Hand and Mob. So you find a lot of players with experience with the Czech flag. They come in and they're surprisingly good when it comes to live poker. Maybe Vojta is one of those players. Quad says that's pressure. Wife screaming and you play poker. GG, yeah, well played there. Absolutely. Machi says, it's too bad. Rudy is the best player. Too bad he actually busted. Oi, oi, oi. Real poker fool. Bucket listing. Visit Kings. Absolutely. Pick one of the fun festivals. I'll be here, by the way, if you want to see me and shake my hand. I'll be here during the festival series. That's coming up in a few weeks' time. It's the one time in the year where we actually have mixed games at Kings Resort. Usually we're all about Pot Limit Omaha and Hold'em. But we will be bringing mixed games. You will have some crazy pineapple. You have 3 cards instead of 2. You have 8, 9, 10 tournaments per day. There's the Hand and Mob Championship. So if you want to get out of line, you can come for the festival. And if you want big buy-ins, not that big buy-ins, biggest buy-ins we have, but if you want a lot of players, if you want to see the Kings Resort full, the Kings Million European Poker Championship is the way to be. It's where you want to be. And look at this, Kaizen. Wow. Kaizen putting in that 4-bet. Well done, sir. Miroslav says, you're not allowed to use phone at the table, but no restrictions about headphones. Makes no sense to me. Well, yeah, you could technically have somebody, right? Well, if you have headphones, you could have somebody in your ear during the stream to feed you information. But you see, nobody has headphones. I'm not sure if we actually allow them. We might not be allowing them during the stream. Announcer, are you on X? Yes, I am, Chipman. But X is a black hole for Europeans, let me tell you. I am on X. It's Lemon Poker. But I find that every time you have location in Europe, your views and the interactions you get on Twitter or X, they're really, really low. Kings Resort, we used to use X a lot, like all the updates we would put up there. But a few months ago, we just decided, hey, it's not even worth it to post, because X is just, at some point, it stopped being popular in Europe. There we go. We have Valentin against Kaizen. The two big stacks going head to head now. Oh my goodness, this is an absolutely action flop. Kaizen has the top pair, great kicker, but Valentin has the nut flush draw. You can see some fireworks. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Kaizen goes for that 1 million bet, 1.7 big blinds. Now Valentin, he does both of these options actually. He can call. He can go ahead and raise as well. And I love the way he grabbed those chips. So he grabbed the chips of Kaizen. Did you see that, guys? He grabbed the chips of Kaizen and threw his chips together with them into the middle. Well, in Kaizen's shoes, you probably want to keep betting here. All those weaker aces, they are calling you. You can get value from those club draws. One reason to check is because, well, you are up against the big stack. You don't really want to blow up the pot against Valentin specifically. You don't have too much incentive to go crazy against the other big stack. There are a lot of smaller stacks that you can bust, that you can ladder up against. So now is the time to go ahead and value bet, and you can go pretty big here. He decided to pot control, but this is the absolutely strongest hand, unless he somehow hits a 4 that he can have here. Ace-king should be betting every time. This is the best one pair hand we can ever have here. Looks like we're betting big. I like to see it. 3.8 million. Relatively big sizing. Well, for Valentin, the thing is, not too many players are willing to go bet, check, bet, and actually bluff. Valentin must be thinking, why wouldn't Kaizen just bet on the turn with his draws like 8-9, right? So, but the problem is, it's Kaizen. Kaizen is a strong player. He should be able to bluff in different situations. I think against a weaker player, we just let it go, because they don't bluff enough. And there we go. Yeah, this is a respect call. He gave enough respect to Kaizen to be able to bluff here. And Kaizen, with that very, very tricky check back on the turn with the ace-queen, gets paid by Dumitra. Wow. Very, very interesting hand. And you can say that Dumitra, Valentin gives credit to Kaizen for being able to bluff there. Now, it's a small pot, but a lot of different angles were going on into that hand. And the ace-queen, that was a very, very tricky play there. Nice big bet on the river. Nicht2 is asking, hope you guys are clever enough to delay the stream for 5 minutes. It's 30 minutes, okay? Our delay is 30 minutes. So I think that's enough to not crush it, not be able for the players to see it in real time. But of course, they have the possibility during the breaks. If you are clever, you are at the final table, you should have some friends that are watching the stream, and when you go to the break, you ask them what everybody had. That is the way how you should be doing it if you really care about winning. And come on, Czech boys, I love that you're talking about Brno, but come on, we have a lot of non-Czech viewers. If you can swap to English, that would be very much appreciated for the benefit of the other viewers. And you will also talk about the Czech country. Of course, we want to make people visit, make them come to the Czech Republic to play more poker. So if you switch to English, you will be able to let the other players know about the situation that we have here in the country. And Valentin takes one down. A little bit of revenge against Kaizen. And this is very important, guys. Valentin and his stack will matter a lot. Vegas is saying that those two guys, they're playing a different game. They're playing heads up against each other, and then the rest of the table, it has to just fold when they play. I mean, it does kind of look like that. We have two massive stacks and then everybody else. And the two big stacks are having a good time. They're touching each other's chips, by the way, for some reason. So yeah, that's pretty amusing, and I think our tattooed hero, he is spot on. It looks like a show between those two players, Kaizen and Valentin. There we go, Kaizen. Basically putting M. Fisher all in. M. Fisher does not have a hand you can call with. We both know that he is waiting for a decent hand right now, and he is at risk. 7.3 big blinds. You don't have too much maneuvering space, and because he's there, because every time you get a short stack, everybody is not the big one. The big stack will have to play very, very tight. And Valentin still up there, but he lost some chips, 53 million, Kaizen 45. So these two players are actually got much closer to each other. Kaizen started the day as a big chip leader. Now he's in second in chips. M. Fisher down to 7 bigs. He's the man that we will watch. Joram Simon, that was down to 5 bigs, quadrupled up, is also a player at risk. But we have 1 clear short stack and 2 big stacks. And everybody else has to be playing very, very, very tight right now. There's not much space for error. Not much space for mistakes when you are one of the middling stacks. And it will be on one of these two guys to drive the action. I think this is actually a mistake. 6-3 suited can definitely be erased against M. Fisher, who likes to play very, very tight. He's waiting for those hands. I think as the second biggest stack, you should go for it. Now all in. There we go. King Deuce against King 5. We are going to see a call here, I'm assuming. Stefan with King 5 against 7.3 bigs. This is actually a strong hand. Blind against blind. We are thinking about it. If it was against anybody else, it is a fold. But now you have a chance to bust your opponent, actually ladder up. Of course, we know that this is very likely to be a chop. Let's see if we'll find the call for M. Fisher. Obviously, seeing him fold is the dream. Looks like Stefan might actually let it go here. Very, very close spot for him. If you fold now, you still have plenty of chips to play with. And M. Fisher will still be the short stack, but the thing is, he will not be a clear one. You will basically help him to get closer to those 10 bigs, to a stack that can get folds. Yeah, he hates to fold, but he does it, and M. Fisher up to 9.3 big blinds. That still is a stack when you go all in, you have fold equity. And he almost took it. We put the small blind in the middle, and M. Fisher almost took it. That was pretty funny. Wojta Havlik says, love the stream. Thanks, guys, for sticking to English. It is for the benefit of our viewing audience. They want to know what's happening in the country. Of course, all eyes were on the Czech Republic when the World Series of Poker Europe was here. I know we have a lot of viewers from North America as well. Indonesia is here in the chat, I know. So let's make the chat enjoyable for them as well by sticking to English. And Victor Vegas with the juices. Well, actually, I must say in theory, this raise is too loose. But we know that Victor, he loves to play hands. Well, for Joram, this is very awkward. Great odds, but we have those 11 big blinds. And you have to think about, in Joram's shoes, you're not only thinking about Victor Vegas and your odds, you are thinking about the other short stack at the table. And right now he has 11 bigs, the other shorty has 9.8. So every single blind matters, because then when you cover the other short stack and there's a decent pay jump, you just want to keep that blind in your stack to have that opportunity. Nick too. Oh, we have a. That's hilarious. I'm watching from my living room. Why would you go to Indonesia to watch poker? Yeah, very, very, very funny. Actually, let me give you some news. Some people live in different parts of the world, okay? And actually, on the internet, you can view a stream like this from anywhere in the world. So shouts out to everybody from all across the world watching the stream right now. Portugal here too. Tweezy says, fantastic to have you here. And there you go. This is absolutely a strategic battle. Now, all the short stacks, I guarantee you, they are looking at each other. Yoram is looking at that 9.3 big blinds and he's thinking, hey, I have 2 bigs extra. I don't really want to risk much, but ace-queen is just too strong. There we go. There is that all-in against Kaizen. And Kaizen still, he has a lot of chips. He might consider actually stacking off here, but... yeah, the ace-queen iron all-in, of course. Yoram is all in. He can be at risk if Kaizen calls. Well, Kaizen does have a lot of chips to spare here. That's a gamble face if I've ever seen one. He knows he's behind, but he kind of wants to roll with it. I have a feeling that he wants to see that flop. The mind says no, but the heart says yes. Which one will it be, Kaizen? Will you go with your heart? It's telling you to gamble, or with your mind, it might be telling you to fold. There we go. There is that gamble face. I saw that mischievous smile. You sometimes see it when somebody knows that they're behind, but they want to see that flop, and Yoram suddenly is at risk. This would be very unfortunate if he loses this. There is a smaller stack than him. And he might be at risk, but he has a great hand. Dominating Kaizen right now. 14.8 million in the middle. Can this beat that 10? So far, so good. Ace, king, and the 9. Kaizen does have a backdoor spade draw. There we go. Actually, we have some chopping outs. Take a look at this. And Yoram manages to double up, and the racks to riches miracle story. He was down to 5 big blinds. He won with queens 4-way, and now he doubles up, and he's still very much in the running. Kopet says, I'm watching from the train. Nice. Thank you very much, Kopets. Unfortunately, it only counts as 1 viewer if you're watching from the train and the other passengers are looking over your shoulder. It still only counts as 1 for our stats. Punkhead watching from Greece. Real Pokerful is watching from Holland, nearby. There we go. This tournament is powered by Dutch Poker Classics, of course. So a lot of players from Netherlands were here. And would you look at this? M. Fisher, the man who's been waiting for it all this time. He's been very, very tight. Every time there's a chance to go all in, but it's close. He folded. Now he gets rewarded with the aces. And let's see if he will do the, for some players, very transparent min raise, or if he will simply balance what he does and just go all in. Which is it going to be? That tricky min raise that a lot of players will see through, or will you not mess around and just put it in? There we go. No tricks here from Miss M. Fisher. Just like he would do with those low pocket pairs. Just like he would do with those ace-10s, for example. He just goes all in with aces. Now he's open to get action. Can somebody call him? Victor Vegas. Oh my goodness. He really wants to fold. And he does. Well, M. Fisher, you win, but maybe not as many chips as you wanted to. but still, he's up to 12 big blinds. Suddenly, he does have fold equity when he raises a lot more than he had before his hand. Oh, Kopec is a train engineer. I don't think, I think this is a first. We actually have a viewer who is driving the train. So Kopec is actually driving a train and watching the King's Resort stream. I mean, how crazy is that? Please don't crash the train. We do not need that kind of publicity. If you're watching the King stream, you crash the train and in the crash site they will find our stream running and my voice booming from your phone or tablet. We don't want that, okay? So it's beautiful. I think we're the number one stream in the world with the most engineers that are driving a train watching. So we just made the record with Kopec in here, but yeah, be careful, please. Are you driving the red trains? Yeah, please don't crash, Little Poker Fool. Chad, I feel like I have to ask, is anybody else here driving any vehicles? Do we have any pilots in the chat? Do we have any truck drivers watching the big finale of the 1 mil guaranteed? Let me know. Do we have any astronauts? Is anybody watching from the space station right now? And Victor with the King Jack, absolutely strong hand, but Valentin, oi oi oi. He has that flush draw. And Victor just decides to peel here. Well, Valentin, you want to be putting the pressure on your opponents. Let's see if the club can roll off. No, it's not a club. But against a smaller stack, when you have all the chips in the world, you should be putting on the pressure, right? Let's see if Valentin will follow through. I absolutely expect him to keep betting now. There we go. 2.5 million, nearly half pot. That's a big sizing. And there we go, Victor. Oh, we just know this. Victor does this every time when he has a strong hand. Maybe he will chop one street, but then there's no messing around with this man. Just stops all the possibilities of Valentin getting there. Jams the turn, locks it up. And I just love to see Victor play. He might not be playing like the solvers would tell you, but he sure is entertaining and unpredictable. Uh-oh, we have a jackpot in the background. If you guys hear the rings. The table is reacting. Yeah, someone probably won 10k plus there. Don't worry, guys. That's not the fire alarm. Machine or bad beat? I don't think you have victorious music playing. How long is this? How big was the jackpot? Did somebody just take down the biggest one? I have to. Okay, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna actually ask straight up. I'm asking what the amount is. All right, guys. I have to ask now. I have to ask. How much was the jackpot? Okay, I'm asking my production, how much was the jackpot? That was a long time. That was playing for a while. If it wasn't at least 10k, I'm going to be extremely disappointed, guys. Come on. Where is this tournament going on? It's in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic, in the King's Resort. We have massive tournaments here, over 3,000 runners right here. We have a lot of German, Italian, now Dutch players. Kopec is saying. All right, so we might have a video if you look at the socials. That's crazy. I'm trying to find out for you guys. All right, so it looks like the jackpot was around 13 or 14,000. So the music you heard in the background, somebody was pressing some buttons and they won 14K. These guys, they have to fight. We had 70-minute levels, guys. They were fighting for it for days and days. This is day 4 of this event, and somebody just pressed the button and got 14K. It's not fair, of course. Oi, oi, oi. So 14,000 apparently was won somewhere at King's Resort. That's why the music was here and you heard the alarm bells ringing. Yeah, check is usually in our casinos. I start to play so loud and then the jackpot is like 150 euro. No. It doesn't happen here. If they keep playing the music for so long, you're looking at least 10K. At least 10,000 here. Minimum 13,000. Yeah, it must have been at least 14K. That's hilarious. Oh, I actually see the video. Okay. It was 12,000, right? I'm not sure. Yeah, 11,000 it seems like. But it was from like a €1 spin or something. Someone won 11K from €1. Ah, it's crazy. Yeah, guys. Number one, I want to say this is a poker stream. Gamble responsibly. All right. It's if you don't play poker, where you can actually beat the other players. If you play anything else, it is for entertainment. You will lose money in the long run. And you have to gamble responsibly, but obviously it is a lot of fun when you happen to win. Just make sure that you always treat it as entertainment. You only wager what you can actually lose, what you're counting on losing. I have to give you this disclaimer for moral and legal reasons. But obviously it's fun when we're streaming and somebody binks 11,000 times whatever he risked. Yeah. Actually, 7 players in the field of 3,141. Absolutely. It's a small miracle here in the Czech Republic. And take a look at this M. Fischer. He tends to be very conservative. Ace-8 is a strong hand, but Kaizen has those ladies. That is a powerhouse. Are you really going to wait for a better hand, Fischer? He's looking to his left. This is correct. When you are thinking like this, your only play is an all-in. You should not be actually looking just at the razor. You should look behind you. And there is that all-in. Oi, 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 oi. M. Fischer is that enough. Disciplined all day long. But Ace-8 of diamonds was just a little bit too strong. Kaizen is one of the big stacks. He should be very loose. Suddenly, M. Fischer will be at risk. We saw the ladies win once today against 3 opponents, then get crushed by King-Queen. This is the 3rd time. Ladies are all in. Can they hold this time and take out M. Fischer out of contention? Or will the Ace-8 of diamonds catch up and stay alive here? And it is then all in. M. Fischer, he is the poster child of discipline. He looks like Agent Smith from The Matrix. Can he actually crack the system and hit those diamonds, hit that ace on the flop? Well, there is the backdoor diamonds, some backdoor gutters, but it's not looking great for him right now. Can we get some hope on the turn, or are we only going to be playing for that ace on the river? Can those be the diamonds? A 3, a 5, anything else that brings him more hope? No! Only the ace from space can save M. Fischer from elimination. And can prevent Kaizen from chipping up. Is it the ace on the river? No, it is not. We lose M. Fischer. Very nice conservative play. A lot of discipline today, but he leaves the tournament in 7th place. Good game. Getting this far, 3,141 entries. He deserves all the praise that you guys can give him. And he's taking home 15,300 euros plus that 3K package for the King's Million. Not too shabby from a 299 euro buy-in. That is a fantastic return on investment, but of course, he was looking to maybe go further. But let's face it, guys, this man has been on the short stack for almost the whole day. Started on the short stack, and he actually laddered up all the way to 15K plus and the ticket package. I mean, he can't be too upset about this. Hard luck, Fisher. GG. Not even a day with an 8. I love it, Nick, too. We have some rhyming in the chat. I would have liked a call pre-flop more. That's the thing. He's got 12 big blinds. The problem is when you have 12 bigs and other people have more than you really don't want to lose a single big blind. You really want to just go for it or fold. If there was somebody that had less chips than him, then it would be a different story. But when you are the short stack, you don't want to bleed even more chips, really. So, yeah, I agree that all in all fold did make sense. It's extremely unlucky, though. This man that's smiling, Kaizen, I mean, he's a lot of chips. He should be opening really wide. So that was very unlucky, and the disciplined man, I don't think he made a mistake here. Yeah, Kaizen just knocking the players out, that's right. I think there was a lot of fold equity in the jam with Kaizen being more loose. Yeah, Kaizen has a lot of chips. If you are facing Valentin and Kaizen, these two guys, they can basically push over the table and you can just go for it. Of course, you see, this man actually, if you notice, guys, before the hand, he looked at Stefan. He looked at Stefan's stack, and that was very correct. Stefan had more big blinds than the ace-8 of diamonds, right? So when he was the short stack by a couple big blinds. I think if Stefan had, for example, 5 big blinds, then the ace-8 of diamonds becomes a fold because the pressure is not on you, but the pressure would be on Stefan instead. But because you were the shortest stack, you were under pressure, you couldn't just wait out Stefan by folding a hand like this one, he went for it. It's always important to take a look at what stacks are there. Every single ladder up obviously matters. It's thousands and thousands of euros. And because he was on the short stack, he decided to go for it. I don't think that's the wrong decision there. Decent overlay in this tourney. I think it's 60K. Yeah, so it's, yeah, obviously the players got some value. So 60,000 is the overlay here. Great value for the players. It's nothing crazy, but yeah, obviously. I think this has been one of the most valued tournaments for the players overall. You had 70-minute blinds. They won AB. Not only had 70-minute blinds, but the top 5 players from those flights, the biggest chip stacks, they actually got, each of them got the 3K package on top. It's absolutely insane. The value in this tournament. I know there have been players like Max that maybe is watching now. He flew in just for those long flights, and then he flew back in for day 2. The value in this tournament has been absolutely insane. And the small overlay, yeah, the small overlay is a bonus, of course. So if you are a grinder and you missed out on this tournament, I mean, yeah, you must be kicking yourself. But there's going to be a lot more chances for you as well. King's Resort never sleeps. And if you guys want to taste an event by the same organizers, there's going to be something a little bit different. The Benelux Classic is coming on the 15th of June. And that one is 300K guaranteed, but you only buy in for 175. And Ronald van der Linde, Mr. Pokerize himself, who co-runs this, he's telling me that there will be a lot of outlets to have a good time. A lot of out-of-poker activities there. But in terms of pure poker playing, yeah, this tournament has been an absolutely fantastic value. Checky says, yeah, 299 for over 100K. That's absolutely wonderful, yeah, obviously. Nice ladder up. Dutch is still in. Yeah, everybody, yeah, the ladder ups, it's real, guys. The ladder up is absolutely real. Everybody is guaranteed 20,000. You know, if you play a tournament and it has 299 euro buy-in, you would expect 20K to be the first prize, right? In vast majority of venues, if you play in Europe and you have 299 buy-in, 20K, 23K in effect, it basically is the first or second prize now, right? Now all these players, they are top 6 and they have 20K guaranteed. No matter what, this is a massive payday from the small buy-in for everybody. So I don't think we will see too many tears when one of these players busts now. When you beat 3,135 players that have ended behind you, I mean, it's a massive success no matter how it ends up. I love Victor Vegas. You know, Victor Vegas, he's actually drinking beers over there. Did you see that? He's in top 6 of over 3K players, and he's chugging beer there like it's some home game. I absolutely love it. Yeah, the field is wild. It's absolutely crazy, you know. You look at the guys. They're smiling. They're having a good time. And Victor, he just doesn't care. Obviously, you have these two guys. I think Valentin and Kaizen, they are smiling as well. They're having a good time. But, guys, make no mistake. Valentin and Kaizen, they are very serious grinders, especially Valentin. 16 cashes only this year in Rozvadov. The guy on your left. 16 times he's cashed, a lot of good scores. So he might not have huge success in terms of millions on his hand and mob, but when you just purely look at his performance and his consistency here in Rozvadov, this is one of the hottest players, the biggest grinders that we have here, period. Not just from Romania, but out of everybody who plays here in Rozvadov. BL Post is more than half the field, is at least one rebuy. Actual individuals are around 1,000. Yeah, that's possible. And that's the thing. When somebody gives you a tournament with such slow blinds for a low buy-in, if you're a poker player, you just take it, right? A lot of guys just traveled here just because of the structure. Kopet says, we drink beer like the... You know what? Czech Republic is actually dropping, but it's still #1 by far in terms of beer consumption per capita. I'm not sure how many tens of liters it is, but yeah. And Victor Vegas, look at this. He's enjoying. Oh my God, he's drinking that like it's water. He is hydrating very much so. Bureau is asking, is it true that in Czech Republic water is more expensive than beer? Yes. Yeah. If you go to a restaurant and you want a water, it's more expensive than beer, and most of the time, it's changing now, but in a lot of restaurants, if you want tap water, they will refuse to give you tap water. Now it's changing. You can pay a couple euro for water with ice, for example, tap water with ice, but a lot of the restaurants still, they don't have any tap water. They say, oh, we don't have it. There's no tap water in our tap. They will straight up lie to you like this, or they told us we can't do it. And then the beer is actually less expensive than the water if you take it per volume. So a pint of beer will be less than a pint of sparkling water, for example. And it's absolutely true. Folding Queen 6 there is wild. Well, guys, yeah, the payouts are real again. You started with 299. And suddenly you have 20K already in the pocket and 100K up top. I mean, that's crazy, right? It's very difficult for it not to mess with your head unless you are like Valentin, who plays a lot here. And Victor Vegas, 10-6. Oh, look at that. giving out all the tails, shaking his head. The man with the tattoos just laughing with Kaizen. I love to see it. Re-Race Chili Dog says the Dachi will improve his cash considerably. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday with Max. And he was saying, I haven't seen him play. Best live cash is 2K. He's been playing in Rozvadov quite a bit. Okay, guys, after all this fun, let's see where we are. So Stephen Dill, take a look at this, though, on your right-hand side. 20,000 plus 3K already guaranteed. 23K of value already in your pocket. Valentin, 86 bigs. Kaizen, I mean, it looks like we are heading. It really is like, just like Victor Vegas says, it's like these two players are playing heads up and everybody else is playing to ladder up. It does look like it right now, but there's still a lot of play to go, of course. But right now, if you were a bookie and you were to guess these two players, Valentin and Kaizen, you would have a good bet on these two guys ending up in the heads up. Accord says a lot can change still. Yes. Yeah, the Daci, absolutely massive score. He will 10x, more than 10x his live earnings. Around 10x his live earnings. Guaranteed already. Vojta says, I drink the tap water, I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, but I'm telling you, in Czech Republic, you ask for tap water, a lot of the pubs, a lot of the restaurants, they say, oh, you can't have it. Why is it more costly than beer? Well, the thing is, they're greedy, number one. Again, if the restaurant doesn't give you tap water, it's just straight up greed, because we have a great one. But it's a big beer culture. There's so many breweries in here. The tax is reasonably low on beer, and the politicians, they can't raise the tax on beer because it's so popular. It's if you decide that you make the beer a lot more expensive, everybody will vote you out of office. So there are some mild increases, but yeah, because it's such a part of the culture. And ironically, it's not that it's not as problematic. I lived in Scotland, and you have big problems with the misuse. But here, you know, my sister's husband, he comes home, he's got 50 beers there, drinks a couple, goes to bed, doesn't get drunk or anything. That's just how we roll here in the Czech Republic. And of course, by the way, guys, you look at these two chip leaders. So Kaizen calls in the big blind against Yoram, but a lot can change. But if Kaizen and Valentin, they played right and they don't clash against each other too much, they are really the favorites to get there. Well, let's see what Yoram does. That's the problem. You have an underpair. You kind of want to protect your hand, right? You hate every single turn card. Yeah, there we go. He bets. Well, Kaizen must know that he can apply a lot of pressure on his opponent. Yoram cannot afford to lose even a couple big blinds. He's asking me if you show. And here we go. Kaizen waves the white flag. Nice and friendly as we see it here. Good times 52. Beer is way more healthy than soda pop. By the way, if you guys don't know what soda pop is, the North American way of saying the fizzy drinks, as the guys in the UK say. Or basically those sugary drinks that are pretty much full of sugar. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. My grandma always says that the Czech national drink has a lot of vitamins, you know. A lot of sports people actually drink it instead of yon drinks. It's got electrolytes, some people say, you know, so who knows. Chrome in Australia, it's illegal to serve alcohol and not offer free water. Yeah, that's how it should be. Honestly, that's how it should be. I know in a lot of countries it's the law that you have to provide. If someone asks for tap water, you have to ask for it. But yeah, hey, we don't have that here. Quad says, I lived in the Czech Republic for 11 times. People are fantastic. Oh my, hold that thought, Kaizen. Putting on max pressure on Stefan Dill. Oi, 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 Stefan. You see that he's frustrated, but at the same time, Stefan really is relaxed. Imagine you are in his shoes. He only has a few scores here from Rozvadov. I don't think he has many scores from anywhere else. And he will almost 10 times his live earnings. So for Stefan, the lone Dutchman remaining, this is already a massive win. Any ladder up is a big bonus for this man. And basically, his entire life tournament earnings, they will come from this one tournament. So he's shaking his head that he has to fold, but at the same time, you see the smile in his face, that twinkle in his eye from winning so much money from such a low buy-in and getting on the board in his country. Yeah, let's calm down in the chat, guys, okay? Only legal substances, of course. All those disclaimers, drink and gamble responsibly. That's the #1 most important thing. Yoram in the big blinds. Now he does have some ammunition, 12 million chips, 20 bigs. He can afford to try to slow down Valentin a little bit. And that's the thing, if Valentin plays this table right, those two big stacks, they're supposed to push everybody around. Well, Yoram, it's a very, very good flop for him. Not only because he hit, but because Valentin, with whatever he has, he can just bet every hand, basically. Put pressure on Yoram. And that's the great feeling when your opponent is trying to represent the hand that you actually hold yourself. It's one of the best spots in poker. Well, in Valentin's shoes, you can sometimes consider of turning your hand into a bluff, but that really is when you hit that club, or if a 10 would roll off, then you could consider barreling, but really, do you expect a 9 or an 8 to fold to 1 bet? Do you really want to triple barrel with a 7? Maybe not. And now let's see Yoram. He just checks. Wow, 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 wow. Respect for the chip leader. He didn't expect a worse hand to call. He didn't want to risk it. Just check there. Maybe he thought that Valentin would put in a bluff, but yeah, pot controlling, that's the thing. When you have a lot of other mid stacks, there's short stacks around. You don't want to lose even a single chip, so you just play timid against the chip leader. Yeah, good times 52. Don't do that, don't do that. When you come play poker, even at King's Resort, treat it as a nice holiday. Treat it as a great time. Everything that you spend in poker, either you should have a proper bankroll or you should just treat that money as entertainment. Having a good time with all these characters. Be ready to lose it. Kopet says never fold suited cards on the big blind once. Wiseman has told me. But he re-enters 8 times, so I don't know. You know, there was a player, I will tell you after his hand, hold that thought. Yoram decides to actually call in the small blind against the chip leader. Look at this. Yoram, he was playing very, very snug. He was going push or fold. He was waiting for those strong hands when he was on the short stack. But suddenly, he finds himself at 14 million. And he's ready to play with the big guys. And Mr. 2 now can come along as well. So let's see. So Valentin has the big chip lead, the big stack. He has the initiative as well. Let's see if the flop will help him out. Yes, it does. Oh my goodness. We have a top 2 pair for the chip leader. Yoram, unfortunately for him, he started to get more courage, started to play back at the big stack. But he gets punished right now by hitting a top pair against a 2 pair. Obviously, there's no folding right now. The only question is how many streets of value? Well, Valentin squeeze out of Yoram. Are we looking for a blank? For the action to continue. That is as far from a blank as possible. The flush comes in. And I think this card will save Yoram some money. Valentin now can represent so many strong hands. All those flushes that the suited hands he opened with completed, aces, kings, strong hands. Let's see what Yoram does against this relatively small bet. 1.6 million is the price to see the river. The problem is, even if you call here, the big chip leader is very likely to continue to be putting on the pressure. For example, if he's got the queen 10 with the queen of clubs, chances are the big stack will continue on the last card as well. So this is a very, very difficult spot for Yoram. And of course we know that he's crushed now with only 14% equity. But even if you aren't, there's a lot of cards that beat you. And a lot of draws that have a lot of equity against you. And a big threat from Valentin to barrel. Very nice fold. Very, very nice disciplined fold. And look at this. Valentin. Did you see that face? That surprised face? That I'm not sure if Yoram showed him, but he was he was amused and surprised by that fold. That was kind of hilarious. Good times 52. Fair enough. Checky says W grandma, she knows the best. Also my grandma, she gargles. She's 91 now, and what she does is every morning she would take what we call slivovice in the Czech Republic, which is basically a super strong liqueur, and she would just gargle it and spit it out. She claims she was spitting it out, but she's 91, so there's no arguing with your grandma's wisdom. Yeah, so very, very nice fold there. And the guys are making fun of Kaizen. You know what? I think Victor Vegas this is the exact opposite of a poker face. Victor Vegas is basically telling Kaizen what he has. I have a suited hand, and I want to gamble with you. And there we go. Listen, guys, listen. I know a lot of the people in the chat, they're saying, oh my God, this player makes a big mistake. How can he make the final table? But tell me, how can you not love Victor Vegas? He's drinking his drinks here. He's having a great time. He basically tells his opponent what he has. I mean, this guy came to have a great time. Obviously, he's extremely happy about making the 20K already. Being this deep. He's here to have a good time. He doesn't care that it's 100K up top. But obviously, guys, obviously, if your sole goal, if you didn't come to just have a good time, take your buy-in as a something that you spend for entertainment, you shouldn't tell your opponent, ha ha ha, I might actually gamble with you, when you actually have a mediocre suited hand. You're basically telling kind of what kind of a hand you have to your opponent. But you know, we both know that somebody who gave himself a nickname of Victor Vegas, he's not the man who stays in the basement to study the computers. He came in to have a good time here. Jackie says, in Balkan, you also have this plum liqueur, Slivovica, yeah. I guess it's universal. And Stefan Dale. There we go. There's that time. We know that this man already almost 10x'd his life earnings, but now he's hoping to double up. And Mr. 2, there's no folding of the ace-jack suited. I don't think so. Yeah, we spread the chips. If it was 13 big blinds, maybe even 12, we could think about just letting it go. But really, if you bust out this player, you will ladder up as well. You still have a decent stack even if you call. I think that Mr. 2 should just go with it. The fun favorites, multiple of you guys in the chat told us that you met Mr. 2. He's a very nice guy. I have to agree. Now let's see how he will play this. There we go. There's that call, as he should be doing. It looks like he's dominated, but I absolutely think this is the correct play. Especially when Stefan is the short stack. But Stefan, drinking that water, is in a very, very good shape to double up through Mr. 2. He's leaving the table, going to his rail. So there we go. Ace, queen of clubs against ace, jack of spades. Mr. 2 decided to go for it. He tries to knock out Stefan Dill. Try to move to the top 5th place. Can he hit that jack? No, he cannot. Backdoor spades are here, and his spade will give him a nice flush draw. And there are the chopping outs. Let's not forget about that free. That would leave these players with the same amount of chips. So far, so good. Jack 7 and a free to split or give it to Mr. 2. No, Stefan doubles through, and the sole Dutch hope remaining in this event, powered by Dutch Classics, has doubled through Mr. 2, who made a fine play. Ace-jack suited, very strong hand. You still have 10 million chips behind. You want to take that risk. Try to bust out the player that is between you and the 5th place. So, good place all around, I must say. But the ace-queen prevails. Alex, boss pass, yeah! Now, please, guys, can you explain to me, when there is an all-in, right? There is an all-in, for example, ace 10 against king jack. Why is everybody rooting for the ace and not the blank, you know? Everyone wants it to be over right away, but if it's a blank card, your player will win anyway, you know? But I guess it makes more sense to cheer for an ace or a queen. Yelling queen, come on queen, is much better than yelling, come on nothing, come on blank. It doesn't have the same punch to it, I suppose. So when you think about it a little bit more, yeah, it does make sense to root for the card that would seal it for the player than shouting for nothing. But maybe one day we'll hear it. Some players on the rail, you guys in the chat, will keep spamming blank, blank, blank. Vluge Jappy 99. Vamos, he says. Very Dutch word. How can we see the cards as audience? Spectre 13 is asking. Well, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. All the way back, many years ago, there was this tour that actually is still going. The World Poker Tour. They popularized something called the whole card cam. I can't remember actually. There was a small tournament that did it first, but the World Poker Tour really popularized it on TV. They were on the National Geographic, believe it, or something like this, or Discovery Channel. The first one was. So basically, when you played, there was a little camera, or there was glass under your cards, and you would have to show your cards to the camera, and then that's how the production, they actually knew what you had, and they can put it in the overlay. So that's how it was for many years, but as technology progressed, it changed. Now if you look at the tables, there are no hidden cameras there. There's no glass under the player's hands. And the way it works, the whole table is one big RFID reader. So it's one big reader, and the cards, they actually have chips in them. They're very expensive, and they basically interact. So the table itself, it can read the signal from the cards, and it sends it to our direction, our production team, who gets those values, and that's how we can give you these whole cards, and then we put them in the overlay. So the cards that we play with are very special, very expensive cards. The table that you see here, also very special, very expensive table. And actually, if you want this for your home game, you can technically buy it, but prepare to pay a lot of money. There we go, Stefan Dill in the small blinds with his newfound 14 million. Is he trying to get out of line here? Oh my God, no. It's just so much unlike him, right? He's been so disciplined all this time. I mean, it would make sense to try to play back, but Victor Vegas, he doesn't like folding. And the players, they give him respect. You know, this man, he's a sweetheart, but he does look kind of scary. If you guys missed it yesterday, we had the most amazing moment. You see, Victor Vegas has these full body tattoos, right? His whole hands are covered with tattoos. We had 3 players right next to each other on our feature table. All 3 of them had all their hands, the full hands, they had them covered with tattoos. And there was a 4th player who actually had one hand covered with tattoos. All of them were playing next to each other. You can actually check it on my Instagram, Lemon Poker. I actually asked him, hey, do you guys know each other? And he was joking that, yeah, of course. All of us from 3 different countries. We have a tattoo shop in LA. So that was absolutely hilarious. And I love his style, this man. He just doesn't care. And it's hilarious. Alex Boss says, I rooted for a queen on the river because then it's sealed. With a blank, it's not yet sealed. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still waiting for somebody to yell, blank, blank, blank. Akshay says, very costly table. Yep, of course, but you know, before, even during the first EPTs, they didn't have this technology, right? So actually, the first EPTs, Joe Stapleton, who just left it, he actually was talking about this. They didn't have whole cards, so they had cards down. You couldn't see what everybody had, only in Showdown. And it was a nightmare for the commentators. You basically had to entertain the audience the whole time because they never saw what anybody had unless there was a showdown or an all-in. And Mr. 2, he actually decided to defend with King 7 offsuit. This is a little bit loose, I must say, but he is the short stack now. There we go, there's that fold. And I'm actually not sure. Maybe Mr. 2, he doesn't have to preserve his chips as hard as anyone else. He should be having the smallest stack now. Our Belgian hero. Vedvonal, I am Riverbro for Hungary. Fantastic to have you here. Wojta says, Joe Stapleton leaving is tragic. Well, that's the thing, guys. If you travel for poker, we have the advantage. I have the advantage. I travel for poker all around the world. I will be in about 8-9 countries this year alone. But when it comes to commentary at King's Resort, we have the tournaments in the same venue, right? The thing when you have those traveling tournaments and all the tournaments that come here, for example, like the festival series that's coming, they have 7 different stops all around Europe. So it is taxing. You have to travel a lot. And Stapleton was in the US and he's actually getting married. So he was joking that his commentary partner, he has to leave him to be able to fully concentrate on his upcoming wife. And yeah, that's the reason why Stapleton left EPT, because he's getting married, he can't travel all the time, and he chose family life over the poker life. Mr. 2 will be Mr. 5th likely. Well, there's 6 players still left. Let's see what Victor Vegas can do against Stefan. Well, he outflops him right now. And Stefan Dill, take a look. Stefan Dill, once he doubles up, I mean, it looks like, look, he let out a big sigh of relief, but suddenly he's open raising King 7 offsuit on the cutoff. It's really funny how he opened up. He was playing extremely solid. But now, once he has chips to play with, he is getting a little bit loosey-goosey here. Look at this. Is he actually thinking about barreling with the King 7? Oi, 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 oi. You know, sometimes you have the winner's tilt. Most people, when you think about being tilted, is when you lose a big pot and then you start making mistakes. But you know, when you win a big pot, suddenly you're maybe a little bit too confident in some situations. I'm wondering if this is what happened here with Stefan Dill. We have not seen him opening a hand like this before. Victor's saying you have Jack Queen for sure, 100%. Wow, he's actually going for it. Look at this. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing. And Victor right away goes ahead and folds. Wow, Stefan. Newly found aggression pays off. He outplays Victor Vegas. And I can't blame Victor for folding. Stefan has been very straightforward. He hasn't been doing anything like this all day long. But it looks like he just doubled through that all-in, and now he's getting loose. He got all that confidence. And Victor, that, well, he actually likes to call hands like these. He gave him a lot of credit. Oh, yeah. Video now, I remember. Oi, 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 oi. Was it a PLO session? Yoram goes ahead and folds. Mr. 2. Quad says, Stefan raising and stop chewing. Bluff Oreo. So we have some live reads here, but yeah, it was very interesting. Obviously, the live tells with these guys that don't play day in, day out, you're very likely to pick some up. Good Time says, I feel like he played the player more than the card since his opponent was playing loose. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure if you heard the table sound, but Victor actually told him, oh, you have Queen Jack for sure. And Victor is surprisingly honest. And that's the thing, a lot of the time when we get to a stage like this, the players in the top 6 at Kings, they tend to be very, very stressed, especially if it's a 500k guaranteed, for example. But I really feel like the players that are not the pros, a lot of them feel very happy with the score that they have already. It really feels like a couple of the guys that came in to have fun, like Victor, they really play completely fearlessly. It's like, I have 20k plus. It's such a big payday that now even laddering up, it's a lot of money and a lot of money. So, yeah. And there we go, the patented Victor Vegas Queens. Only with the Queens he does this. 4 big blinds plus, he open races. Oh, that's absolutely hilarious. Oh yeah, Vedvanal. We commented on PLO7. That was the hardest commentary I've ever done, guys. I played millions of hands of Hold'em in my career, but when it comes to PLO, I played PLO4 for about, I think, 20,000 hands. I had some heads-up matches in PLO, but we commentated here at King's Resort for PLO7. I had no idea what was happening. I just read the equities and tried to hope for the best. And oh, look at this, back-to-back queens. They just changed hands. This time it's Joran with the ladies. Well, they bring him luck. Good times. We cannot hear the table talk, really? Okay, let me message them again. And it's a fall. By the way, guys, breaking news. This just in. I have one thing that we have to push. Mr. Poker Ice, Ronald van der Linde, who co-runs this series with the King's Resort, is telling me that there's a big news for King's Resort. Nobody knows about this. It was only announced on this stream. The King's Resort is adding 2 paddle courts. So in a couple of years' time, at least, at the latest, we have a helicopter pad here, so you can come here by helicopter. But we also will have 2 paddle courts. I have no idea why paddle is so popular. The sport looks extremely goofy to me. It looks like a poor man's tennis or a little bit slower squash. But there will be 2 paddle courts if there's something that you like. And I know all across the world, hundreds and thousands of paddle courts are being built on top of supermarkets, hypermarkets, fields everywhere. All the hipsters are playing paddle. Maybe you guys in the chat can explain to me what is the big deal, but King's Resort will have 2 paddle courts as well. They will join the bandwagon. Re-Race Chili Dog says we can, but yeah, I'll ask if we can get it a little bit up. You ask, and we do, guys. I asked the production team, to increase the volume of the table sound. And Checky says it's easy and everybody can play it, just like poker. I suppose, yeah. So is paddle basically like the poker of poker game? Or is paddle like the Hold'em of poker games? Because in poker games you have mixed games and all sorts of complicated stuff. Is paddle easy? Yeah, that's fine. We asked that. Ah, I see. So that's why the paddle. Vojta says, I love poker commentary. I heard there was a big poker boom in 2000s, but I really enjoyed the live stream approach much more. Commentators being entertaining, talking with the audience. Well, there's 2 things. Of course, we want the streams to be interactive as much as we can. But I still think there's space to have poker on TV. And by the way, guys, speaking of poker on TV, if you are Czech, there is a massive show that is being started by Kings, and it's the Kings show. You basically play a sit and go, but you have all sorts of different tasks that you have to perform. And it's basically trying to make the poker accessible to the wide audience, so the poker is not the main thing, it's just the conduit for having fun. For example, I actually see it. Somehow I have the instructions here, and one of the tasks is in 30 seconds you have to show other people an animal, but you can't talk or make any sounds. So yeah, I do think poker still has its place on TV. Kings is trying to get into that with the Kings show. It's been very successful. But of course, the streams are the bread and butter where we can talk to you guys and you can interact with the audience. Obviously, it's something that's new and that's booming in popularity. Gasgano, what is the best poker site to play real cash if I'm from France? No idea. We can't even say it on the stream, so yeah, I can't help you there really. Here in Czech Republic, we have only a couple poker sites you can play. Changing gears is nice by Dil. Yeah, I like it. And using his image, absolutely, Eddie Visser, I agree with you. Dil has been super, super tight when he was on the short stack, and now he's using that image to his advantage. And Mr. 2 now, so Mr. 2, absolutely the clear short stack right now. From Belgium, nothing changed up top. Valentin Dumitra and Kaizen, 55 mil, 48 million. It's really their tournaments to lose. Between them, they have 66%. Can you believe it? Two players have 66% of chips in play. Absolute domination. And then we have the guys in the danger zone, Stefan, Victor, and Joram. So the table is set. We have one short stack that tries to double up, three middle stacks that try to outlast that short stack, not to go crazy. And we have those two big, massive stacks with huge amount of chips in play in their hands that want to put on pressure on everybody else besides each other. And it's not collusion, but it's not fighting each other either. And as the cards are dealt, no pun intended, it basically is their job to try to go heads up against each other, try to pressure everybody else. Vojta says poor man's tennis is padel. Yeah, so we will have this at King's Resort. The poor man's tennis, the fun one. And that's the thing. I think it's dangerous when you put something like padel next to the poker room, and obviously the poker players will be playing it. I take it there will be a lot of prop bets, a lot of bets about who can win. If you're telling me that it's easy to play even for amateurs, it's not as difficult as tennis. That's very, very tough to learn. Then we will see a lot of out-of-shape poker players betting against each other when they play paddle. And look at this, the two big chip stacks fighting each other. Valentin gets one over. Kaizen, who has only 9 use. Well, Valentin has that flush draw, so that is his right. And Swiss boy looking at the payouts. So we have 20,000 euro locked in. For multiple of these players, this is already the biggest score of their career. Even for the pros that we have at the table, even for Valentin, this increases his live winnings considerably. He has 16 cashes here only this year in Rozvadov. Oh, look at this, Joram. Jacket suited, 6-handed, under the gun. That is a little bit loosey-goosey, especially when you have this man on the button, the big chip leader, and you have the other big stack in the big blind. I must say that is very, very ambitious. I was in the small blind. Stefan is actually in the big blind. Well, Stefan goes for that call. Fan B, who is the pro? Valentin for sure is a pro. He's a grinder here at Rozvadov. 16 cashes just this year. So you can't have so many cashes when you keep playing here, and then you go to the factory after the fact, you know. Maybe he can have some sort of remote job, but I take it that he's some sort of a grinder. Yeah, so if I would take a guess, Valentin might be one of those guys that actually is a professional. Stefan definitely is not, though. Not too many scores, already 10x his live earnings, and he actually has a really strong draw here, but so does Joram. And Valentin now, he's actually leading the fray with a king-queen. Stefan, of course, is a very strong draw you can call with. The thing is, maybe you don't want to go all in because you might be dominated by a lot of hands. Look at that smile. Good flop for him, but it's also very dangerous. There we go. There's just that call. You don't want to get it in against draws that already dominate you. And we are looking for that height for Stefan. Joram has that draw. Valentin just tries to feint everything, and this is an absolute dream card for Valentin, but he doesn't know it. When you are up against two opponents, chances are relatively high that there is a 9 somewhere out there. Good time says Jack 9 suited is my favorite hand. I love it as well. Yeah, I think I like it, yeah. And, well, Valentin, this is a little bit confusing. What is paying me? Oh, Via, they're checking on the 9, but I think that he kind of has to bet, right? It's a very strong hand, so many pair plus draws. So many draws possible, so we go for it, and it's 3 million. It looks like a small bet size relative to the pot, but this is a lot of chips for these players. Actually, I think Stefan might find the fold here. Even if you call, it's not going to be easy to get paid when you do hits, and even if you do hits, you might be dominated by higher flush draws here, or even full houses that are there already. Yeah, it's a very, very tough spot for Stefan, actually. There's the time bank flying in the middle. It looks like a very strong draw, but out of position. You're not loving your life right now. It would be insane if he actually decides to go ahead and just go all in, but I think Valentin represents a strong range. Look at this. Yeah, he's just calling. Now, call and hope and pray. Well, for Joran, the same thing applies. I have a nice draw, but is it clean, though? I could be drawing that right now already. Maybe that hard will be bad for me on the river. Yep, he just folds it. And Stefan is now praying for a lot of his outs. Can he get there on the river? No, he cannot. It is a whiff, and it's super difficult now to bluff in Stefan's shoes. What are we really representing if we go all in here? That's the problem with just calling there. Oh my God, he does it! What an insane shove! Stefan, and an insta fold! Wow, this might be the bluff of the tournament. I did not see it coming. Oh my goodness. Stefan, out of the blue, just pulls the most insane bluff, and Valentin gives him instant credit, not even thinking about it. This man is abusing his image to the max. He has been tight today. He has been tight yesterday. In no way you would guess that this man, who has only 2.6K-ish in live earnings, would be capable of a crazy bluff like this, and Valentin agrees with us. Oh my goodness, such a boss move. Faint B says, I have to absolutely agree with you. He shocked me, and he shocked everybody at the table. When Valentin watches this stream back, I think that he will be shocked just like we are. I did not see this coming. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a hand. Let's see the reactions. Oh my goodness. Changing gears, good time says. Alex Bosba says he's not in danger, he is the danger. What the hell bluff was that? Rascally Rabbit. Oh, yo, yo. What the hell bluff was that indeed? And I can tell you what bluff was that. It was a suicide bluff at first glance, but he has been so tight, so straightforward. I don't think I've ever seen a big bluff from him in the last 2 days. It's just he has such a straightforward image of someone who doesn't risk too much that the other players, they could not even fathom. I couldn't even. I still can't believe he actually did that. And you saw how Valentin instantly folded. He fought. It's an insanely easy fold. Wow, can you believe it, guys? This is absolutely crazy. Nice bluff, says Vojca. Kopec says insane. Gasgano says damn. Akshay says what a bluff, crazy bluff. Poker is back. Kurti, I agree with you. This is some street poker. This is some old school, I'm abusing my image kind of poker. Wow, wow, wow. And look at this, another danger zone here. Kaizen has that flush draw. You're on with that check. And Yoram has that fold here. Yeah, Rasko, table image curated over 2 days. That's right. And you saw it with a king-queen, you should at least consider calling there for sure. But in Valentin's eyes, that is just never, that player is not capable of bluffing there, so he just folded. Victor Vegas folding here. Curtis says the crazy part was that the opponent snap folded. Yeah, it's just the image, I'm telling you. Nobody saw that coming. Mr. 2, King Queen suited, it's time to go now. Time to put it in. I don't think there's any other option for you when you have 7.1 bigs behind. There we go, all the chips go in the middle. It's only 6.5 million, quote unquote, and Valentin has a call here, and we might lose yet another player. Valentin is writing he's living his memoir. He doesn't have to write it. Love that quote on his shirt. And here we go. Can Valentin get rid of yet another player, or can Mr. 2, the fan favorite who's made multiple friends over the course of this tournament, survive here? King or queen of diamonds? Can we get there? It is a queen right in the window, and a king as well. Absolutely dream flop for Mr. 2. Looks like the double up is coming, but there is that 7 on the flop as well. Ace or a 7 are the outs. So far, so good. Mr. 2 has Valentin crushed. 89%, as you can see. Looks like some chips will leave Valentin stuck. Unless... Oh! Oi, 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 oi. Ace from space, and Mr. 2 is eliminated. Just like that. What a river. This is almost unfair. The deck gives you all the hope in the world with that 2 pair. Oh my goodness. And you see the Romanian boys are celebrating with Valentin. That hurt. Oh my God. That hurt. And look at this. He wakes up with the queens now. Can you believe it? And Kaizen, the other big stack, he just gets out of his way. It looks like Valentin. It is the year of Romania. Everybody's saying, well, Valentin is starting to prove us right. Rasko says another highlight hand goes Barry on the river. Yep. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river. The ancient book that only boomers remember. Casgano is set for MR2. Yeah, I know he's been the fan favorite of a lot of you. Very nice guy from Belgium. Yes, I know, guys. He's been a friend to many of you guys, but it is what it is. Such is poker. When you are running good, you're running good, says good times. Re-race Chili Dog. With that slogan, you put on a bumper sticker, always a surprise around the corner at Kings. That's true. Alex Bosbas, that is harsh indeed. Oi, 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 oi. Eddie Visser, not like that, as the regular here at Kings, Martin Cabral says. All out. And look at this, free bet, all in and a call. The action doesn't stop. Valentin has the Kings. Victor Vegas, another fun favorite, suddenly is at risk with the ace-queen offsuit. 17 bigs, we can't blame him for going for it. What is going on here? Valentin, an absolute slayer, can get rid of yet another guy. Another fun favorite here, unless the ace rolls off on the flop, turn, or the river. It seems like it's the year and the day of Romania. And the most fun player at the table, Victor Vegas, is looking for that ace from space. Can we have another ace? Not on the flop. There's no other hope for him. The ace and the ace only. Valentin surrounded by his friends. He's hoping to hold here. Jack on the turn. It can only be that Barry Greenstein ace on the river that saves Victor. Or it will be another notch on the gun of Valentin Dumitra. And it's a full house on the river to send Victor Vegas home. Well, my friend, you gave us a hell of a show. I'm going to say it's the most enjoyable character at the table. He reminded us that poker is not just about the cards. It's about the great times, having fun with your fellow players, mixing it up when you want to mix it up. Some GGs in the chat for Victor Vegas. He has been the absolute backbone, absolute star of the stream over the last 2 days. And he deserves all the praise we can get. Not for the advanced plays, not for those GTO wizard moves, but for entertaining us to no end and mixing it up left, right, and center. GG. Alex, boss. Valentin's like the final boss at this point. He has no mercy. It does feel like that, right? He feels like the overpowered boss at the end of the video game. 72 million chips. The only guy who can actually challenge him is this man, Kaizen. Can anything stop these two from heading into that heads up? Oh my goodness. GG. So we lost 2 players. 26,100 for our 5th place finisher. 34,100 for 4th place. 20K for 6. Those were the payouts. Eddie Visser says, whatever happens, huge success for Stefan Dill. Absolutely. 15xing his live earnings. And we have 4 players left. Definitely a cooler, absolutely Curti. Nothing that he could have done. Not against the big leader. Not when being in that position. Running hot and chip leading. That is the dream, absolutely. Valentin's just going crazy. After flopping 2 pair, yeah, the previous hand Kopets, absolutely. 2 back-to-back all-ins, absolutely insane, guys. Wow. Eddie Visser says, GG, Victor Vegas, good run, nice show, absolutely. He is one of the players that you want to see here at King's Resort. He got himself 26,100 euros. For the trouble, plus the free K package on top. And it really looks like Kaizen and Valentin. I'm not sure what would have to happen. Insane run of cards for these 2 guys not to be going into a heads up. But there are still 2 players left before that happens. But they hold almost all the chips now at the table. Stefan Dill, though, with his tricky plays, built himself up all the way to 31 bigs. Well, Yoram, it's go time. Are we going to see yet another all-in? Within 10 minutes, this is the 3rd player that is sticking it in. And we might just be heading into the top 3 right away. It's only 7.5 big blinds. It's going to be very tough to fold this. Valentin, look at this. Oh my God. Valentin does not want to allow Stefan to come in. He just wants Yoram for himself. And yet again, I don't believe it. There's no way Valentin takes out another player when now he's behind, okay? 28%. Yoram with 72% has him dominated. with that pair of 10s. Big favorite to double up here, but guys, Valentin, he feels like the end boss in a video game. He was not the chip leader at the start of the day, but all day long he's chipping up, and chipping up. It doesn't seem like anything can stop him. The only time he ran bad is when he actually folded before the flop. He would lose that ace-queen of diamonds against ace-10. But here we go, Joram against Valentin. All in on the flop. Can we feint that ace? Yes, we can, but it is a flush draw. Can you believe it? The big chip leader flops a nut flush draw.
I think yes, on the turn directly.
And he's saying the diamond's coming on the turn. Valentin is saying diamond's coming right now. It is! He called it! The chip leader said the diamond's coming, and it has come, and just like this, within 10 minutes, we have lost 3 players. Joram Simon heads home with 34,100 euros and the package. What the hell is going on? Post-flop flip, see the luck there. Wow, this is just unbelievable. This is the butcher from Romania. He cannot stop busting players. What an end boss right now. When you run pure, you're unstoppable. I have never seen a pure line like this. Can you believe it? Bust out after bust out after bust out. And he has an absolute mountain of chips. Absolute mountain of chips in his stack. What is going on here? We had 6 players only minutes ago. Suddenly we're down to 3. Oh my god. Dill can do a little dance to sell. Yeah, Dill, I mean, look at this. Dill was the short stack. It seemed like forever. Dill seemed like, hey, he's at the end of this. He was trying to just survive, ladder up and ladder up. Dill will take home at least 45,600 euro when his live earnings are only about 2.6k. Can you believe it? Dill is the luckiest man alive right now. Oh my goodness. So 45,600 euro locked up already, plus the 3k package for this man who only made about 2.6k in his entire tracked poker career. Almost his entire life earnings will come from this tournament. I mean, and he's still not out. Does have 30 big blinds, guys. He still can try to fight back, but Valentin, 82 million chips. Absolute domination. And look at this, of course. He has ace-king. Can you believe it? 3 players knocked out. Yeah, that's right. He's winning so much, he should do something with his luck, yeah. Oh my goodness. They can't believe him. Nobody wants to believe that he has actually his hands, but yes, he does. He's so cocky, he shows the ace-king. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we lost 3 players back to back to back. Yeah, Kaizen just wants to play the heads up. I mean, it looks like it, right? Well, basically Kaizen's strategy was just to sit back and let Valentin knock everybody out. He's just waiting for Valentin to knock everybody out, let him ladder up. And just a reminder, guys, we entered this tournament with 299 euro. And actually, you know what's curious? There is not a big pay jump now. Between third and second, it's 45k 600 and 52k 600. I must say this is quite the unusually small pay jump. We just wanted the 100k up top, I'm guessing. But yeah, now it's relatively flat. If you look at payouts, the pay jump isn't as massive as it was between 4th and 3rd place. And this is funny. I think that the guys don't realize that Stefan Dill has been pretty aggressive. I don't think they realize that this man, he has been tight for 2 days, but ever since the double up, ever since he locked up the 20K, he knows he already 10x whatever his life earnings will be. He has opened up and started playing a lot looser. And we're heading to the flop. And is the queen 7-6. Well, Kaizen. Again, I think Stefan still has this relatively tight image. There was not a break since that huge bluff. So he has no reason not to apply pressure. And Stefan doesn't have anything to play with, really. Oh my god, really, Alex Bosbas? 6-7? Did you really say that? Just a reminder, this stream is strictly 18 plus. If you say 6-7, I hope you are not under 18. If you are, turn this off right away. And Gasgano's saying, yeah, we're waiting for Valentin to end deal for him. It does feel like that Valentin will knock out everybody. Kaizen on the button. Let's it go, and there we go. Stefan, you know what? I think Stefan realizes that at this point, he does not want to fight with Valentin at all. 5-3 suited, you should absolutely play this, especially free-handed. Every single player that we lost, the ICM pressure is actually lower, but nobody wants to play with Valentin. Yes, I did, Alex. Alex Bosbas. Yeah. But it's... Oh, everyone's like now saying 6-7. Of course you do it, but you still make fun of it, of course. Those are the rules. You can do it yourself, but if anybody else does it, who's above 18, you have to make fun of them too. Well, Kaizen can't get away from this one. King Jack off is way too strong here. It's a call here, so Kaizen has Valentin dominated. But it has been absolute domination from him. And Kaizen will never be folding against this. You have 2 overs against vast majority of hands that Valentin can have. You have that gutter. You are actually blocking hands like King Queen and Queen Jack, so we will for sure be continuing. But usually just want to call. When you call here and you hit that King and a Jack, it's still a reasonably strong hand, where if you raise and you hit those outs, they're not as strong as when you just call here. Well, this is a very good card for Kaizen as well. Valentin should consider checking the flop with a decent amount of 9s. Kaizen can have all of them. Again, by having the King Jack in your hand, it means that the King 9 and Jack 9 are just less likely in Valentin's shoes. So I would love to see Kaizen not to just wait for Valentin to knock out deal, but to actually start playing some poker, get aggressive. 3 million, there we go, 30% of the pots. And Valentin will have to wave the white flag. And finally, somebody else, not named Dumitra, scoops a pot. Feels like ages since we've seen that. And here we go, the final 3 of the EPF 1 million main event. Valentin has 52% of chips in play, 82 million. Kaizen with 56 mil. And Stefan, he can still put some damage up against his opponents. 23 bigs, 18 million, but of course he is the underdog right now with 45,000 already locked up from a 299 euro buy-in. Just a reminder, guys, he'll miss a couple live scores, about 2.7k in live earnings. It's a massive, massive payday for Stefan, the last Dutch player remaining. Regardless of what happens, if he busts now, obviously it's a big win for him. But it's not over till it's over. Now he has nothing to lose, and we have seen that he's capable of playing a lot looser than most of these players expect. And it is a queen for Stefan. So far so good, but Valentin, he is almost guaranteed to continue. Possibly for multiple barrels, because the king and the jack, you have the gut shot, you have the 2 overs to any 9 that your opponent can have. And you are blocking the hands like king queen and queen jack here, so yeah, we will very likely see a call. And a decent amount of the time, I would expect Valentin to keep putting on the pressure on his opponent. The pay jump between second and first is absolutely massive, I agree with you. There we go, and Stefan checks. I'm very curious to see if Valentin will go ahead and continue bluffing. This is one of the combinations that you definitely can consider putting the pressure on with. There we go. 3.5 million is the price of calling. And the thing is, there's not much ICM at play right now. The other opponent that you're looking at has a lot of chips. So if you feel like your opponent is bluffing, you definitely can go with it. Oh, and wow, what a ballsy play, Stefan. Absolutely love it, and he takes it down. This is exactly what he needs to do. And this man has absolutely woken up. Ever since he locked up that 20k, it feels like he unlocked some ultra instinct within himself, and he finds these light plays that we would never expect from him if you were watching him yesterday and earlier today. Wow. That was a beautiful denier jam all in. Again, if you have only 3 players, the payouts, there's big pay jumps, sure. But the ICM pressure is not there really, and he has nothing to lose because both of these players, they have a lot of chips. He cannot just wait it out. So, I have to say I love that. And Stefan, wow, it really looks like we will head to heads up really quickly, but this is an extremely unexpected contender. Stefan Dill, I didn't even consider him to be a contender, but it seems like he's finding the place left, right, and center. I'm reading the payouts. Yeah, you can use the payouts command, guys. There we go. They are the ones from our production. And Stefan takes down yet another pot. I'm wondering if it's correct. Let me check the app, guys. You can always double check in the King's Resort app. Let me do it right now. Make sure that we have the payouts correct. Yeah, actually there is a mistake. Yeah, there is a mistake, guys. If you look at the clock, so mods, if we can change that. We actually have a typo in the payouts. It's 62,000 for second place. So 45k third, 62k for second, and it's that 100K for first, 100K 600 plus for first. Yeah, so there's a mistake in the payout, 62,000 for second. Yeah, it didn't make sense, but yeah. The error is not on your side, it's on our side. Yeah, there we go. So, not a mistake of you guys, it's a typo in our Nightbot 62,000 that we play for. And look at this, Kaizen actually has a flush draw. Valentin, though, is the one betting. Yep, so that's our fault, guys. Yep, I've been saying that, absolutely. The mistake was in the bot. And Kaizen takes it down with that flush draw. One thing, by the way, we have to talk about. Yeah, so it's a big jump. Re-race Chili Dog, if you are here, if you can update the bot, please, on Twitch. Add it to 62K. We very much appreciate it. 62K for second. You can always, guys, check the Kings app. That is the official source. Valentin open raising with those sixes. And we have those calls. And there we go. Multi-way into the pot. Everybody's in. We have a family pot for the first time maybe in this tournament. Let's see who wants it more. Stefan hits that top pair. Looks like Stefan has the momentum. You know, he looked like the biggest underdog. Almost negligible live earnings compared to the 100K up top, but all of a sudden, he finds himself with 25 mil and 32 big blinds. And the thing is, the good news for him is, the other guys, they really don't have too many reasons to be bluffing here with those sixes. Multi-way, free-handed. You might just have a reason to go ahead and check it down. Especially now. The one player who could consider bluffing is Valentin. And a good question, no deal so far. The thing is, I'm very curious. If Stefan, he's very likely to win this hand, unless Valentin decides to bluff. So, if he actually wins this pot, he will be up to a decent chunk of change. Yeah, he will take it down here, just decides to bet himself. I think this is he's just betting not to be bet against. This is basically saying, I don't want you guys to bluff. But he's 31 million chips. And, you know, the pay jumps are pretty big. It's 62K for second place. But guys, 62K for second, 100K for first. That's a 40,000 euro difference. 40,000 between second and first. And now that Valentin, you know what? I would not be surprised if we will see him build up enough leverage to try to talk about that deal. Kaizen, 54 mil, and Dill has just enough chips to put the pressure on the guys. Yeah, 30.7 million. I think he just needs a few million more to legitimately have a case for forcing the other guys to think about the deal at least. Here we go. So no deals. But yeah, honestly, just a reminder, even though Valentin looks like a pro, 16 cashes this year, I think his live cashes are sub 100K. So obviously it's still a lot of money for him. Let's see how he plays this. Ace 7. Yep, 299. That's a lot of money here. And let's see if you can have a change. The thing is, I think the deal will be on Valentin. Valentin has been absolutely crushing. He's been dominating players left, right, and center. If he feels like he has the momentum to take it down without any struggle, he might just go ahead and refuse any deals, but you never know. It's a huge amount for winners, yeah. So the bot is not right, guys. It's over 60k for second, but still 40,000 euro pay jump when the buy-in is 299. Wow. There we go. Kaizen goes ahead and bets. And here we go. Did you hear that? The players actually... Somebody said, let's look at the numbers. And there we go, guys. So we are calling the floor. You guys in the chat were asking. Glenn thinks Valentin should not accept to deal the way he's running. I kind of agree with you. But again, this is a lot of money, guys. There's a 62 for second. It's a 40k pay jump. So it looks like we will have a deal discussion right here. Yeah, so let's take a look at this. So what deal actually makes sense? Stefan, he fought himself all the way up to 38 big blinds, and you see that 62k is for second place, 100k, almost 140k pay jump. That is a lot of money, such a big pay jump. Maybe you don't want to risk it, and now that Stefan has a lot of chips, one all in, and he's right there ahead of Kaizen. I think that it does make sense, but don't go anywhere, guys. We will take a short break to allow the players to discuss the deal. But I don't think it's out of the question. They will look at the numbers. It's up to them about how they design it. Do they leave a lot up top? Do they just leave 10% up top? You never know. And I'm very, very curious. Yeah, Stefan fought himself all the way into the guy saying, hey, let's look at the numbers. By the way, it's funny. Everybody was eliminated by Dumitra or Kaizen. 4 players were buzzed by Dumitra, 2 by Kaizen. And through a miracle, Stefan is right there with them now. Okay, guys. Come back after the break. You will know the thrilling conclusion to these deal negotiations after the break.
Pudin passes 6-3 off. Jonas Lauk in the cutoff with ace-queen off. Opens up to 200k. Karlik in the small blind. Queen 10 off. Oh, Speranzoni in the big blind with pocket kings. Jonas Lauk, this is the first hand, APK.
Yeah.
It's the first hand back.
I know that.
No, I'm just saying, look at the fireworks in the first hand back.
It's a great way to start the half.
Yeah. Speranzoni is all in for 23 big blinds. Jonas Lauk is going to have a think about this. It's not a snap call. Cut-off versus big blind ranges are going to be wider.
How many blinks do you think he's going to have? Think, and how many blinks?
I think he'll use at least 1 time bank.
Okay.
2.5.
The location in Cyprus for the next event, that is going to be at the Merit. The Merit Royal Diamond.
That's right.
Yeah, and we will be there from the 14th to the 21st, myself and APK.
That's right, at the Diamond Club.
We'll be there for the whole thing. Yeah, the ace-queen spot is definitely not an easy spot, to be honest with you. It's actually quite a large proportion of Jonas Lauk's stack.
Just under half.
Yeah.
So here we go, kings.
Well,
I was going to say kings all in and at risk, but not quite so much at risk.
Yeah, it's really
flopping top set.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe at risk. 3 outs.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Lucky boy indeed.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Speranzoni eliminated with pocket kings. Flop top set. Jonas Laukvo's runner to hit that straight. Yeah, definitely sending a lot of love to Kata. I think he's a great player. Banic is, you know, a personal friend of mine. But obviously, I'm on the tour quite a lot. I play, you know, a lot of other festivals. I was actually playing the World Series Poker Circuit event in Šamarin in Slovakia recently. That's kind of how I got into this position. I was actually playing the 2.5k PLO, busted, and then they asked me to commentate on it. Saw I was okay, and then did the hold'em, and then they liked that, and then yeah, here I am. Pocket kings for Good here. Obviously, he just had a pretty nice hand. Should just open up to the min.
Raised 300,000.
Don't really think you need to open to 300k. You can just open to 240. Jacko, yeah, the tables do change.
7 pass.
Redraw at 16, and then play into a final now.
8 gold, 300.
The Giacomo does call in the big blind with the 8-9 off.
Heads up to the flop.
Good, obviously, with the very dominating kings. Oh, wow. Open ender for Di Giacomo. And maybe he can increase to this 10 million plus stack already. Would start off with a check for sure.
8 check.
And Good, I would probably use quite big sizing on this board. Like 3-7-10 does connect a lot to the big blind. So I think like we want to go at least 350.
6 bet, 250.
250 is a little small. It's not like horrendous. I would just go a bit bigger. Chat, feel free to let me know what you think about the analysis of the hands and if there's anything that you'd like to add.
Yeah, please do.
Obviously, make sure that it's something that's not, you know, pointlessly bad to talk about.
In YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah.
And if you do it in Twitch, which I'm watching, Bobby's on YouTube today, I'll make sure to show it to him.
Yeah, sure.
And he'll reply to you.
Oh my goodness,
Wow,
6 on the turn.
6 on the turn.
The Giacomo could be ultra stackamo. He's got 11 million already.
Might be the guacamole, if you know what I mean.
Oh, for sure. On this turn card, I believe that Di Giacomo should do quite a bit of leading here, probably around 500,000. It puts kings in a bit of a weird spot. Oh. Oh, is that 600 or 700? 7. You cheeky boy. 700. I mean, honestly, like, Good is in such a spot here. Giacomo does have quite a few 2-pair combos. Does still have some 4-5 suited as well that he would call in the big blind. Even call him 4-5 off. Oh my goodness me. That is a raise of at least 2 million.
Yikes.
This is not a raise on the turn. I will confirm that this is not a raise on the turn.
This kind of reminds me of the hand we saw Rand bust the bubble.
Yeah.
Aces versus the turn straight.
Oh, wow, Good is finished. Because the thing is, APK, when we raise this turn, we are committing ourselves, right? If we just call turn, and we can reevaluate river.
He's trying to set up the jam for himself. Unbeknownst to him, he's drawing dead.
This is not a good spot. Wow, this is, by the way, APK, this is going to be the biggest hand so far of the tournament.
7.2 million, yes. It's the largest pot we've for sure covered.
Yes, Buros says, why do you prefer the lead than a check raise? Well,
great question.
Because if you lead, they can still raise. Like, yeah, sure, we have 2 pairs and stuff like that in our range. I mean, he's going to use a lot of time here anyway.
Approved.
But it's very hard for Di Giacomo to put Good specifically on kings, right? Like, he's opened the button, which is the widest position. And also, when you lead here as well, a 10 is in a very tough spot, but they're not going to fold.
Great explanation there.
Wow, he folds.
Whoa.
That is sick.
That's some G stuff.
Wow.
That's some old school poker.
That is old school against old school right there.
That is some old school poker right there.
Wow.
And I'm not just talking about their age.
I think the only player on the table that I would say is maybe not a professional is the man who looks like he could kill everyone in the casino.
320. 6 raise 300.
But I'm going to scope him out now. Pidoon, I'm on you.
All right, he's on it. Neugebauer raising to 320K with the ace-10 offsuit.
The 9s jam with 23 bigs is 100% standard and very, 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 very normal. Just to confirm.
Carlich on the button, ace-3 of spades.
Is this guy called Daniel Pidoon?
Mm-hmm.
$1.7 million in earnings.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah.
Must not be a professional.
Played the 50K in Rosvadov in 2022 and come 6th, and played the 100K in Rosvadov in 2019.
Oh, okay.
He played the 100K little one for one drop. Sorry, the high roller one for one drop. Got 20th.
Heads up to the floor.
I mean, this guy loves the game. Plays 300 no limit hold'em turbo. This guy 200 no limit hold'em turbo in 2009.
Like Chet said, must not be a pro. So ace-10 versus ace-3. Flop is ace-deuce-7.
6 check.
He also won the EPT main in 2013.
Oh.
For 880K.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's one non-pro.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting situation here. Neugebauer with the open, Carlich with a flat.
260.
260K is the announced raise
I mean,
size.
Carlich flatted pre, right? Yeah, because of the size of the pot.
Are they going to open?
Yeah.
Flat, fold.
Just a call here from Max. Wouldn't do anything else. Carlich has worse ace-X. He has some flush draws. Our ace-10s can be best a lot of the time. We have the 10 of diamonds blocking Jack-10 suited. Obviously, the ace of diamonds is on board, so blocking ace-10 suited itself already. Pretty good turn.
Pretty good turn for Max, indeed.
Just a knuckle. Slow down, Max, with your checks. They're just too quick at the moment. It's true. It's just a live tell.
Laura, if you're in chat, you can tell Max later.
Text him. Yeah, Max is actually a champion already. He won 2 years ago this tournament.
2 check.
Don't really think there's anything lucky about that. If it comes 3, it would be lucky, but it's completely standard play by Max here. Okay, so Carlich is going to check back all of his ace-X here, basically. Ace-Jacks onwards is still going to check back. So we have to bet here. But we have to bet a price that we can get paid. Maybe like 1.2 million. That's my price.
Okay.
You want to pick a price?
I'm actually talking to production, so I can't pick a price right now.
Okay, don't
sorry.
pick a price. I mean, Max checks to allow Carlich to bet. Wow, he is going to bet.
875.
Ooh, 875.
I mean, at this point, I would just wager all of my chips. Thrust pump.
Pump it up, Max.
Got to go all in.
$2.8.
2.8 million.
2.8 million.
Max loves to pump it up.
That is
Let's go.
hardcore.
Love to see it. Great sizing, too.
Also. And all the time bank chips just go in.
Remember Martin earlier was like, did you see that? I love the way he put all in time banks. Very intimidating how he throw all time banks in.
What did he say?
All in time
Yeah,
banks.
but he said you're the time bank master or something.
Yeah, to the other guy.
You're the time bank master.
That's what he was saying to the Finn.
Yeah.
Jotnin. Actually, Lady Luck, I do approve these time banks. This is a rough spot for Karlich. It depends on how many he uses, okay? I'll allow... I don't want him to use all of them here, but if
You know why it's
one
a
to
rough
two,
spot?
1 to 2 of his time banks is appropriate.
Shall I tell you why it's a rough spot?
Please do.
Because he went for value in a spot where he should check.
Put himself in a tough spot.
The cookie jar.
Yeah.
Whoa! Max is going to scoop a massive pot, up to 8 million chips.
Max value for Max Neugebauer.
Wow, that was wild, man.
8 million chips for my boy.
Oh my gosh.
Pocket tens or ace jack suited for you?
Pocket tens.
Why?
Because a pocket pair is always stronger than ace jack suited, and ace jack suited is not my favorite hand.
I like ace jack suited. Yeah,
And
it's more
why?
exciting. More exciting.
Yeah.
More outs, and I like hearts. You know. Ace jack suited.
Why?
Because I have the chance of flush too.
Ace jack suited or pocket tens for you?
Ace jack suited.
And why?
It's a situation. Maybe tens is better. Maybe ace jack is better.
Pocket tens or ace jack suited?
Pocket tens.
And why?
At least you already have something.
Okay.
But also it very much depends of the stage of the tournament,
Yeah, of course.
depends of the situation
But
you stack.
yeah,
But
yeah.
at least with pocket tens, you already have something.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the end game of the EPF 1 million guaranteed main event powered by Dutch Classics, and I take it everybody is asking what happened during the break. The players were asking for the floor, and is there a deal? Well, take a look at the chip counts and the payouts, and I can tell you that, drum roll, yes, there was a deal during the break. I'm putting in the numbers right now. You can see who's taking down what, and we have a deal and 20K. We're playing for up top. So the players decided, hey, the pay jumps are so big, we don't want to just play for everything. And a deal was made. So Valentin taking home 67,700 euro. Stefan 54,300 euro. And our last player, Kaizen, 64,300. So 67,700, 64,300, 54,300, and we're playing for 20,700 euro. There we go. We have it in the chats. So I'm really curious what happened there. Valentin decided that he will be merciful. He busted almost everybody out during this final table. But Stefan has been playing better and better. They can't read him as easily as they could before. Around the 20K mark that was guaranteed when he started playing more aggressively. So a lot of respect for Stefan Dill's game. All these players agreed on that deal, but 20,000 up top. That is a lot of money, of course. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think Valentin has made a mistake? Or do you agree with that deal?
A lot of
Yeah, 20K, that's a lot of money. That's more than 10%, obviously.
With him, man, I was waiting for him for like 2 hours. I said, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nice deal. So we have the judges in the chat are in. Eddie Visser, 20K up top, agrees with it. Look at this free bet from Valentin against Stefan. Stefan decides to defend right now. There we go. There's that call. So suddenly we made that deal. Good deal for Stefan only. Valentin is c-betting that board. It's pretty connected. Well, for Stefan, he's got some nice backdoors. All those hearts on the turn. Any 9, any 5. They improve his hand. That is not one of those backdoor outs for Stefan. Yeah, Stefan is the winner. The chat agrees. And he continues bluffing. The thing is, you are removing those ace-queen and ace-jack combinations. That's basically the most likely reason why you go ahead and bluff here. But when you do this a good amount of the time, you will as well barrel the river. So Stefan lets it go. Gasgano, Valentin is potentially losing 5K only if he wins. Yeah, it's a little, it's 20K up top, guys. It's still 20,000. So I think it's a pretty reasonable deal. I think the main reason was the pay jump was so big between the second place and the winner, almost 40K. It's just so much money, such a big pay jump, especially with the low buy-in, and the money matters obviously to all these players. But you have to realize, guys, he didn't have it locked in by any means. It did seem like he had all the momentum. And yeah, obviously 20,000 euro and the trophy, that is a big deal. I had the trophy in my hand. It's extremely heavy. This is one of the nicest trophies that you can get. You will guys get to see it if we get to heads up. Well, we will get to heads up. There was a deal already. No double dealing here. And Stefan open raises Blind against blind. Only to 2 bigs. Let's see what Valentin does with the king-3 offsuit. Very nice board for Stefan. And Eddie Visser says very good deal also for chip leader. You know, there used to be a time when we did not allow deals at all at King's Resort. If you are at the stream table, there were no deals allowed. And I remember a couple of years ago during the festival series that's coming back in about 3 weeks' time, I was commenting on a heads up, and because they can't make a deal, neither of the players wanted to lose. It was for a lot of money, and the heads up took 6 hours. It's about a 6-hour heads up. Both of the players, they were pretty much sleeping at the table. And ever since then, we decided, hey, if it's a tournament like this, I think the World Series of Poker Europe, it didn't allow deals in the ring events, but besides that, we do allow them. And in some instances, when the heads up is taking 6 hours, they are only limping, there's no raising, nobody wants to lose. I do think it's also to the benefit of the audience at home. Most of the time, I would say no deals because it's better for you, the spectators. There's just more to play for. But in some cases, you just have to agree that allowing the players to do what they want, as long as they leave a nice chunk of change up top, it actually is reasonable. Glenn is thinking, in my opinion, Valentin showed that he's scared by accepting the deal. Now Stefan is trying to bully him. Well, yeah, Stefan has nothing to lose. I don't think Stefan had anything to lose. Ever since, it seems like, ever since he made that big bluff, ever since he locked up 20K, Stefan just doesn't care. And there we go, Kaizen, open raising. Suited hand, obviously very strong, blind against blind. He goes for the big sizing. Stefan has an absolute monster. It is a free bet. Now the ranges are looser. He's actually reaching for the chips. Can you believe it, guys? Kaizen is calling out of position with Jack 3 suited. Well, ICM is out of the window, obviously. Now we're just playing for the first prize. It's almost the same like if you were playing a cash game right now. And suddenly Kaizen decides that, hey, I have enough confidence that I will call Jack 3 suited, but he's absolutely crushed. 11%. Stefan is in a good spot to take a good chunk of change here. And so far, so good on the flop. There you go, there's that all in, and Stefan actually loses. No, Stefan takes it down, pardon. 26,700,000. And Gasgano is saying, I think Valentin wants to see more from Stefan. He's going to play with him to see how he handles the situation. Now that the deal is set. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. Obviously the pressure is gone. You have a lot of money up top. 20,000 is a massive amount of money relative to the buy-in. But if you look at the theory, because there are no pay jumps now, it's a winner-take-all tournament right now. There's no reason to play for ladder up, so you can play considerably looser than when you have those standard pay jumps. It looks like these guys are taking full advantage of this. Good Times 52 says maybe put time limit on it once it's heads up. Double the blinds every 15 minutes. At EPT, for example, you have a set amount of hands per level. Once it gets to certain stages. And there we go, 2 calls. Everybody has an ace. Look at this, but Kaizen has the best one. Big chop equity here, but oi, 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 oi. It's Stefan gets the bottom pair. Kaizen gets that middle pair. Only Valentin doesn't have anything. Does have some backdoor straight draws here. Will Kaizen decide to go for protection and value? With ace-9, yes, he's going for it. This is the best second pair you can have here. Relatively big sizing here. Of course, that's the thing. Once it's winner takes all, you can actually start sizing up again. Now Kaizen and Valentin are kind of chill, and Stefan has everything to win. So it's up to him. Yeah, Stefan can go for it, absolutely. And once you make that deal, once it's only winner take all, basically what your chips are, that's their value. You can go ahead and make bigger sizings again, c-bet bigger. You can call more hands. The big stack can't really pressure the smaller stacks anymore. That's why I usually see these deals when at least two players are close to each other, and Stefan will be very, very happy that he managed to get himself in the mix there and locked himself 54,300 euros, plus already the 3K he has from before. Kaizen with that check. There we go, but Kaizen, he actually has a really good raising hand here. This is such a good raising hand that I would almost be upset if he doesn't try to do something. The only reason not to raise here is if you think Stefan doesn't have enough behind. There we go, perfect raise, absolutely spot on. You have that gut shot, you have those backdoor spades. You don't care if your opponent re-raises, you're not losing anything. So your hand has some of the best drawing and disguised out potentials. And Stefan, can he see through this? Will he just call and allow Kaizen to draw? There we go. I think this is the right play. If your opponent does have a hand like 4-5 or the diamonds, you want him to keep bluffing on blanks. Re-raise Chill Dog, what a setup. Oh my god, can you believe it? Check raise with that gut shot, and he gets there on the turn, and this will most likely spell disaster for Stefan's incredible run. And he's checking, oh my goodness, Kaizen. Absolutely tricky check right now. Stefan has just under pot sized bet. There's a lot of draws, potential pair plus draws. Weaker kings, he's gonna go for it. There is it, the all, and he hangs himself. Sees the nuts and the gut shot that got there on the turn, and just like that, we are heading into the heads up right after the deal was made. And Kaizen knocks out the Dutch hero, who does not have to be said at all. Now he is obviously, Stefan, 54,300 euro in a three-way deal, 3K package on top. He will be very, very happy. There you go. There's the fist bumps. Congratulates his fellow players. But give it up, guys. Come on. Dil, the Dutch hero, he gave us such a great show. At one point, it seemed like he was a super disciplined player. He was very, very tight all the way until locking up that 20K. After that, he actually showed us that he's an absolute monster. So many aggressive plays, and it only ends because of an incredibly lucky gut shot where he actually, I believe, played absolutely correctly. Great performance, massive, massive score for him. He only had about 2.6K in lifetime earnings. Now he takes down 54,000 euros. Absolutely incredible. These payouts are not the updated ones, guys. The deal in the chat is the one that you should look for. And we have about a 10-minute break for the heads up to settle. But Stefan Dil, he made Netherlands proud. He made the organizers proud. Extremely well done. You only went out on an unlucky gut shot. I will see you in about 10 minutes for the grand finale of the EPF, and we'll see who takes down the 20K up top.
Definitely one of the most charismatic, fun personalities in poker right now.
For sure. Not even close.
Nope.
One time.
You've won enough pots. That's the least you can do.
That round of straddles is going around.
Turn down straddle. You're stuck? Okay. You got 30,000? Okay, no pressure. You're up 50,000. You must straddle.
There we go. Deep are straddle pocket fours, but Semen pocket tens.
Brutal one, potentially. Simen probably going to go for around 4.5 to 5k as an open. 4.2. 420 for the memes.
Queen 10 for Stan, so there is one of the tens.
Yes, Stefano did win his ticket to the main. That is correct.
Let's it go. King Queen offsuit for Tony.
Tony said no. I think Tony might raise this one. Oh, here he comes. Another 12k bet from Tony. Discount this time, 11k.
11k and aces
Are
for
you
Duran.
kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
This is gonna get tricky. Turan all
Just
in.
jams. Yeah, I mean he only has 29k.
Correct.
That's like 34 big blinds. Scotch gets rid of one of those fours.
And one of the aces.
Steve is just life tilt about the fact that he's in the straddle with pocket fours.
How much is that?
Does let it go.
29.
Shiman here.
25k to call for him.
When someone tells you themselves how much it is, that is a sign of confidence, by the way.
Pretty much.
Pocket tank?
No, aces.
Semen folds.
Great fold.
And Lynn's just going to have to call this off and be like, what? Tony Renlin crying on the shoulder.
I was going for bet.
Straddle up.
Yes, I see here. 562.
In Gaga, Lady Gaga?
562. Okay,
Oh.
it's split for that.
That's a tough board to win on.
That was hot.
Oh no.
868.
No, I had backdoor
Ren down
hearts
to
at
1%.
mine. He doesn't have backdoor clubs.
3 of diamond? Yes. Oh, split.
Ace of spades again, yeah.
Ace will
That will seal the deal,
seal
huh?
it up, yeah.
29 too.
Mike, can't map more.
You could have folded, Ren. He had a big hand.
No, I cannot.
Straddle her indeed. But welcome to the table, Luca.
One of the nicest guys in poker you'll ever meet. Doesn't matter if he bubbles a 60k bubble, a 100k bubble. When he plays the bigger tournaments and he bubbles or whatever, or loses with like, I don't know, 18 left with 13 paid, he doesn't care. He is just such a solid, consistent grinder and one of the nicest people in the business, hands down.
Last three. Last three and
I don't know. They have to decide. Depends. But this one doesn't count because we already shuffled before.
Don't say that. Don't say
Come on, bro. You have 1 million. You don't.
Okay, so players now talking about the fact that after this hand, we are going to draw for the amount of hands left in the day.
I see. This is pretty normal. When you get down to the last 10 minutes of the level or something, it's generally done like that.
Hand draw, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
That way it's even across all the tables.
You know, there's a little trick that we used to do with this years ago in some of the casinos in the UK. We used
Are you
to
sure
put-
you want to give away your trick?
Yeah, it's great. We used to find the most tired-looking person at the tables and make sure that we pushed the card with the lowest amount of hands directly towards them, and they would take the card that was next. They wouldn't go, "Oh, should I pick this one, that one?" They would, and it'd be like, "Oh, last 3 hands always miraculously."
Sounds like collusion to me.
It's a little bit, but it's
There is a
fine.
big problem for the organization. You know, this tournament should stay for 5 days. Like
They too late reg.
they too late regs, okay?
No problem.
Maybe they change the structure for you, just like finish
So-
before.
Raise call call.
Today
6, 9, 8, 2 diamonds.
Oh no, absolute spice here. Satter's got the queen high flush draw. Martinoski has the gut shot straight flush draw and the open ender. And Luka Bojovic just has the open ender. Welcome to the table, Luka. This could be fireworks.
Check from Bojovic. Option on Marcel. Looks like he's going to put in a raise. 6K. Action on Martinoski now.
Well, Martinoski's going absolutely nowhere. He's probably just going to proceed with a call. But Luka Bojovic might just fold flop. He does have an open ender, but the board is extremely wet. And even if it does come 10, could lose to hands like Queen Jack suited or whatever. I think Luka will just pitch this on the flop. Does call. Okay. I think after I see bet call here, I'm just not interested in the hand anymore.
Three-way to the turn. 4 clubs.
Wow. Martinoski improves to the best hand with the 4.
Check from Bojovic. Option on Marcel.
It's pretty hard for him to win this hand. He would literally have to just jam turn, which I just don't think he's going to do. Oh my god, is he doing it?
Proving you
Oh
wrong.
my gosh, this is actually a sick bluff, by the way. But, I mean, Martinoski, I don't think he can fold. Obviously, Bojovic will fold. But this is so sick because he denies the equity from all the other hands. Like, this is a really, really sick bluff, man.
So 30.5K to call now for Martinoski.
Martinoski preparing that 30,500. He's got the 500 stacked and the 30,000 put on the side. He is going to call. Luka's going to be out of there.
Good luck, man.
And we're going to see a 77% against a 23%. Diamonds working for Satter. Queens working for Satter.
7 outs for the man. Freshly into the table, can he double up or will he be sent home?
I pay my big blind, no worries.
Now you can pay.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, the river is the
man.
10 of diamonds, and Satter doubles up to 88k, almost back to starting stack now.
Sata, take your sat back down.
Not bad at all, APK, for this hour.
Suited connectors or small pair?
Suited connectors.
Why?
Because you can play it multi-way and you have many more draws, and if you have a small pocket you probably need to fold.
It depends. I have some favorite hands like 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to play those hands. Otherwise, small pocket pairs is not so bad. Depends also on the position you have on the table.
Of course,
you know, if you're a professional poker player, you must know that, no?
Suited connectors or small pocket pair?
Small pocket pair.
I love suited connectors. Yes, suited connectors I every time would play.
Same, depending on the stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
But
Your favorite, like?
suited connector is good to build big stacks.
And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the final table of the EPF 1 million main event, powered by the Dutch Classics. If you are just joining us, we have the final 2. And there was actually a break now. We are playing for €20,000 up top. Both of these players have at least 64,000 euros locked up. The payouts are not accurate. We had a three-way deal after we lost Stefan Dill to that brutal beat with a gut shot eliminating him by hitting on the turn. He took home 54,300 euro. Absolutely amazing payday for him, as he had only 2,600 or around that euros in terms of prize money in his entire poker career, recorded from live poker. And now Kaizen and Valentin will be butting heads for that extra 20k and the EPF powered by Dutch Classics 1 million guaranteed title. By the way, Knowledge implements it, sending love from Australia, Melbourne. It's fantastic to have you here. And Vojta Havlik, that's right. We had the highlights. We show you what happened here in the past, some legendary hands. And now we are live with a 30% delay. And Jay Viselo is back from Rozvadov. Hopefully you did have a nice trip. And I got to talk to both of these players before the heads up. I can tell you that Valentin and Kaizen, they are actually friends. I think that might have played into them making the deal in the first place. They know each other. And now Valentin is making fun of Kaizen for check raising the gut shot and hitting it and eliminating Stefan, of course. So yeah, these players actually are friends. And I can tell you a story. Yesterday, Kaizen told Valentin that he's going to win the tournament and he will bust him. And Valentin said, no way. So they are friends, but there is a lot of rivalry between these two players. $1.5 million for Valentin. And right now, of course, Kaizen is the favorite. After that miracle gut shot hitting on the turn. JV Solo, yes, that is correct. There was a three-way deal. We have the command on Twitch as well. You can simply use it to take a look. 67k for first, 64k for second, 54,000 for third, and we're playing for 20,700 euro right now. Valentin, we are heads up, by the way, so the ranges are much wider than they otherwise would have been. Kaizen, I think actually he can find the call here. The sizing is not that big. There we go. Rise, Kaizen! Wow, he's actually raising. It was very unorthodox. I have to admit, I have no idea what that bet was designed to do, but it ends the hand right now. In general, you probably want to just call and bluff catch on the river. But he ends the hand right here and increases his chip lead. All day long, it looked like Valentin was just destined to take it down. Kaizen actually began the day as a chip leader. He had the most chips at the start of the day, but Valentin kept chipping up, busting players left, right, and center. But now, somehow, some way, the chip leader at the start of the day is the chip leader in the final heads-up of the tournament. Rear Chili Dog says, you forgot one thing, Lemon. And oh, guys, if you don't know, the trophy, I actually had it in my hand. I don't know what the hell they put in this thing, but it looks like there's some platinum or some very expensive marble, because this trophy, I think it weighs like 3 kilos plus. It's insanely heavy, insanely premium trophy. You can see glimpses of it at the bottom of your screen. So the trophy, I have no idea how much that thing is worth. But the base is insanely heavy and premium. There we go. Valentin calls. And wow, this could be an absolute disaster for Valentin if a heart rolls off on the river. both of these players hit the backdoor hard draw. They still have some showdown value against random low bluffs, so there's no reason for either of these players to go anywhere. It's Kaizen who is betting here. Well, Valentin, of course, you're not folding. The queen high in a heads-up match actually has a decent amount of showdown value. You can hit those hearts, but we both know he doesn't want to hit those. There we go. And Valentin will wave the white flag. He is beating random club draws, lower flush draws. And he says, good that the heart didn't come. Quad says, pleasure to hear you again, Václav. Hear you next time. It's fantastic to have you here. And thank you for all the kind words. By the way, guys, if you haven't yet and you are on YouTube or Twitch, smash that like button, subscribe button. Follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube as well. Our most amazing team is posting a bunch of shorts along with a bunch of videos. We have a great production team here. And Fane B, yes, in effect, it is a heads up for 20.7k euro plus the massive trophy. It's not big, but it's absolutely heavy, absolutely premium. I was absolutely shocked when I had it in my hand how heavy that thing is. A really, really premium build on that trophy. Let me tell you, if any intruders come to your house and you have this trophy in your hand, you have the perfect defense weapon. Make sure you follow the King's Resort Instagram. We will give you the winning hand here, alongside with a short interview with the winner. Maybe we'll even get the runner-up. So make sure you follow us on our socials. Hit those like buttons and subscribes. Every single effort that you put in is very much appreciated. Valentin, 6 deuce. Thank you so much, We Race Chili Dog, for enjoying me calling the action. I must say, I am absolutely lucky. We always get these amazing characters. Uh-oh! Oh my goodness! This is a setup if I've ever seen one. Kaizen has the trips and both of them are somehow checking. Slow play nation here in Rozvadov. During the year of Romania, Kaizen has the better end of these trips. Well, will he fast play this? They are extremely deep. 53 bigs deep. Heads up, there is a lot of chips. We could be here for the next 6, 7, 8 hours easily. But now Kaizen dodges those split outs. He has that check mark no matter the sizing. Valentin is calling if not raising. So you want to really think about this size. Are you going to go small, try to induce some raises, or are you going to bomb it with a big sizing? That's a lot of yellows. 7 million. That's a full pot size bet. And now the question is not if Valentin will pay him off. He will pay him off 100% of the time. The only question is, will he actually raise here? Oi, 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 oi. It is a raise, and I don't think Kaizen will find a fold. Not with the trips. Not heads up. It's a call, and this is an absolutely brutal setup. Absolutely brutal. Valentin loses with the slow play trips, and both of these friends, they are laughing. They know that if the flop would be bet, it could have been over if the c-bet came. It never did. Well, this escalated rather quickly. You guys in the chat were telling us, oh, it was a big mistake to make that deal for Valentin. Right now, He's probably very glad for locking in 67,700 in a deal. And Kaizen is a big favorite to take down the 20,700, and more importantly, as you guys pointed out, the absolutely massive trophy. And we continue with the modern strategy. Yeah, Kaizen actually, you can see him on our Instagram, FaintB. You can see him that he has been featured in our highlights at the final table. So yeah, he is a regular at King's Resort. These guys know each other. They know each other's game. I think that was a big reason why you saw the deal when they were here. Stefan somehow managed to get in there in the first place. But yeah, there was some needling. Kaizen was telling Valentin, you will come second, but I'm going to beat you today. You're losing no matter what you do. Nine high like a boss. We heard it from Kaizen. Oh my goodness. I think Vilkasuf might sue you. He is a lawyer and this is his catchphrase. But Kaizen does say the nine high like a boss. And it looks like every single ounce of momentum is in this man's corner. Kaizen is a very good player. So lucky in the right moments. Always. That's, well, both of the, come on. Can you believe it? Valentin's, this is the year of Romania. And Valentin, remember when he knocked out 3 players in a row, 3 all-ins in a row. He was ahead twice, well behind once. He knocked out 3 players. Both of these guys have been lucky. You have to get lucky when there's 3,141 entries. I mean, come on.
I'm short. I need to take my chips back.
And you can hear it. These players are both regulars here at King's Resort, and they know how they play. They are friends. And Kaizen is yet again ahead of Valentin. It seems like everything is going Kaizen's way. It's unbelievable. Valentin had all the momentum. Everybody in the chat was questioning his decision to make that deal, but now maybe he knew why. Kaizen plays very well, but hits almost everything in this heads-up match. He's hitting in just the right moments. Coolers, that gut shot to take out Stefan, obviously. Very, very lucky. Let's see what Valentin does. There we go, there's a check back. He might think that he has some showdown value. Of course, we know that he has none. And actually, in Kaizen's shoes, he can simply check it. Ace Juice, bottom pair. It's a really strong hand, heads up. Do I have a Pilsner or Boudoir? Get Boudoir, of course. Boudoir is state-owned. It's from the actual government, one of the last ones that is not owned by those international conglomerates. Yeah, your guesses were on point today. Belasting Dean says, let's go Kaizen for the win. Casgano says, yep, if they know each other well, Valentin might know that Kaizen is the better than him in the heads-up place. Yeah, guys, that's the thing. Heads-up is a completely different game. Completely different game. It takes something completely different. There's no ICM in heads-up. It doesn't matter what the stack sizes are, really. It's all about the raw poker, raw play, mano-a-mano, loose ranges. And if these guys know each other, and Valentin knows that Kaizen is actually really strong heads up, the deal suddenly starts to make a lot more sense. Yeah, both regulars. You can tell, you can even tell, even if I didn't tell you that they are regulars, they keep talking to each other, they keep laughing. There's a big cooler and the guys laugh at it. And I know there was some trash talk between them even before the day started. Yesterday, actually, there was some trash talk. Kaizen was telling Valentin he will eliminate him. Valentin was saying, no way, you suck. So these guys know each other well. There is some rivalry, but a very friendly one. Now king 5, it's a very, very strong hand. Kaizen has 122 million chips. That's a lot of chips to have. Valentin calls in the big. Finally, he flops something. Can he finally win a hand? Can there be one pot going the way of Valentin? He's a big favorite now, 85% to take this down. Carlencho says, Valentin, Kaizen, and Lemon, all my favorite people are here. All fantastic. So even one of the top producers in the world of poker, Carlencho, knows that these guys know each other. Welcome to the chat, by the way. Kaizen, he's going for it, guys. He just wants to end this. And for Valentin, this still is a call on the turn. There are so many potential draws when you have the heads-up ranges. All those queen 10, 5, 6s, so many gut shots. That's almost infinite amount of combinations of those gut shots there. He might even, if he shoves the turn, we wouldn't blame him here. So let's see what the river brings. Can Valentin finally take one down? There we go. There's that check mark, 100% for him.
I'm calling, I was waiting for you.
I know. If the 9 doesn't pair, I'm probably going to pair it.
And I think this settles it. Even before the inside info of Carlencho, it's very clear that these guys have been playing against each other quite a bit. They talk strategy. They even say, hey, if you shove, I'm definitely calling. And Kaizen says, yes, I know, sir. I know how you play. So a lot of metagame between these two guys. One thing that I kind of like is they are going at it. They are raising. The modern way, because of the big blind ante, how you play heads up, is that you start limping a lot. You play a defensive strategy because of the great odds you're getting when you are in the big blind. But these guys, they decided, hey, we made a deal. We're only playing for 20k and 700 euro up top and the trophy. Let's be aggressive. Let's start raising. Let's keep the pots big. Guys, gotta love the vibe for a final table heads up. We almost never have this. Almost never have this, right? I think this is the most relaxed heads up I have seen so far this year here at King's Resort. It's still for a lot of money, but a lot of the time it's very, very tense. You don't hear them talking, and these guys have been trash talking all day long. And now especially, it's been a little fun. There we go. Did he say all in? Yes, it is an all-in by Kaizen against Valentin, and it is a call. We are all in for the European Poker Festival title, the trophy, over 20k up top. The Year of Romania, will it continue today, or can Kaizen take Valentin down and bring home the trophy? That Romanian rail is right there to support Valentin. But Kaizen has the better of him. It is a flip, but the 6s are the favorite to take it down. Will this be the very last hand of today? There we go. So far, so good. Kaizen is ahead of Valentin. Can he dodge that ace or a 7? 7 of spades. The chat is calling for. The rail wants that 7 of spades. It is a 9, that's not a 7. And Kaizen is one card away from becoming the EPF main event €1 million guaranteed champion. Can he dodge that ace or 7 and win the whole tournament? Beat all those 3,141 entries. And the river is a 9, and Kaizen is your new EPF champion, beating the seemingly unstoppable Valentin after being the chip leader at the start of the day. But you see that Valentin is all smiles. These players have made a deal before the heads up, he is taking home 67,700 euro. Kaizen walks home with 85,000 euros. Both of them already have the 3K package. Absolutely amazing show today. I want to thank everybody in the chat who was here. Cascano, Carlencho even showed up. Of course, Re-Race Chili Dog. We could not make these streams without you. You've been absolutely amazing. JV was here. Everybody who helped us. Bird as well. All you guys from all these countries that were around. Thank you so much for coming along. By the way, if you look to the left of your screen, you can actually see me, believe it or not, congratulating the runner-up. And if you guys want to see the final hand and the interviews, head over to Kings Resort official Instagram. You can check out some content. We will interview the winner. And Kuwait says, amazing content. See you till next time. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our most amazing production. Stefan from the German stream. He always gives me his notes. I couldn't do it without him. And this beautiful trophy goes to Germany. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully you've been entertained. This has been the European Poker Festival, Lemon Poker, and the King's Resort.